Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2020. I'm Atlas. I am joined by the lovely Wadid here for the final day of the regular season before we head into playoffs. It's an exciting one, not necessarily for the standings, but definitely to find out what we're going to see in those playoffs, especially, of course, in our first match. But Wadid, how you doing, man? How's life from home?
Oh yeah, I'm doing great. Yeah, even though outside it's kind of going crazy because of COVID-19 issue, but
yeah,
in my home everything is fine, you know. So stay at home, play some games, guys.
Hell yeah! I think it's the same sort of worldwide. Even if you're in an area where things are theoretically calming down, they're probably not. So still stay safe. Another thing that's happening here in Korea is there is a typhoon on the way. So hopefully, we're going to be able to stay inside and stay safe for that as well. I mean, it's definitely a very good excuse to make sure that we're not going outside and getting a virus because it might be underwater. It's all crazy over here.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. Still, we're going to have LCK match today, and it's going to be really interesting because it's just right before playoffs, right? And if this match goes crazier than we usually think, then it's gonna be really interesting playoffs. So, I mean, it starts right away after this match, right? This week or next week, yeah.
It's going to be Wednesday next week. We're going to start with the wild card. As you can see, guys, playoffs are locked for first, second, third, fourth, and fifth. Our first one will be T1 versus Africa, which will be on that Wednesday like we were talking about, followed up by Friday being either T1 or Africa up against Gen G. Certainly some exciting matches, and I'm looking forward to seeing exactly who's going to be in form for the playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
Because, of course, we know, T1, they often just come online for the playoffs. Gen G have had an issue with not necessarily doing that if we're going to revert back to spring. So a lot to learn with it.
Oh, yeah. I think T1, even though they lost against DYN Gaming, it's just DYN Gaming, right? And this match is actually doable for them, even though they won against a lot weaker teams. People might thought that, oh man, T1 has a pretty easy schedule, but I think their performance was actually clean than before, you know? And I'm wondering if Closer is gonna play, even though it's against DRX, just right before the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm sort of feeling like this match is teetering towards T1 is looking stronger because, I mean, DRX didn't look good up against Solo on Prince. So I don't know what that means necessarily moving into this match. I think it's a really difficult one to call when it comes to form because, I mean, we've been watching what DYN's been doing to teams here in the LCK. DYN, I feel like if you lose to them, that's all right. You know, everyone loses to them. Man. It's very different. Whereas DRX dropping a game and having a tough series against Solo on Prince, that's almost inexcusable for a playoff team.
And also, their drafts sometimes, it's they're trying something, but it's just so weird, you know? If you're a strong team, just have a clean performance, you know? And so many times DRX showed up a lot of try out drafts, and this time around, it's not a time to try something in a draft when you're playing as T1.
Yeah, I mean, their last draft with the, Quinn, Lilia, I think there was Silas, and then a Caitlyn Lux or something like that on the bottom side of the map. That was tankless up against a very standard draft. It's not what we want to see here, but I'm glad that we're getting to see the T1 roster that we've become very used to. This is the team that went on the 10-game winning streak, 5 matches of 2-0s before they were stopped up pretty short up against DYN. But let's see how they bounce back up against DRX right here. Closer retaining his spot in the mid lane might be interesting to a lot of you out there. Haven't seen Faker for quite some time since that 2-1 up against Hanwha Life. But no surprises here when it comes to DRX. They have been the same all season long. And let's see whether they can shore themselves up moving into playoffs. I just want to see some solid drafts, some intelligent picks, and some good play. Because they've been relying on their mechanics this whole season and not necessarily intelligent drafting and, the correct outlook on how to start the game.
That's true. And here is key player. Closer, he already kind of did some tests against Showmaker, but yeah, we don't talk about DYN Gaming, right? And Closer, he's the one of the reason why T1's performance got improved. That is just truth, you know. When Faker was playing, they were just struggling in all lanes, but right now Closer, I'm not sure, like, I'm pretty sure that he's not like leading the game alone and doing so many things than Faker, but he's more like independent, you know. He doesn't need help, it seems like. So I feel like any other players are just more free to do something by themselves. And is it gonna help T1? That is question still, you know.
Yeah, that's a big question, because I agree with you. I think that Closer has made a positive impact on T1, but I don't know whether it's because he's a better player than Faker or anything like that. I think that him being on the team feels like it changes how the team dynamic works. And look, I still can't really figure it out, but I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to do when Faker finally does come back and we get to find out what he's been up to. He's been playing a lot more, you know, hearing from behind the scenes saying that, you know, Faker is sort of charging up so that they can get through the playoffs, and has been feeling a lot better, things like that. I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to happen when he finally does hit the Rift. It might be in game number 2, who knows? And we'll see whether DRX are going to be able to bring out the unkillable Demon King himself, because maybe with a loss in the first game they will sub. But they didn't when they lost against Damwon. It was just the same roster that fell down 0-2, so it might be that T1 are just planning on sticking with Closer for the rest of the regular season.
Yeah, and here you go, Azir ban. So many times when DRX plays serious in draft, they always just blind pick Azir. So I think this is one of the great card to just have a ban on blue side. And I'm wondering if they're gonna do some tryout drafts, you know, like Genji Damwon yesterday, because Genji they never played Senna in Summer Split, but they tried and it worked out, you know. And also Damwon Gaming, they tried a lot of new team comps. So I think T1, I mean, I really feel like T1 is just gonna play to win, you know.
Oh yeah, and I think they're gonna play pretty standard.
Yeah.
When it comes to the draft as well. But let's see what's going to change. We are, of course, on 10.16, so there have been some updates. We'll see what DRX are going to have T1 here today, as well as already the Caitlyn and Lucian to be banned away. Of course, DRX love Lucian. They play it in 3 lanes. And just not wanting to see any of the T1 members try and take that one away, so they're just going to ban it themselves. Final ban coming in here. Volibear is available. There's a few other champions that are still up. Lilia might be worth a look in, but it's going to be Zoe that hits the bench. Of course, Chovy hates Zoe, and Closer plays it almost every game, as Lilia is going to be priority picked.
Okay. I mean, there is still so many questions around Lilia, you know? So many people that already know that Yone is OP champion, but
yeah,
not sure about Lilia, you know? And I think it's still... It looks fine, you know, and it really depends on players' experience and the mastery on that champion. And I feel like Kaz, he was always good on AP champions, but it's really great to have those kind of team composition around her, like Renekton, or like strong AD CC champion, or like Bruiser on the top side. And that's why you always set up with Renekton, but DRX, they just picked out. And they're gonna prepare another AP.
Thinking about Evelyn here, and it's gonna be locked in. We actually saw this hover yesterday, but it was the Nidalee that was picked up instead. This time, Pyoshik is gonna go all in and grab that Evelyn. We've been speaking about it all season long, but we haven't actually seen her come out. One of these big magic damage nukers. And now Chovy can feel free to pick AD if he would like to, because you can allow the Evelyn to really do damage by forcing your opponent to build armor. I think this is a really cool 1-2 punch coming out of DRX and works very similarly to that of the Nidalee.
Yeah, pretty early Evelyn pick. And yeah, I was wondering yesterday as well, because they hovered, you know, but Damwon Gaming, they picked Nidalee. But this time around DRX, they just picked up Evelyn. And yeah, I'm curious about their early gameplay though, you know, when you think about Evelyn, she's not gonna be that useful until level 6. And T1, they already built up so strong early game team comp, right? With Jace top lane and Ashe on the bot lane without Caitlyn. So I think T1 is gonna have more easier time than DRX. And DRX right now is just spicing up with Kalista pick on the bot side.
Now, this is really weird. I don't like Kalista into Ashe at all. I think that Kalista gets pretty much countered by the champion. You slow Kalista's attack speed, you're going to slow her movement speed as well, right? Because she's not going to be able to martial pose as much.
That's true.
So I think it's a little bit of a self-counter pick here, but it's Deft's Kalista. So he's very confident on this champion. And now they're going to focus out the bottom lane of T1 and see whether they can take effort off as much comfort as possible. But this is definitely DRX drafting for themselves so far.
That is true. And about Kalista versus Ashe matchup, it's like I asked so many AD carries and they answered in a kind of positive way about Kalista, because just because Ashe is too OP, you just need to have like 50-50 in laning phase and you're gonna be fine. And Kalista is one of the tools to just go for 50-50, but if you have Pantheon on your support with Braum, Tam Catchman, I think it's gonna be fully coin flip trade in level 1 and 2, and it's gonna be really spicy on the bot lane.
Certainly feels very DRX at the moment, with that most likely being the bottom lane matchup. Keria and Deft can certainly go aggressive. Renekton can go aggressive. Evelyn needs a little bit of charge up time before she can caress people into the death chamber, but we'll see what's going to happen as the Akali to be locked in. One of Close's signature champions. Looking forward to seeing what he can do this time. His second match, I believe, was on the Akali and did look very exciting, as Chovy is going to try and counter him here with another global to come into this team composition, and his Galio that he got his incredible outplay on to take down Gen G.
I think DRX competition is well structured, because if they pick up Galio here, their team fight is just crazy, you know? They just need to press some buttons and they're gonna automatically win the team fight. And I was worrying about the early game, right, because of Evelyn, but I think they filled up with Renekton and Kalista Pantheon in the bot lane. So I think they made the difficulty a lot easier than before. And T1 side, I think it's more standard in LCK, most of the picks. And I think they have obviously easier tool than DRX, but yeah. The point is Evelyn good into Lilia? Because Pyoshi counterpicked it. They picked into it, right? So
yeah, right.
That is my question. Because yesterday they actually hovered it. That means maybe in scrims there is so many Evelyns, but no one tried on stage, you know? And this is the first time. So we are gonna see the matchup.
Well, I think at level 6, Evelyn, if she ever finds Lilia, should be able to kill her, right? Lilia is not necessarily a champion that is going to spike until after 2 items. And Evelyn just needs Runic Echoes, and then she runs around the rift, destroying everyone. So, looking forward to seeing what Pyoshi can get done here. He also has a Galio in his back pocket, and a Pantheon that can also come to back up. So, I think that this game is going to revolve around what Pyoshi can get done, and whether or not Cuz can safely scale and steal away all of these camps as much as possible. But, I mean, Evelyn works similarly to that of Nidalee. Like, she farms pretty quickly throughout the jungle, and can skirmish very early on. But looking forward to seeing how Pyoshik is going to make this one work. The first Evelyn that we're going to see for the Summer Split. Of course, happy birthday to Tarzan. He is one of our more famous Evelyn players, and it's his birthday here today.
He's not even in LCK yet.
We still need to wish him happy birthday. We all want him to come back.
Yeah, I guess he's just truly Evelyn in real life.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they backdoored a base with an Evelyn. Just last caressing her way over a wall and getting on in there.
That is true. And it seems like DRX, they're gonna try something in level 1. And I'm not sure if they are gonna win in level 1 when they invade on the red side, because T1 has Ashe and Nautilus. And
well, you can see DRX are poised. Try and get over here as Deft. He just wants to pierce his way through, gets himself the ward, lines it up beautifully.
Failed.
Into the brush. Oh, was that failed?
Yeah.
Oh, no. I thought it was lined up. I thought it looked good. Sometimes you scar, sometimes you don't, I guess. Well, Teddy could be in trouble here. Spear is going to land. Slow comes in. Cuz lying in wait. As the charm was taken first there by Pyoshik. Interesting. Unless that was just a hate spike, which it might have been. I haven't seen the animations on this particular Evelyn skin yet as he steals away the Raptor camp. And there's the flash forward from Effort. Does land it onto Carrier there, who's down to 200 health. Looks like T1 won't be able to get forward though as Def throws out a Rend. And the Winds of War will cause T1 to back away.
That was really hasty from DRX, and I thought it was really great reaction by T1, but the flash from Pyoshik was kind of saved from DRX side, because if he got CC'd, then I think Teddy's gonna get him. But yeah, kind of traded, but I'm not sure like if it was needed from DRX, but I feel like they just want to make it confused for T1 side, because as I mentioned, the difficulty about the team comp is like for T1 side, you know, and a lot easier.
Yeah.
So they just need to make it random a little bit. And
well, you can see Cuz is coming on over, looking to try and steal this one away. But watch out Eep to get rid of a lot of these minions as Pyoshik's at 200 health, and he's going to be spotted by this ward. And in goes Cuz now, down to 100. Yeah, no flash available as Pyoshik tries to turn it around, but he's not going to be able to. Flashes out immediately, and even gets the flash out of Chovy. Things not going well for DRX early.
okay, I mean, they had the zombie ward, but Cuz already spotted that, and he had the sneaky moves, and already have a great jungling than Evelyn at level 2. Because of the invade situation, right? Evelyn lost her flash, and that made out this outcome. So that was my question, you know. Was it actually good situation for DRX? The answer is no.
Absolutely not. As Evelyn forced to head towards the Gromp. Shuriken back there from closer to get a lot of work done onto Chovy there. You can see already both of these mid laners have been through both of their potions. As they do finally dissipate. Looking forward to seeing whether Chovy can continue to lane very effectively, as we do have some words from him. Chovy has good insight into the opponent's weakness, and his laning phase is very strong. He's always been performing well. It's going to be a good experience as he lands another backflip there as Deft down towards the bottom side. The Ignite has been put down, a lot of sticks, as Teddy not going to die just yet in the last tick of Ignite. Not enough, but he still has to go home.
Summoner straight and DRX got better one. Because it's just Kalista Pantheon, you know? If you have lane control first, and those two spearmen's just gonna poke you down under the turret, and it's just power of the Kalista Pantheon, and I think it was just fine for T1 side, because their kill potential is just way too high than any other duo lanes on the bot lane, right? And they didn't die yet, so everything is going great, and it seems like Closer is having great laning phase on the mid lane, is way more impactful. Well.
And also he's ahead in farm, and that is something that no one really does against Chovy. He's just really good at clearing minions. As Deft. Okay, interesting. Spent some time in the alcove there just for fun. As wants to stop some backs, as you can see. And will stop Effort from going home. Staggering back's definitely a good idea, as Chovy going to take another 1-2 punch there from closer. Not the greatest experience here for the Galio right now, as Carrier just looking to hold on to this minion wave for as long as possible.
Yeah. One of the great duo in LCK, Carrier.
상대 정글 털고 있구나.
Just rewatch again. He said, I'm controlling.
여기 싸울게.
I'm
이번에
gonna fight
노플이야,
here.
노플.
Evelyn no
노플이야?
flash.
노플이야. 달려도 그래. 잡았고.
I got him.
Easy.
Easy.
And that is going to mean T1 has about a 600 gold lead here at this stage. Checking in on the top side, of course, generally not the greatest experience for Renekton in this matchup. And I think Doran would have been relying on Pyoshik to get up there and actually try and affect this, but much harder now that he's died so early into the game. And Canna's Jace, also a difficult one to deal with, as you can see. 80% win rate, not bad at all.
Decent. And Evelyn is all about level 6, right? And
yeah,
nothing's gonna happen, but after level 6, actually DRX has so many tools to help out the side lanes with Galio ulti, Evelyn's passive, and it's all about just have no situations happening around the map before Evelyn's level 6, and their bot lane, they're using their advantage, you know? Advantage from the ban picks. They're just snowballing from 2v2s, and I think that's one of the reasons why DRX is just looking so strong. Even though they have really bad early game competition, they always put some early game part on the bot side, and that helps so many times when DRX is preparing for mid game. And it feels like Pyoshik is kind of getting out jungled by Kuz this time around though. Maybe because of the invade situation, but after that, I think just Kuz is having so much better jungling in the jungle side, and the vision control. Already have so many visions around the both side river and also enemy jungle on the top side, so it's really easy to play against Evelyn right now. That means your Jace can push 24/7, and also your Ashe and Nautilus can play similar.
Well, Carrier might get tagged. Nope, bowling ball going to go wide as Chovy is in the area. Does a fair bit of damage there with the Q.
Okay, Pyoshik didn't clear the control ward on the Raptor side yet.
Oh no.
That's critical, by the way. That is actually critical because for Evelyn, it's really important to hide her position, right? It's just champion itself. If you cannot hide yourself, you are useless. And those kind of small mistakes are just stacking, especially when you're playing against strong teams like T1 and playoffs teams. Those small mistakes are gonna change so many different things, and still, Pyoshik is level 6, so he's gonna try something on the bot side, but I'm not sure if it's gonna work. Lila is on the top side. Maybe.
Yep. She might get spotted as well, as Pyoshik has snuck into the brush down here. Does have his Demon Shade activated now that he is level 6, of course, as there's the stun. Immediately, Carrier takes a lot of damage. They do get the flash out of effort immediately. The DRX, they invest 4 people down here towards the bottom side and just get 1 F button.
Yeah, great escape from effort, and Galio ultimate is way more impactful for the early game, and his first ulti is kind of wasted, and also Evelyn's position got spotted. During that, Lilia, she just did the jungling, and still better jungling from Kuz, and that first Galio ulti was really important for them because Pyoshik was really useless until then, and first time he was trying, but nothing happened. And Dragon Tempo is just on T1 side, so I think they tried, but it was kind of optimistic ganking on the bot side because of the lane situation. And T1 is just automatically winning the game because of their mistakes. And T1 is just known as that team, even though it seems like they're not doing anything, but slowly you're getting everything on the map side.
Well, you can see Pyoshik going to allure up Shelly here, as spotting the fact that Kuz was taking the dragon. He immediately gets to work. As you can see, Kuz making a beeline over there. We'll see whether he can get there in time. Vision available here for DRX, but it looks like Pyoshik will be able to grab this with a smite pretty effectively. Oh, that bowling ball was actually pretty close. But this is the power of Evelyn. She just does a fair bit of damage. So he's going to be able to lock that one down without having to call the rest of his team over or anything like that. And this could help as far as getting some advantages in these lanes and getting some plate gold over for DRX.
Yeah, they traded Drake and Heather, and it really depends on the usage of this Heather, because every single lane is kind of just having a hard time because you do not have jungler right now, and this is just having fun with Mana Moon and also Ashe and Nautilus. Just look at the vision control. Kuz is already having such a great moves towards bot side, and during that closer, I mean, he's not the mid laner who needs so many helps, you know? So it makes it a lot easier. And
oh dear. Okay, not going to go for any dives here towards the bottom side. Just clearing out vision like you were talking about. Definitely effective, as Pyoshik unseen at the moment. Having to get my mind back into the Evelyn state, as she does certainly warp how a gank is going to look as she's going to walk underneath this turret here. The Allure goes down. CC not going to connect as Canna's going to flash himself out of the way. Teleport through from Closer, and now Doran could be in a whole host of trouble. The flash is down, and so is the Croc. It's 2-0 now for T1.
Wait, what was that? Doran tried to flash on, but Pyoshik, he didn't react with his flash, and that was really unsynchronized play from their duos on the top lane because they know that they're trading sides and they have headered, right? So obviously they could try a little bit aggressiver, but Pyoshik, he was kind of really passive, and even though his top laner was flashing towards enemy top laner, the CC chain was not coming out from them, and also the reaction from Closer was just on perfect timing, and T1 is just automatically getting every single thing on the map, and DRX.
Yeah, looking a bit too easy here for these guys. As Cuz up towards the top side, Pyoshik at the bottom. There's the flash forward effort. No flash, remember, as the arrow will connect onto the Evelynn, but she will survive. The Nautilus not so lucky as that's the first kill for DRX, but Cuz looking to try and trade back here towards the top side. Decent stun comes down as he clears out the minions, and Shock Blast is not going to connect. And so Cuz probably just going to try and steal away as many of the jungle camps as he can.
I think that was really smart move from Pyoshik though. DRX forced out Jace's flash, so because of that, Cuz kind of forced to go to top side to defend his top laner, right? And Pyoshik, he didn't care about it. He just ran to bot side and forced it. I mean, it looked really forced, but you used header kind of effectively, and
yeah,
his pantheon is kind of available right now, and looking for the top gank with him.
Yeah, in goes Carrier as well. Pyoshik not going to find that hate spike, but Canna is well and truly dead, and 2 kills now for the Eve. This is huge. They're going to rely on her to do a lot of the work in this game, and thankfully, after that first blood, she is able to get herself back on track with a couple of kills. That Runic Echoes, like we were talking about, just once you get that level 6, once you get that ultimate, certainly able to do a whole lot more work, and now he's ahead by a lot of gold actually in comparison to Cuz.
Yeah, picking up some kills for free, and the bot gank was really impactful as well because your pantheon is kind of active from that, and those active plays are really needed from Evelynn. I mean, this play was really silly, I would say, because they didn't CC chain with flash and couldn't pick up the kill. And because of that, T1 was really ahead. But Pyoshik, smart move again on the bot side. You forced Nautilus flash last time. Or actually, maybe DRX has forced it on 2v2 because of the CC cooldowns on Nautilus flash. But so many things are happening at the same time.
Bit of a battle here as at the bottom side as Deft pulls in his Pantheon. Effort's going to get knocked up as there's the first kill onto the Nautilus, but Closer gets into the backline. Great knock up as Deft is going to survive, but Carrier not going to be so lucky as now Teddy free hitting as Pyoshik comes out of the brush. Teddy trying to fight him out, but he's not going to be able to. The Galio does fall down, but that is still a 2 for 3 in favor of DRX.
So many kill trades are happening, and I think, I'm not sure. I mean, because of the objective control, DRX is winning this trade, but Akali, Closer is getting fat as well. And those kill trades are, I think she likes to do some kill trades when you're playing Akali. So I think DRX, they're doing more as a team though. Those Carrier and Pyoshik moves are really active, good to see it. And maybe the outcome was not that perfect because of the Closer's Akali plays, but still, you know, DRX playing as a team, not doing some random things like just did on the top side.
Yep. I did like the amount of peel that they had for Deft as well.
Yeah.
As he was able to survive, even though, you know, the second application of the perfect execution did land on top of him. It was a bit of a tongue twister. Glad we got through it. As Doran and Canna fighting one another here towards the top side because making his way in, but there's a lot of vision, and Pyoshik's also making his way over. He's taken the Sorcerer's Shoes. We've seen quite a few Eves like to pick up things like the mobility boots, but Pyoshik just wants as much damage as possible. We'll see what that second item is going to be. It might be just the OG what is it, Elise build with Oblivion Orb picked up for the first big item spike. You know, a couple of magic penetration items as well as your runic echoes.
Yeah.
We'll see where he does decide to go as Chovy getting over here, wants to try and find some vision as Shirley should be picked up here by T1 with no contest. That is going to be the case, but Pyosik lying in wait now towards the top lane. Even levels with Cuz right now as effort. He's thinking about trying to take down Chovy, but he gets rid of the minion wave, and he's going to be out of there. As Teddy relegated to farming some Krugs, as his turret is definitely going down.
Yeah, because of the jungle pressure, I think Kanna is not able to play his game on the top side. When you have Jace against Renekton, you are just free to have some free laning phase, but after level 6, I think Pyosik maybe mistakes about one top play, but after that, he's picking up so many good plays with it, and those are just reason why you pick up Evelynn in solo queue, because you put so much pressure on them. But,
oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so hard to pick up some kills on pro scene, but it happened already because of the DRX's game plan. That those Kalista Pantheon was just so great tools for Evelynn on the bot side. So that actually made Evelynn really fast in the early game. And I think that was just great game plan from DRX. And it really depends on Pyosik right now, I think. He just needs to have some great DOQ on the bot side with Renekton. And it's gonna enable side lane, right? And they just need to group mid as 5 and flank on them with Galio ulti. Flanking Evelynn on the bottom side, but I think T1, they forced it pretty in a great tempo. They kind of like separated in this kind of situation. DRX, they were getting so many things at the same time, but missed on the mid position. So they lost mid first turret, and I think this time around T1 had better rotation, but they just need to try these things again and again. And it depends on Kanna if he's going to step up or not.
Yeah, looks like he's not going to. Doran just shoves that wave forward. Control ward coming down as Pyosik going to spot that one, not going to give his position away as there are a lot of pings down from T1 on the bottom side. Kanna understanding that there could definitely be something up.
Oh, yeah.
As Chovy will find this ward, and T1 are going to get to work on this outer turret on the top side of the map as well. I think this should put T1 in the lead unless Doran can also get himself a turret. And this Claws are getting to work here in the mid lane. 1 turret to 2 right now. The DRX, after those couple of battles, have been able to wrestle themselves back into very, very close as far as the gold is concerned. Now, I want to step in and have a look at Pyosik's item build because I thought it might be the Oblivion Orbs. Not going to be. He's going to go straight into the Lich Bane for as much damage as possible. I absolutely love it. That's what we're talking about. Just get the burst. And killing Lilia before she has time to get a few spells off and really get that passive working is a really smart idea. So I actually don't mind this for Pyosik if he is going to be hunting down deer in the jungle.
Yeah, and maybe if you didn't see many of Evelynns, then you can just maybe think in this way that it's actually AP Nocturne when it comes to mid-late game on the side lane. There is just so much pressure on side laners when it comes to when you're playing against Nocturne or Evelynn kind of champion, because you cannot see, and even though you have vision control, you can never step up on the side lane, and that gives so many things on your team because side lane pressure helps mid lane prior. So
well, now we can see T1 have started off the Drake, but I think they're looking for a fight rather than a Cloud Drake. Evelynn completely out of vision. Doran is going to pop his head over. Keria is going to flash his way in. The ulti needs to come out from Deft as he does. Finally press that button. Pyosik has to use the Agony's Embrace in order to get himself out. And he's not in this fight anymore. Closer wants to shut him down, and he will do so. A double kill already for the T1 new mid laner. That's a good taunt out from Chovy, though, as Doran slices his way forward, and Deft gets himself a double kill. Kanna and Teddy now against Deft and Doran. Top and 80 carry to try and carry this one out, but it's an even fight once again. All right, there's the flash forward. Teddy immediately Captain Jacks that one, as the heal will kill Teddy there. Doran drops turret aggro exactly when he needs to, and Deft wants to try and go for the duel, but isn't able to against Canna, and it stays even, guys.
Oh yeah. It's just that even. I thought DRX had the better positioning, but because of the efforts first hook, he actually canceled the Pantheon stun, so that fight kind of made even though DRX's position was just so much better for the fight. And after that closer, his Akali was just so great in a backline, and right after that just Chovy with the 4-man stun right into the face again. And just so many fights are going around, and those two teams are just having so high quality of team fights, so I'm just glad to watch this.
Yeah, it is definitely bloodthirsty as DRX are going to teleport in. They still want to fight for this. We're going to go take 2 with a whole lot of buttons now on cooldown. Grand Skyfall is there if DRX are looking for an R button, and we've got Lilting Lullaby, we've got an arrow there as well, as Closer has his ulti back available also. So T1 definitely more fight ready here than DRX, who are going to be able to take down the Drake, but a fight once again going to start. Doran immediately going to be taken down as Pioshik gets out of the fight, but Deft may not be as lucky this time around. Carrier has the shield, but he doesn't have his life. And DRX do get out a couple of members, but they're going to lose 3 in the trade, and T1 walk away victorious.
T1's team fight setup is just so much better than DRX that was, and the engage from Teddy was just so perfect in the right timing, and also just jumping in closer at the same time, and just their poke potential is just so much better long range than DRX right now, and they're just using their team composition right, and their understanding about their team composition is so much better than DRX, it seems like, because when DRX has no ultimates, they're kind of useless. Galio, Evelyn, and Kalista, those champions really needed their ultimates, but T1, they don't really care. They just need to have better positioning. They just need to not getting flanked by Evelyn and Renekton. And this time around, they could spot out all the members from DRX, so team fight was just way more easier for T1 side. And this is really impressive performance by Closer, actually.
Yeah, really, really cool. I just don't think that T1 should ever lose that sort of team fight, though, with DRX missing most of their ultimates. They only had Grand Skyfall, and that wasn't even available to be used based on the positioning of the Pantheon. So, a little bit unfortunate. It's the first time that we're going to see a more tanky version of Lilia. Gone for the Dead Man's Plate this time around, also with a Spectre's Cowl. Generally, with this build, you still need Leandries, right? So, Cuz not going to be doing very much damage here, but doesn't seem to really matter, as they now have the Baron that they picked up off the back of that team fight. And DRX stay on the back foot.
I think with that build, Lilia is like fruit flies, you know? It doesn't harm you, but it's actually really annoying.
Well, she's going to fall asleep for the moment, and is going to survive. Closer splitting on the bottom side. This T1 looking to siege with their 4 members here. Chovy tries to dive forward, but as you can see, bowling balls, everything's sort of just flying on in.
Poke potential.
Chovy using his proto belt, and you can't really get anything done here as Closer does have teleport, so if a fight does happen, the Akali cleanup could certainly be just around the corner. As the poke out, and also T1 just being able to stand here and deny DRX from stopping Closer seems to be working very, very well at this point in time. DRX just look like they don't know what to do.
The wave is just perfectly synced by T1 side, and I mean, you have the timing, you know, when enemy team is just syncing wave with the Nashor buff, you just need to engage on them. But because of the poke potential from T1, they lost the timing, they lost the tempo. That's the reason why DRX seems like a bit lost here. And just look at how cleanly T1 is just rotating towards outer turrets. You know? It's just like using their team comp right and having a better knowledge about the game, I guess. At least in this game.
Definitely true. Carrier looking to try and jump on top of Canna here, as it looks like DRX will be able to... Oh, yep, just going to be able to get the Rift Scuttler. Good try there from Canna, who will get himself a Constellation blue buff. No, he's going to give that one over to Closer. A little bit unfortunate there, but energy regen always fantastic for the Akali. especially after a couple of her nerfs.
Yeah. And one thing is really weird from DRX side because before when Evelyn was really fed with 3-0 KDA, they were looking for side lane plays, right? Not looking for team fight 24/7. But at some point, it feels like DRX is kind of forced to do something in the team fight when their team comp is not built around that, actually.
Yeah, they need to catch people in side lanes, right?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
They need to use their Grand Skyfall and their heroic entrance in order to create like skewed fights, especially around Pyoshik, who can get into positions that can be confusing. Shock Blast going to land onto him, speaking of which, as the flash comes out to dodge to the skies. Allure comes forward, but Pyoshik not going to be able to find any CC. He will just slink away, now looking to go back home and try and join the defense here. As T1 have themselves a 5,000 gold lead. Cloud Drake going to be up in 14 seconds time. And T1's certainly going to have a pretty comfortable rotation over there if that's where they want to go. Baron up in 2 minutes time. So not really going to be traded or anything like that.
Yeah, if they really want to do a team fight, then they just need to engage right away before they get poked. Otherwise, they're gonna get kiked. And yeah, I mean, you cannot even engage on form, and then the map rotation is gonna just fall down. So either you just need to play side lane only and look for backdoor ending. Otherwise, just look for instant engage from the Vernacton flank with Evelyn with the Galio ulti on the top. Otherwise, I think T1 is just gonna get every single thing on the map and DRX is not gonna do anything. And
that seems to be what's happening right now.
Yeah, that is happening because they're not doing anything either on the map from DRX side.
Well, good news for DRX. They have a 26 gold lead by Deft in the bottom lane. Bad news is that Closer is extraordinarily far ahead of Chovy.
Yeah.
2.3 thousand gold is nothing to scoff at all. In fact, that's he has over half the gold lead just on himself in that mid lane. As Pyoshik, the flash forward there onto Cuz, but he's going to flash out. Flash in from Effort, but he lands onto a minion. A lot of that CC soaked up by Chovy is into the backline. Goes Doran. He looks for Cuz, but Cuz is so tanky. They're not able to kill him. The new look Lilia with these tank items. I thought Dead Man's Plate was going to come in eventually, but only tank items? Just ridiculous. As Canna chases down the Crocodile, turns him into a handbag very comfortably. And T1 walk away with a kill, and now into a Baron that's going to be up in 13 seconds. And there's going to be no top laner from DRX for at least the next 35.
I mean, obviously in real life, it's really hard to catch fruit flies. There is so many fruit flies in your room, and you cannot even catch it because it just flies. And it seems like Lilia is just so useful with those builds because you cannot even kill her, and she's still doing some damage, right?
Yeah, the dots actually do a fair bit of work if you can just spread them around and keep that fight going for a long period of time. With the amount of teamfight control that T1 has, certainly does work out. I think it's really intelligent as there's a decent pullback from Effort. Chovy having to flash to get himself out of the way. Teddy chasing after him. Finds Deft there with the Hawkshot as he flashes forward. He knows that he's safe. And Chovy not so much, as the Shock Blast not going to get him, but it at least will still fall down. Fair bit of damage from Pyoshik as the Watch Out Eep does not connect. Looking to try and put the Evelyn to sleep, but doesn't even fall down there as Canna is going to kill him before that even happens. And now from the DRX base, the Jace is trying to fight them down. Doran picks up one kill though, and Jace will eventually fall as Deft is very high health. And now trying to chase after the T1 members that are still here. Fair bit of damage available from these guys as Closer not going to get tagged by that Pierce. But Deft just keeping himself healthy, trying to chase after them. Let's see whether he can actually turn this one around as Blade of the Ruined King comes out. And Deft not going to fall, but neither are any of the members of T1. As Grand Skyfall to get Carrier in here.
Yeah.
Nothing comes of it.
I think this is a great chance for DRX. Maybe they need to force Nasher at this point because this is kind of inting moment from T1. They could just really just go for Nasher after winning the team fight, but they kind of inted under the inhibitor turret and they enjoyed the moment.
They got a little bit excited, didn't they? As Closer was thinking about backflipping forward, but not going to dive into three people. That's smart. Chovy's on the bottom side, teleport at the ready. You can see Pyoshik moving up towards the top. As we're going to have a look at this one more time. Definitely it looked like T1 were feeling themselves a little bit more than maybe they should.
Yeah. Maybe it was not great engaged by effort, but because of cuts, just look at how annoying is that champion. And you cannot even kill her. And she still does some damage and CC. And that helped out T1 to clean up the Renekton. And after that, DRX, they forced to check the Nasher vision. Because of that, Chovy face check, and he died. And I thought T1 is just gonna win in the 5 minutes, but they need to limit test before the playoffs.
Yeah, it's a bit of DRX syndrome. They certainly love the limit testing as well, and you know, when you're facing them, sometimes it can rub off. As you can see, Kanna was able to clean up Pyoshik, but he's inside the enemy base. As we've got another fight breaking out immediately. Huge knockups will land here onto DRX. The heroic entrance does zone a lot of the members, but Closer still finds the backline. That's a good knockup onto the Akali, but he lands the backfoot, takes down the Pantheon, and T1 have turned it all back around. Deft not going to be able to get them all here as they do go down relatively low, but he's slowed, and Teddy will finish this one up. Double kill for the Ashe. That's the ace, and that will be the game here for T1.
Yeah, and Closer, he's definitely ace for T1, and so many analysts and people were just thinking that, yeah, I mean, Closer is good player, but it's still like, we're not sure if he's good or not because you didn't play against Showmaker and Chovy, and this time around, I think he proves himself that he is a top of the LCK mid laner against Chovy, against DRX, and that's the game 1 for T1.
Yep, Nexus will go down. Congratulations to T1, able to pick up that first victory in the series. First time that we saw Evelyn, she fell down for first blood, but was able to get some stuff done. Was Pyoshik, but otherwise it was ultimately not quite enough. The teamfight composition out of T1 was just too strong. And DRX, I just don't know, man. I feel like the weakest second place team we've ever had when it comes to playoffs here for the LCK. They really have had a fall from grace since the spring season and since the first round of summer. They were looking so good, but now it's just, I don't know whether it's the draft, whether it's the communication, whether it's tilt, I don't know, but they just haven't looked like the dominant DRX that we were expecting in 2020.
I mean, understanding about their team comp was a lot missing from DRX. I mean, their early game was just so good, you know, even though you had some bad moments on the top side, you used the strong early game picks like Kalista Pantheon on the bot lane, so you forced so many flashes, and that enabled the Evelyn's early game power. And after that, the mid game, late game, the rotation-wise, T1 was just a lot smarter than DRX side, so they got mid turret with the sneaky header on the mid lane, and then Kanna, I think he should get some spotlight as well because he was playing against Evelyn 24/7, and this level 2 play was also impactful as well, and so many small detail things were just so much better from T1 side, and that made huge difference, I think, when it came to the late game. And yeah.
And also Closer being able to follow up very nicely on a lot of these ganks. I mean, Kanna eventually falls down there, but there were just so many team fights with it. It was crazy. It's just fight after fight. We come out of a replay and we'd be straight into another battle, and that's exactly what T1 wants to do. They had a team fight composition, and Closer, we just have to shout out his mechanics, getting around the back line.
Yeah.
They didn't necessarily win this team fight, but it looked damn cool as he was cleaning things up.
By the way, I'm purely picking up the POG for a Closer because of his mechanics. I mean, in these team fights, I think Closer, he showed up by far the best Akali performance as a mid laner, in my opinion. It was
certainly
really
for
clean.
this season.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, that was just so clean Akali. Just always just dump on the backline, even though they have like Pantheon, Galio. He just ignores, and he didn't even die so many times. You know, with so many good usage of Zhonya's helped him, and so many good mechanical plays in team fights helped T1 side. And I think the first skirmishes on the bot side, because Closer picked up 2 kills and 1 assist without that kind of helped T1 to have a better mid-game team fight, and I think he should get some POG points before the Summer Split ends right here. And he was playing as Chovy, by the way, and he was ahead in farm and better player.
He dominated him, actually.
Dominated, demolished.
It's not exactly the greatest of matchups for the Galio. However, I mean, Close is just showing that he is on another level when it comes to champions, like the Akali, like the Aurelia as well. As we're going to see, Jace did a fair bit of damage, but I mean, that's him smacking on a handbag on the top side of the map. That's not necessarily a representation of what happened in a lot of these team fights, and he's Jace, so he gets a lot of poke damage down.
And also,
I don't know, man.
Yeah, there is no excuses on Chovy because he picked this matchup and he failed. So that should be on him.
And it was a pick for sort of team fight, right? And it was for team composition, being able to get those picks around the map. But it just didn't work. It just wasn't the right champion to go for at that particular point in time for the laning phase or anything like that. And maybe he underestimated Closer just a little bit. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break, and we do have something special prepared for you. We've got our first LCK global movie that we're going to get to show you. So stick around and check it out.
Time comes down. Oh, going to find it. Oh no, it's a disaster for DRX, and now Canner is on the chase. That's a fantastic interruption there as well. Death with gigantic damage. Double kill out of nowhere, and now DRX find themselves.
Probably think he could go for the steal, but he might.
Affiliate! How many years?
And he just lights up everyone and gets the Baron.
Elder will go the way of SP, but that's 2 members already down. But again, it's not right now, so I think,
Okay, not sure how many years.
Oh man. Fly in there as Spirit with his ultimate running keeps himself alive, but that Emperor's Divide was absolutely fantastic. It's nothing in comparison to Mystic with his quadra kill though. Is it going to be back-to-back Benters against Sandbox in the first game? It is! Mystic does it. Welcome back for 2020 Summer Africa Freaks. Yeah. What about your, wasn't one eye worse than the other?
My right eye is blind.
I mean, for the light. No? Same? Okay.
Yeah.
That's good. So how you doing?
Making it awkward.
Just, you know, asking about your eyes. So just
Thank you. Yeah, lost sight.
It's the arrival. I came in the league, went straight for the title. No time to idle. I'm finna get it, put that on the Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move like the final. Oh my mind. Nobody believe it, they all in denial.
This right didn't teleport in Goron and then trap with Chovy.
now he's gonna have to flash. But look at that 3-man root. But they're getting in there, trying to get him with the exhaust. But they don't have the damage. He's still alive. He's still alive, and that is gonna be the end of these 3 members.
Oh, go next. Oh, go next.
Yep. It's Pete Bus that we're looking for. Stretch line lands. Death Charge comes in, and there's the final chapter. Shot Barrage is going to come over the top. Moonlight Vigil to answer. As Carrier hops out. Crescendum is on here for Mystic, as now Doran looks for the ult. He doesn't actually have it available. And Mystic, over in the alcove, is able to win out the fight of Soshik. Can you just kill Mystic, please? As Def gets caught up, it's a double kill, and Mystic's just running around. The Undertow's not going to land. It's a disaster for DRX. The Severum gets all of his health back, and this is what Africa were looking for in Game 1. They're back in this one. I just
Impressive.
Every single player on the side of Soto and Prince, they have ape on their shirt. They're not, you know.
Oh no!
It stands for Absolute Power Esports, guys. So just keep that in mind.
Oh.
I couldn't not mention it. I mean, it's right there in big letters on their jerseys. I'm not entirely sure what the plan was. Oh, Velios is, yeah,
Okay.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, it seems fair. I don't know. You know.
Yeah.
Oh, now the Temper Bait gonna land onto Teddy and Mega Inferno Bomb. Now, my God, he was almost the one shot again. Is now dead. Oh, what? Wait, what? That's so much damage. Did he die to his own death dance? I think he might have. Wow. Oh my God.
Is this one dangerous to you?
That artillery strike for as long as possible.
Oh, God.
That was blind. He just put the ward down.
As Aphelios, he might have 200 years, but Kassadin is definitely BC, along with Zoe.
He's been around since the Stone Ages, I think.
2.5 minutes until that Ocean Dragon's coming.
He's
Oh,
hunting.
yeah. Dub. Just press R. Yeah.
He got slowed.
And Killer, Auto, and the Blast Cone is there.
Oh!
What is he doing, man?
He's staying around. He's like, maybe I can bait him. Maybe On Fleek can help me out. Showmaker's going in again. And he's just going to flash that one. I'm just watching the bottom fight. Top fight is going to be easy wins. The Showmaker says, does he even say anything?
Oh, no!
Let it go, let it go, let it go. Gimme.
Gimme. Just remember, they're the ones that outscale, except for Camille. So, Camille is wow. She's a nice. That's a nice champ. Before 200 years, there was this.
I gotta get it on my set.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2020. I'm Atlas. I hope that I'm not out of sync. I know there were some issues there. We're really sorry with the audio quality of that video. I believe it was a decompression issue, and we're hopefully going to have that one sorted so that next time it's not going to sound like a pack of robots, although it was very entertaining looking at Twitch chat because it was just full of a lot of bzzzt, which was definitely a lot of fun. Not so much fun because I thought that the video was really cool and unfortunately didn't necessarily work out the way that we wanted to. But, you know, sometimes things go wrong and we're just going to have to try and fix it and get it sorted out for the next time. And speaking of fixing things, DRX also going to have to fix the way that they play League of Legends because it didn't work against T1 in game number 1. What a segue, am I right? What does DRX need to focus on?
I think, yeah, I mean, they are trying new team comp, right? But I think that it's not working out for them. And I think they just need to play a little bit serious because it feels like they keep trying things. And that happened. Closer player of the game with Akali.
Yep, looking pretty good on the Akali pick as well. As he will be able to pick up a pretty comfortable player of the game. We'll have to have a look at the votes.
By the way, this top play was such a disappointing plays from DRX. Like, why your Renekton is flashing in when Evelyn is not like hoping for flash as well? Like, just sync the plays and everything is gonna be fine. But it seems like DRX, they're not focused. Maybe because of the online plays, but there is no excuses, you know. The playoff is gonna be online as well, so they just need to keep up some focus. And I think the main reason why T1 had such a great team fight was because of their positioning. Always Ash was on the back line, and with the Nautilus helps him, and Akali jumping into the back line with tank Lilia. That was actually impressive as well, by the way.
Yeah. It was super sick. A few votes did go over to Canna. He got 3 of them, but it was 6 out of 9 in favor of Closer there. In the mid lane is Akali, looking fantastic once again. So very good to see from the brand new mid laner for T1. And they're going to get back on track with this victory here, and we'll see whether they can do so again in game number 2. DRX hopefully will shore up some of their drafting problems. That's what we're looking out for, as Faker is coming in. They win the game, but still, Closer is going to be subbed out. Faker coming in. It's getting pretty spicy here as we move into T1's final game of the regular season, as well as DRX's. And now DRX with a little bit more that they're going to have to focus on, as we'll see how recharged the unkillable Demon King actually is as he hops into the mid lane now.
Can you actually feel it? My heart is beating.
Whoa.
Oh, man. Faker
no longer
is
he
back.
hiding on bench.
Faker is back, man. I mean, that is everything. Like, Faker is back, and I was just waiting for his performance, and he should get so much motivation from that, by the way. Game 1, his substitute got POG.
Yeah, and we've seen this before, actually, from T1. I mean, Mata, I think it was a little while ago, but he picked up a player of the game and then immediately got subbed out. I feel like it happens on T1 more than it does other teams, where it's just arbitrary. They're just going to be subbing no matter what.
I mean, this is such a great motivation for Faker, I think. Like, he definitely watched the match, right? And Closer was doing so many great things against Chovy, and that's the reason why T1 got so clean game at game 1. And Faker finally back from the bench, and so much pressure. I mean, there is maybe no pressure for such a experienced player, but I would definitely think this is such a huge pressure on him right now.
Well, Faker's played with plenty of pressure in the past, as we're going to have a look at the draft here. DRX is going to ban the Lilia this time, as well as Lucian on blue side, with Ezreal being taken away from Deft by T1. Let's see how far down the 80 carry rabbit hole they are going to go. The second ban needs to come in a couple of seconds' time. Let's see where it is. Caitlyn can be taken away. Now, DRX could just ban Ashe if they want to.
Yeah.
And say your move.
Yeah. Or just look for first pick Ashe, or I think it depends on DRX. What champion do you really want to play? For example, there is Renekton Nidalee combo. It's kind of popular in LCK right now, and it seems like it's better choice than Volibear first pick. And there is Ashe ban.
The Ashe ban is going to come in. I did look at the script, so I knew exactly what was going to happen.
Yeah.
Let's see what the final ban is from T1.
I'm not gonna surprise if they just first pick Renekton for Nidalee setup. And T1 already
Nidalee gonna be banned. Okay.
Smart ban picks.
My cat currently destroying my room. So I hope that he doesn't rip off the wallpaper. I'll have to call my landlord. That'd be bad news, Bears. But let's get back into this draft here. 10 seconds to go. DRX considering a Renekton first pick is what I'm feeling as TF going to come through. So we haven't actually seen TF left open all that often, especially yesterday. I believe he was let through the draft in game 1, unless I am immensely mistaken.
I mean,
but now they're going to have another global from the mid lane.
That's because of the laning phase of TF, you know? That 2 seconds nerf on W cooldown was actually really huge for his laning phase. So that's the reason why TF was not high prioritizing in LCK anymore. But if you use as a team, still, it has Destiny, which is such a great tool to snowball in the early game and control the side lane. So it's still fine. And the Nidalee ban coming out from T1 and just picking up Volibear first is really impactful, because when you're playing as Volibear, you normally pick up some speedy AP junglers like Lilia and Nidalee, but this time around, they picked up such a great tools. And I think this is one of the games that the Volibear can just play freely in the jungle lane and look for some impactful ganks in the early game.
Well, I imagine DRX are going to pick away the Kalista now, because set Kalista, we've already seen it be very, very dominant. Yeah. And I'd be very surprised to see that left available, as Pyoshik is going to take away Graves first. And we're going to have a Senna lock-in. I swear I'm, like, when I try to predict what DRX are going to do, I always get it wrong, because their drafts are just so weird.
So random, yeah. They're looking for high noon synergy. That's what I'm seeing right now.
Yes, the cowboy combo.
Yeah, the cowboy combo, but I'm not sure if it's actually good. Because, yeah, there was so many Graves tries in LCK and it didn't work out because of the outcome, you know. So many players tried with Ignite and even Flash, but the snowball from Graves was not that like comparable or like a solo queue. And
okay. Looks like Faker is going to be picking up the Galio here. That's his way of trying to follow Chovy around the map. A lot of people like to go with the Sylas. Faker instead, he just wants to come down from the sky and knock everyone into the air. So let's see how the Galio is going to do. It's sort of the run back matchup here that our DRX opted into for game number 1. However, it was against an Akali this time, going to be against a Twisted Fate. Kennen going to be taken away from Doran. And I actually, I've thought about it for a second, and we've seen Senna set be extraordinarily powerful as well. So picking away the Kalista not as important, because if T1 had the Senna opportunity, then they could have gone with that as well. And this is one of Death's better champions as well. So let's see what T1 are going to ban here as the Renekton was taken away.
I'm expecting some AP champions out from DRX. I mean, I think they're highly focused on early game snowball, and I really think that Galio pick is gonna be a coin flip. Either you just have a great counter on their champions, or you are gonna get kited 24/7, and you're not gonna be have a happy times in the game. But I guess it depends on their team comp, and it seems like they're looking for some aggressive picks on the bot lane. Oh, come back up to 200 years.
Yeah, it might just be, as Camille going to be locked away. So we're going to save our 80 carry pick for the last, as Camille definitely very strong, but now Doran has the opportunity to try and counter it. Doesn't have Renekton to go towards or anything like that, and we'll see what he does decide to go with. As Jace could be picked up. Still another availability here for DRX. There's 5 seconds to go. They're going to have to make up their mind, and it is going to be Akali locked in, so that's going to be taken into the Camille. And there is the Leona. So we're going to have the more 80 carry style of Senna. As we've sort of seen fasting Senna fall out of vogue. So Deft is going to be doing as much of the damage as possible there in that lane. And Kai'Sa, this is the old Griffin special in the Kai'Sa set. They actually tried to do this against DRX a while back, but not going to be considered in the end, as we're back to 200 years. It's taken them about 200 years to make the decision, but in the end, it will be misfortune. So I guess we're just taking round the rosy.
Yeah. I mean, I think he was thinking about the follow-ups, because your team comp is more about just jumping into enemy more than peeling your AD carry, right? So he was considering Kai'Sa at first, but yeah, Kai'Sa is not a great champion to play out. And I mean, MF plus Set is actually kind of strong lane. So I think they have great tool for the early game, and they already finished up with the Galio Camille combo on the top side. So I think it really depends on like how they stand out for the early game, because obviously DRX, they're gonna control the mid jungle with the TF plus Graves combination. So I think it really depends on DRX how they snowball the early game, and if nothing is gonna happen until the mid game, the game 1 situation is gonna happen, which is T1 is gonna automatically win the team fight with their team composition.
Yeah, especially if Teddy's positioning can be good, and that will be difficult this game because he has to deal with Twisted Fate porting in on top of him, Leona, you know, Flash Zenith Blade. He just doesn't have all that much peel unless the Galio is going to be sitting on top of him with things like that. But you imagine that most of T1 are going to be diving on their opponents to try and kill Deft. So this is a Deft versus Teddy position off. Now let's see who's going to be able to stand out ahead. As I do like what DRX have put together as far as an aggressive comp is concerned. And let's see whether the center carry can actually work out here as Faker makes his re-debut for potentially T1's final game in the regular season for 2020. He's going to be on his Galio. Certainly has had some great performances in the past. You could probably say that about every champion that Faker has ever played. And welcome back, Unkillable Demon King. Let's see whether he can manage to find the same amount of success that Closer was able to in Game 1.
Yeah. Maybe this matchup, it's kind of harsh for Faker to have a better CSing and laning phase.
Yeah, right.
Because of the matchup. I hope people are not like too harsh on him, because he picked up for his team. And this time around, we just need to look up like the difference between Chuvi's Galio and Faker's Galio is that he has the better team comp to use those Galio's abilities when it comes to the team fight. Because last time when they had Evelyn, the flank was not enough to available the Galio's abilities enough. So I think it really depends on him to use the Galio's abilities this game. So we'll see what's gonna happen when DRX are gonna try to finish up the early game snowball with TF and Graves.
Let's also see whether this can be a 3-game series. That's what I'm looking forward to. I want DRX to be able to show us that they are actually a second-place team here in the LCK. Because after Game 1, after their series against Solo One Prince, I am not convinced that they're at that level at the moment.
No one
Especially
is convinced, I would say.
Yeah, right. Especially after seeing what T1's been able to do recently, apart from their Damwon series, as well as Gen G looking better and better. As Deft finding some damage, but Carrier also doing what he can. Good sidestep there from Deft to get out of the Haymaker. And I feel like Teddy is the last player that we have here in the LCK that still likes the misfortune, as Canna finds a really nice hook shot onto Doran. Doran's still trying to fight this one out, gets the passive to go for that trade, but as you can see, he's going to need to go home for a reset, and we'll miss out on a bit of these minions as well, as Pyoshik here just farming out his Raptor camp. Canna having a really good start to this game already.
Yeah. And Doran is one of the players who is rolling a dice so many times. I mean, he's carrying some games, but yeah, it's kind of 50-50 chance, you know. Doran is gonna 1v9 the game, or he's not gonna have good time from
Oh
the
no, the quick draw into the brush. Goodbye, Pyoshik. The smite is going to come through. He flashes, but Cuz is going to flash after him. The red buff comes through as Faker's already... What? What? Okay. Sometimes you just want to flash, you know? And that's what Faker wanted to do right there.
I mean, he tried to catch up with Nimbus Clock, but didn't happen. So...
It
interesting.
looked a little bit odd.
I mean, I thought Graves is gonna survive, but because of the first dash, it looked like a bit weird at the first moment. But anyways, the outcome is still same. He survived because of the face rush, and this time around he got flash.
Well, there's the face breaker onto Carrier. He does have a fair bit of safety, as Deft is going to get a bit of damage down onto the set. Minion wave is going to crash forward. And the bottom lane in control here by T1 at the minute. Top side as well, looking very, very good for Canna. So far so good for T1, despite that interesting moment in the jungle. This time, very lucky for Pioshik that he's not going to be playing from a big deficit.
Yeah. But it's actually really interesting to see how Kaz is active, because he's known as defensive jungler. He's known as just play safe, and when your laners are losing, just escape your jungle and just look for the camps like with smart moves. But this time around he's just so aggressive, like it reminds Afrika Frix's jungler Dread.
Yeah, right.
Invading 24/7 with his laners priors, and it kind of helps so many times T1 side. And even though it's not like impact kill ganks or like killing enemy jungler actually, but still it's helping their laners to have such an easy lane, because you spotted enemy jungler and you forced out him out of the jungle, so it's still great for them.
It was a bit weird there from Canna, but I think he was looking for a reset anyway, so can use your health bar as a resource. A bit there. You can see Deft and Carrier doing okay here underneath the turret, and in fact are ahead in farm, even with that minion wave yet to clear up, so doing much better than it looked. But T1 should still be able to take down this first Drake. It's a Cloud, not exactly the greatest, but they will be on track for an early Soul if they can continue a snowball of objectives. And
Yep.
Faker down by about 11 CS, but you can't compare him to Closer in this game because, of course, it's not melee versus melee. It is melee versus range, and it's a little bit more difficult for the Galio to farm things out. There's Kenner up here. He went for his reset, got himself double Doran's Blade against the arm guard that Doran now has completed, so that's going to help out. But Canna last hitting beautifully underneath this turret. Oh, just love it. Love to see it.
Yeah, not missing a single crit. That's just a life goal when you're playing League of Legends, right?
Jonas Strong's dream as well, because of course we know how much he likes blast hitting. So with happy observers, we continue this game. Very, very even at the moment, although there is a slight advantage when it comes to Drakes here in favor of T1.
Yeah, and those kind of small early game leads were needed from DRX, actually. But that jungle invade situation caused by Kaz was really impactful, even though it was not kill. Still, so I think every game plan he planned for the early game, Kaz, it worked out perfectly in so many recent games. And look, I mean, every laners are just having free lane and helping jungler as well. So they're just having such a great moment between the jungler and laner, T1.
Yep, just chilling at this point in time. And their comp is going to be very happy moving into a mid and late game like you illustrated already in the draft. DRX, it's up to them to really get some stuff going here early, and this might be their opportunity. Effort going to take a fair bit of damage as there's a teleport in from Faker. Not sure what the Destiny was doing. Is Chovy just going to chill out there in the mid lane? I think they just wanted some vision of what was going on.
Yeah.
And the deep teleport not really going to work there for Faker, as you just saw.
I'm not sure about the timing, but maybe that was defensive TP because of the Destiny?
Yeah,
Or-
potentially.
Yeah, potentially. Maybe,
Also, he was just coming back to lane anyway, so you just may as well do that. Ward is going to spot out Cuz. Doran going to be pretty safe here.
so much
all
better
quiet.
lane for Chovy because it's the range versus melee matchup. But it's all about the team comp, and P1, they just need to farm in the early game and just look for the mid-game teamfight like just happened in game 1. And everything seems okay for T1, even though maybe losing CS on the mid lane a little bit. It doesn't matter, it's Galio still. So it really depends on second Drake, it feels like, because if DRX actually gives up the second Drake, then I think T1 is gonna have so much better team composition when the timing, when it's coming into the third Drake timing, so I think it really some snowball situation is really needed from DRX side, and it feels like they're getting pushed out. Yeah.
Effort in position to go for some sort of dive, but as you can see, Faker's moving on down. DRX know exactly what's going on, and oh no, Deft underneath the turret, and he's just exploded. No ult necessary out of Cuz, and no Galio required either. As looks like the Raptor is what Chovy's interested in. And Pyosha can put down the Rift Herald if he would like to, and he does so. HLE pops down right underneath this turret. And Doran and Pyosha going to pick up a bunch of extra gold with all of those plates. So still good as far as money is concerned, but that first blood going over to T1 will even that out.
But the point is, Kanna is not getting gold on the top side. That is the difference, you know? Kanna is so stable on the top lane every single time, and you remember when he played against Renekton Iflin, he didn't die like couple of times. He just died one time, and he just realized that okay, Evelyn and Renekton, he's gonna go come on the top side, and I just need to take care, and my team is gonna carry. I mean, it's not easy mindset for the top laners, right? But he's doing it, and that makes the game a lot easier. And the snowball setup from T1 is just way too clean, because the clean kill is not happening like many times in pro scene, when especially it's a strong team versus strong team, but T1, they're doing it.
Showstopper here towards the bottom side as Carrier up against the wall, still has flash available, decides to go aggressive there onto Effort. Deft free hitting as much as he possibly can, as there's the Dawning Shadow. Teddy very, very close to going down, and Set has already fallen. The ulti out there for Cuz as DRX answer back on the bottom side.
DRX, I thought the T1 was setting up some good plays, but...
Alright, Hextech Ultimatum comes in. Faker wants to come down as well. They get the knock up onto Deft, who flashes away. Destiny forward from Chovy as they're trying to turn it once again. Faker flashing out as Doran still going aggressive. The tactical sweep not going to work out there, as Cuz from the backside is going to come in, see what he can get done, but he's now on the run. The red buff is going to tag him up, and the gold out of Carrier is beautiful, as he's going to keep himself alive with that stopwatch. And DRX now walk away with 1,000 gold lead.
Oh yeah, the earlier trade from T1 was not great. The focus on Set was just so much better, and the TP timing from Doran was easier as well, because Kanna was getting CS on the turret and he was resetting first. So the timing was kind of off for T1, and better timing for DRX because they got advantage on the top side. So if they just waited for like extra 2 seconds, maybe the situation is gonna be completely different, but it didn't happen. So DRX, they're controlling from the bot side. Everything is slowly snowballing for DRX side.
Yeah, it's working out pretty well, as this fight was extraordinarily long. Cuz coming in there and stealing away the kill onto Deft, but ultimately he's going to fall down as well, and Carrier the beautiful bait as Faker almost gets that kill from over the wall with his taunt. Not quite able to do so, as Faker now booking it into this mid lane. Predator on the Galio, much like what Chovy threw down in game number 1. Same thing there for Faker, but not able to make it work there onto the gank against the Twisted Fate, as Chovy goes for a very long ride back to that minion with his Shuriken backflip. And Doran 1-0-1 now as the dust settles, and actually has a slight gold advantage even after this minion wave is going to be taken down.
Yeah, even though Deft died twice, it doesn't matter. He's playing Senna, so he's gonna be useful anyways. And most important thing is their top side, because they are the main damage dealing in the early game, and it was not like them making the plays, but the reaction from them was just so picky. So those both plays kind of help the RX side, but they just need to keep snowball. If they stop with this early game late, then I think T1 is gonna slowly chase them with the team comp advantage. So they just need to keep snowball, and it's gonna be the turret if they want to snowball.
I think also that if DRX are able to lock down a few more Drakes, that could skew things. It is going to be Ocean Soul this game, both teams with 3 of them available. And if DRX can get themselves Ocean Soul, that can certainly help them win, even if those team fights do end up happening. So look to see where that fight is going to begin. 2.5 minutes is likely when that is going to start. As we've got a 34 CS lead for Chovy in the mid lane. The TF having a very, very good time this time around. Feels like Chovy's got himself sorted when it comes to his usual farming tactics.
Yeah. I mean, Galio is obviously not a counter against TF, right? You just pick for Team Cup, and it just needs to pop off from T1 side when it comes to mid-game team fight, and that is really needed, you know? Kept saying that T1 has better team position when it comes to team fight, but if they die and if they get snowballed by DRX side, it doesn't matter. Team comp doesn't matter when it comes to bad Braves and Akali on the top side. So I think they just need to group up and have a better team position and control on the object side, and that's gonna help T1 such a in a positive way. But DRX, are they gonna try to team fight or keep snowball? I think that's the choice from DRX.
Well, Destiny's going to come in and T1 immediately backing away. Canna hookshots himself defensively. And Shirley, she's going to just go back to her house. And DRX are just going to focus here on the mid lane, as T1 are just going to reposition as best they can. And now, it's DRX's turn to start this one up.
Yeah. Tempo-wise, DRX kind of defend this header with the Destiny, so they have better position this time, but it's T1 now. They need to decide if they're gonna fight or no.
Yeah, let's see how this fight is going to go, as it is going to be Shirley locked down by Pyoshik, but they haven't got the eye. It's into the back line. Goes effort. I don't know whether that was the best choice. It's Faker on top of him, but a little bit too late. As the taunt not necessarily going to work out. Solar Flare to interrupt the bullet time. Faker going to be taken down as the double kill comes forward from Deft. And Carrier to be following Canna on the top side. He's not going to be able to keep himself alive. And a triple kill for the DRX 80 carry.
I'm not sure what was that, by the way. That was really optimistic engage by Effort. I mean, he could engage if he wanted, like 5 seconds ago, but that was really forced and not synchronized play by Effort right now. I mean, at this timing he could engage, but he got into the half HP. Your Volibear got zoned, and that was only Galio who could follow up. And even though you have great position on Misfortune, you do not have damage on the target. So that was such an engage from Effort, I would say. I mean, there is no offense, but that was such a troll play.
Yeah, it was very weird. As the Eye of the Herald is still just chilling and will just dissipate, as it all happened while that fight was going on. Cuz coming on over here, not going to be able to grab himself the Rift Scuttler as Carrier misses the Zenith Blade, so the Bear is going to survive, but without his ultimate, and this should mean that DRX can grab the first Ocean Drake of the game. And now they're sitting on just over a 3,000 gold lead, looking much better in this one in comparison to game number 1.
Yeah. I think they just need to have have some time, just give up some turret and look for the farm, because right now, just look at the DRX side, they're all bad, and if the fight is gonna happen, the team composition doesn't matter anymore. They're gonna just die.
And also the team comp, I think, is saved a little bit by the Senna. Because if everyone's standing in the ultimate, then you get so much more effective health on all of these squishy members that do so much damage out of DRX. And so as long as Deft's positioning is good, we mentioned it already, that this is a game that's going to be about positioning. Teddy, with a great bullet time, almost saved the team fight for T1, but unfortunately, he just doesn't have the items to quite get there just yet. And Deft as well. I mean, he gets his ulti across his entire team plus the enemy team, then that's a huge gain for DRX as far as health swing in a team fight. So looking forward to seeing how these next few fights are going to go. Should be in favor of DRX based on the gold. But composition-wise, T1 can still make a team fight work if their coordination is going to be on point. And this is what we were talking about, right? I feel like we're going back to the old T1 where it felt like there were some communication problems as effort. He's going to get spotted out here as the ultimate does fly back forward. He picks up Chovy, but Chovy looks pretty happy to do that as Faker just in to save his set. And I don't know what it is, but effort certainly out of position a little bit here today.
Yeah. I mean, at game 1 it was fine, but he was doing okay. But this time around, maybe he's the mastery on that champion is not good enough to play on.
Potentially is now Cuz. He's the one that's going to get snared up. Pyoshik, end of the line comes in as that's a good Zenith played out from Kerry, who's trying to frontline. Flash comes out to get out of the way of the Solar Flare, and the Dawning Shadow is going to miss because of that one as well. I liked the idea out of DRX, but good mitigation of aggro from T1 will shore them up and keep everyone alive.
Yeah, and I think they just need to have some farming time, T1. They keep forcing the fight, but I don't think they have enough power to fight back against DRX right now. It feels like DRX, they just need to some auto attacks to just kill them all right now. So
yeah,
at least they need 2 cores on the AD carry, and then maybe Teddy can pop off in the mid game team fight. But look at the goal difference. The game was such an even game until 20 minutes, but
yeah. We've also now got we've got Chovy with his Magi's. He's got 6 stacks, only needs 4 more, and he's going to get that extra movement speed and that extra control that you pick up from the best book in the shop. Don't listen to Boris. It is definitely Magi's, the superior book that you can collect for yourself. 10 stacks on the Rod of Ages as well. He's got a bunch of CDR picked up with those Boots of Lucidity, as well as a cheeky little Fiendish Codex. And he should be on his way to his Zhonya's pretty soon and already has a stopwatch, so those Messiah plays can come in. Shout out to those of you who understands what that means, because that's from a very long time ago. Destiny comes forward, and this is just Chovy trying to get to the top lane. As DRX with map hacks, they'll be able to trade to their life's content. Their heart's content, sorry.
yeah, they just need to get some vision control right, and they have such a great CC to hunt them down when they're looking for face check on DRX's vision control side. So we keep having a hard time to going into the deep side in the jungle.
Oh, Chovy gonna get caught out of position here just a little bit as the Justice Punch was trying to mitigate the CC, but Chovy still walks out of the way. It's gonna be fine. It's Chovy now going back. We'll see what he can actually afford with the gold that he has picked up there towards the top side.
I mean, the issue for T1 right now is that they're losing all 3 lanes. You cannot even get the mid prior. I mean, because of that, your side laner is having a hard time. I mean, just side laners itself, they're just losing 1v1 matchup. So nothing is just hopeful for T1 right now, because your mid lane is also really behind in CS. Their top side is completely got demolished, but their last hope again, when Faker is back, magically, the Teddy one is back. It seems like it's all about Teddy, and the team fight.
And now we can see that this dragon is just going to freely go over to DRX.
Yeah.
The Destiny used just for zoning. And I don't think I've ever spoken about a zoning Destiny before, but that's exactly what that was. And that is going to confirm soul point here for DRX as Pyoshik comfortably takes that one down. He's just quietly sitting on 2-0 and 3 now as well on this Graves. So definitely having a good performance, much better than most of the Graves that we see here in the LCK. Certainly feels a bit like a trap, as it's not like Lilia in the jungle, who's now 10-0, who's banned away in this game, and for good reason. It feels like. It just feels broken in Korea. I don't know why it's all about Korea as far as Lilia is concerned. We've seen her lose elsewhere. But yeah, here in Korea, Lilia is an insta-win.
Yeah, because of the movement speed, we have better dodge skills, I guess. But anyways.
Maybe.
DRX is still under pressure though. They have soul point, yes, but there is still 4 minutes that T1 can freely farm, and also there is still Nasher up. The item wise, it seems like it's really hard to lose a team fight, but still, it's Teddy, right? Who is 50 CS ahead against enemy AD carry. So I really think it's all about, again, we mentioned, AD carry's positioning is the key point for this game.
Oh yeah. And look, I mean, Teddy might be ahead of Deft, but both solo laners are leading on the side of DRX. And the problem is that DRX have a lot of dive. They have a lot of ability to get into the backline and kill a less mobile AD carry like the Misfortune, who does want to be able to stand there in bullet time, right? But then Akali says, all right, well, I'll just kill you. As she can just ult into the backline and pick her off as Destiny comes through. And Pyosik wants to be able to grab the blue buff, and he does so very comfortably. And that, like, I swear, Destiny hasn't been used in order for Gate to come out at all. Chovy's only used it to get to lanes. But they've been able to utilize it really, really nicely just to make sure that they can take exactly what they want on the map. As now Pyosik will find a lot of damage there onto Faker. Make It Rain comes down from Teddy. Just testing the waters here on both sides. And T1 trying to get whatever vision control they can find as we've got the split push going on. Chovy up here. Might have a few friends turn up as Faker's going to be able to pick up this minion wave. The rest of T1 just here towards the top side, trying to mitigate all of that side lane pressure that has come out. It feels like DRX are playing the side lanes very, very nicely, moving towards that 7,000 gold lead ever so slowly. I think it's going to be about this Ocean Drake that's coming up, like you mentioned, 2 minutes and 20 seconds now before that one is going to be there. 3 items completed for Deft, only 2 sitting on Teddy, who's going back now. We'll see whether that rapid fire cannon will come in, whether he's still a ways away. No, Hex Drinker. Just going to be that pickoff. And we mentioned the Akali who can get into the backline. Hex Drinker is definitely going to help Teddy out.
Definitely. And there is no chance when T1 gives up this Drake because of the Ocean Drake. You need extra item then. You're even behind. So I think there's no way T1 is gonna win this game after losing the soul, Ocean Soul against DRX. So they just need to fight at the right timing to stop their Ocean Drake. And that's it, you know? They're not going Nasher, they're not doing Nasher because of the team comp. Zoning Destiny is happening again because of the safety.
Yeah. I like it. He'll have that one available most likely by the time they need to fight around the Drake anyway. Zhonya's is completed. Looking for a rapid fire cannon now onto Chovy. Get all those long range cards out. And he's level 16, so the nerf to TF is completely irrelevant right now. As Doran has a few friends down here, and he might need to be a little bit careful. The Shroud is only so helpful here for this guy, as there's the showstopper. Not going to be able to ult out of that one. Facebreaker comes in, but he is still able to keep himself shrouded. Pyosik turns up as Carrier getting Zenith Blade into the backline. Doesn't quite find the solar flare that he's looking for as the Gargoyle Stoneplate comes out. Chovy now just running around really fast here towards the bottom side as Canna goes low, but it's a trade of top lane as Faker going golden as well, but the rest of T1 can't get into position. There's the bullet time finally coming out, but Effort has to flash defensively, and Chovy looking for Teddy. Piercing Darkness comes down as Deft really wants more, but isn't able to dive a turret as the squishy center, and DRX do walk away with a slight advantage, being able to take down one extra member of T1.
Yeah, they focused on Doran first, but because it's Akali with Zhonya's, it's just so hard to catch in a 1 second, even though you are 5-man. So
it would have been hard if she had have used the Zhonya's, but she didn't actually manage to in that fight.
Maybe he didn't have it before, but anyway.
Oh yeah, maybe. It might have actually been a stopwatch, and he might have been able to utilize it. So you might be correct there as Ocean Soul comes in, and DRX looks so much better. Let's have a look at this team fight once again. Break it down for me, Wooded.
Yeah, I mean, the focus on the Akali. I mean, the escape route from Doran was just so clean. So they couldn't CC chain. That's the reason why they are actually having a hard time. After the team fight, they used so many things on Akali, but he didn't die. Maybe Doran, he just looked for not necessarily aggressive play, but anyway, team fight is already done so from the first place because you used every skill shot on Akali, but he didn't die. That's all.
Yeah. And now DRX with Ocean Soul, now looking to set up for a potential Baron. We've moved towards a 7,000 gold lead. The solo laners are absolutely gigantic here on DRX. As DYN picked the wrong book off the bookshelf, but that's okay. Still will have the ability to stop a bunch of the healing that's going to come down. I mean, Canna has Grasp of the Undying, all right? So there's your healing that you're going to be mitigating. Not exactly the greatest game to have a Morello, but that's fine.
That is
LS
okay.
probably hasn't spoken to them yet. It's just Boris getting into their heads.
Yeah, I mean, you're ahead in game, so it doesn't matter. You can just go for any item with the AP.
Build what you want.
Yeah.
Where's the Warmogs? Warmogs Akali? That's what I want.
So they have to look for some cheeky plays, T1, because they are just that behind. There is not many chance that they have a winning team fight right now because of the different item difference is just so huge. So they just need to look for some miracle team fights, some cheeky ideas like Galio TP behind or Camille TP behind or something. But yeah, if you just go for straight up 5v5, there is no chance. And the vision control is real, and slowly DRX is gonna try the Nasher. So, what is the answer from T1? They have no summon spells on Misfortune, so maybe they're afraid to take the team fight right now. But are they gonna lose every single things that they have, T1?
Well, they could. As DRX with a lot of control here around this area. They even sweep out that ward over the wall. And this control ward also going to go down as Effort, just going to get chunked and destroyed. No way that he could get out of that one, and I just don't know why he was there in the first place. This will overflow into an inner turret in the mid lane. And now we're looking for a 5 versus 4 battle. Faker gets chunked, good solar flare into the back line. As Teddy has his bullet time interrupted by that as well. It had barely even got a tick before Carrier had stopped him in his tracks. As now DYN fighting with the rest of T1, but he goes into his Shroud. He will be pretty safe, still has the ulti ready. And so no chance that the Akali was going to die. Now Death will be able to heal him back up again as well. As DRX just playing this one by numbers, trying to get rid of all of these inner turrets where they can. As Chovy hunting after Canna. The rest of T1 are going to turn up.
Yeah.
And this snowball is really starting to get absolutely ridiculous. As with Ocean Soul, I mean, you don't even need the heals out of Deft anymore.
Because of the one team fight in the early game, that made out the huge difference between those teams, and it really feels like T1, they really need to pull the trigger, otherwise they're just gonna slowly lose this game. Maybe there is still one hope, MF free damage, but free dealing in the team fight, but your supports are just dying in 1 second when you get CC chain, as you saw in that situation.
Yeah, exactly right. It's looking very, very scary here for T1 fans. As at least they're able to get through, get some vision down. They read exactly when DRX were going for their reset. And so they used that opportunity to the best of their ability. And now just looking to get in there and pull things away once again. Teddy almost has his flashback available and the cleanse is still there. So now T1 are probably going to be feeling a little bit better about a fight. Probably as best as they can, right? As it's never going to feel too fantastic fighting with a 9,000 gold deficit, especially against an Ocean Soul. As Pioshik, he's just standing here in this brush, interrupting backs where he can, as there are only a couple of wards in the inventory here of T1. As Teddy now on vision, clearing out this minion wave. And DRX, they do need to pull the trigger. They do need to actually do something, and I think going for an aggressive Baron play could actually be the way that they get into this game and really blow it open. There's 33 minutes into the game. If we get to, 6 items on everyone, then it's all about team comp at that stage. And yes, DRX will be able to get there first. Yeah. But now the Baron is going to be started. No vision here from T1. As they will venture into their jungle. There could just be a fight here. We'll see whether T1 can actually win it. Look, as you can see, still very high health bars despite the Baron being taken as DYN gets into the back line, throws down the Zhonyas as heroic entrance comes through as well. It's pretty defensive as Carrier gets into the back line and will just be taken down. Great position from Teddy to maximize what he can do, but in goes Chovy, and over the wall goes Pyoshik. That's going to be the kill onto the Misfortune. Slightly out of position. The Cuz also going to most likely bite the dust here as well as Pyoshik dashing on forward. It's going to be Deft grabbing the kill, and ultimately DRX will break the base.
Yeah, the reason why the vision control is so important is that you're gonna have to face check against the team who has the item advantage against you, and that's the play by DRX was just so clean, and there is a good dive.
Yeah, Deft is going to get caught out. Faker also going to die here as Canna trying to do the best that he can to get them away from these turrets, but I think T1 may have bought the time that they need to save their base for now. As DRX are going to back away. Pyoshik pretty low.
Yeah.
They will get back to base, and let's have a look at this team fight once again.
I mean, they don't want to just 50-50 the Nasher, so they're just looking for the fight. And at first place, it looked like they're kiting out because of the positioning, but Keria, he bought enough time to DRX to reposition themselves, and Chovy, that Destiny usage was so perfect to have such a great aggro from all the T1 members, and that made easy team fight for Deft and Pyoshik. And there is Elder Drake still.
Yeah, Destiny comes through, zoning once again. Because Faker's back in base, he has heroic entrance, and he has teleport, so he can be with his team at a moment's notice. These Destinies have really got under the skin of T1 here today, being able to stop them from doing any objective that DRX wants to. As Storm Razor completed here for Deft, he's going to do a lot of burst damage with that first rapid fire cannon auto. And I mean, Senna already does a lot with just one auto anyway. And as you can see, T1 now positioning to try and get even more inhibitors. Oh, the Glacial Augment's so frustrating as over goes Doran. They're looking for effort once again as he has to go into his stopwatch. See whether he survives, and it looks like he's going to. But getting all of these cooldowns out of T1 is exactly what DRX wants to do, as they might be able to just go back and grab themselves an Elder Drake. It looks like that's exactly where their mind is at.
This snowball is not that fast as we might know from DRX, but the way how they snowball is just way too clean. But yeah, the accident shouldn't happen because they're getting Elder Drake for free, and it's gonna lead them to the free win with the Ocean Soul.
Yep, that's Elder. Going to be picked up here. They should be able to move this into a Baron or into the enemy base, depending on what they want to do. As they're certainly playing this one slow and steady on DRX's side, and I'm okay with it. When there's a team that has had some more disappointing performances, I think it's better to go by the book as best as you can. Doran just playing goalie, as Effort's going to poke his head and gets a ward down. But I don't think that they're going to be able to take this Baron or offer any sort of response. So both of the big objectives go over to DRX, and if they can't win the game with this, then I don't know what they're going to need. They've got Ocean Soul, they've got Elder Drake, they've got Baron buff, they've got over a 10,000 gold lead, 12,000 gold lead in fact. And now they're going to push forward and see whether they can actually end this game.
It's actually impossible to win the team fight right now. It's almost like a cheat. They have Ocean Drake Soul with Elder Drake, and with the Nasher buff, can they actually lose the team fight? Is there a chance? No, I don't think so.
But there's only one way to find out, we did. Let's see whether T1 can perform a miracle. End of the line comes down. It looks like DRX are just going to protect their siege minion as best as possible. As with these double rapid fire cannons, they're able to get a fair bit of damage there as Keria and Pyoshik taking a fair bit of damage. Deft still just chilling on the backline as Doran needs to rotate over. Bullet time just going to be avoided as Solar Flare gets a triple slow as that Haymaker into the backline. But oh my god, the set just exploded. Teddy now in trouble. Gonna get Destinied on as Doran getting himself out of the way. Meanwhile, the rest of T1 are relegated to their fountain. And despite the Guardian Angel, I think Canna might still just fall down as the Nexus does not last long enough, and that is going to be that. DRX even out the series, and we're going to a game number 3 between T1 and DRX.
The early game control was not the issue for T1 because he made such a great counter jungle. Once again, I mean, he couldn't get the kill, but the pressure was real for the side laners and the mid lane even, but the mistake from the bot side, they took a fight when Camille was resetting and they need extra 2 seconds, but those like small details again made such a huge difference between those teams. And DRX, even though it was kind of like sleepy and slow snowballing from DRX, but they had to because their game 1 performance was not clean at all. And like compared to that, game 2 was just so much cleaner and such a clean performance as a team. So I'm glad to see it their comeback, but I feel a little bit sad for Faker at the same time because it feels like he's gonna get benched again.
I don't know what's gonna happen as we go to a break, guys, because it could be that Closer comes back, and it could be that Faker stays in, plays on the blue side. They may have had red side strats that involved Faker, things like that, because we haven't really seen Closer play champions like the Galio. He doesn't really play that utility. He's more, you know, the Zoe player that also likes to get on some other carries like the Akali that we saw in game number 1. So, I don't know. We'll have to see exactly what T1 are going to decide. I don't know whether that game was necessarily all about Faker. I think this was about DRX having a much better team comp for what they wanted to achieve and actually playing it out effectively, as well as also some unforced errors out of Effort, who didn't have the greatest game here in game number 2.
I think his mastery on this champion was not good enough to pull off, but he was testing a little bit because, yeah, obviously it's right before the playoffs, right? So this is the last timing that you can test the champions on stage. So I think that was still a good try, but yeah, again, it's not only because of Faker, but it felt like T1, they were just back on this Jin Air Red Wings thingy again.
No,
because Teddy,
not the Jin Air Red Wings.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so sad that Teddy is the last hope for them, you know. And I mean, it's just not only because of Faker. Their top side was just completely like different from game 1. Maybe because of the one team fight on the bot side, but that shouldn't be like we lost the 1 skirmishes on the bot side, so it's GG, you know. That is not like the situation in the League of Legends. You can always come back, but I think those 2 team fights more on the header side was kind of hasty from T1. They didn't need to take the fight at that point, and they just need to give up and look for some farms, but they felt like a little bit pressured, I guess, to do something in the early game. But DRX's team composition is like that, you know. They really want to do something, take the skirmishes in the early game. So I think DRX had the better knowledge about the team comp.
Certainly looked good out of DRX as this game went on. And yes, like you pointed out, it was slow, but it was methodical, and that's what we want to see out of DRX. We want to see some sort of consistency. We want to see the dominance that we saw at the beginning of the season, right? As Teddy did, yes, a lot of damage, but so did Pyoshik. What the heck? This Graves damage is insane.
Yeah, phase rush with Black Cleaver. You can always dash into enemy. And
yeah,
I mean, I think because of the carrier's position, I think he had the easier positioning with it. So I think they had a great knowledge about the Graves, like how to build around him, you know? Just pick CC champion, such a great partner with the TF in the mid jungle, and also on the bot side there is Senna to heal up the Graves when he's going forward, and Leona for the front lane. So they had such a great team comp, like compared to game 1 as well.
Yep, things worked out for DRX. Let's see how it goes as we move into game number 3 after the break.
초대. 아 진짜.
네, 잘하는 사람이 이겨.
내가 이기겠네. 야 피오라로 따였대요.
아 거짓말 좀 하지 마. 피곤하니까 어떻게 이렐리아한테 줘. 말이 되는 소리를 해줘.
내 할머니가 해도 너보단 잘하겠다.
딴 거 해. 재미없다.
뭐 할 거야?
너 하고 싶다. 세트 할래.
오케이야. 봐준다.
너무 시시하다.
아 다시 해.
뭐 할 거야?
뭐 할 거냐고? 비밀. 아. 어?
릴리아 카운터 찾았다. 릴리아 카운터 홍창현.
밥 먹어야지 뿐이야. 당신의 패배를 인정하시죠?
저 개빨라 그냥 미친 챔프야 이거.
5킬 내기다 5킬 내기. 이러지 마요. 6킬 내기야 6킬 내기.
벌써 뭐야 이게?
이제 퇴장하겠습니다.
형 마지막. 잘 가.
잘 가.
세트대 몰배는 참고로 좀 천천히 가야 된다. 정글이 1대1이 별로라. 우리 탑갱 볼게.
할수 있고.
얼마다?
잡은 것 같아.
나이스. 천천히 하면 이거 정글 캐리가. 오케이.
나이스.
나 한번 가볼게.
탑 마테리아. 나이스.
잘만한데?
됐고. 나왔다. 아주 잘했다. 할만해.
몇 개.
용 쪽으로 보는 거야. 1분 40초. 그 전에 미리 정비하는 거 잊지 말고. 이만에 걸게.
밀렸다 이거.
야 왼쪽 다개피.
나게피.
나이스. 왼쪽 좋아.
윈스 볼펜 높여. 좋아.
아래 좋아. 쓰레쉬 높여.
상대 볼배 성장 밀리고 있고 나보다. 캐리 가능. 내가 걸각 볼게.
손좀 싸는 중.
상놈이 포지션 거기 잡아.
내가 걸각 볼게. 기다려.
이거 거는 거야. 거는 거야.
쓸게.
이번에 걸게.
걸자 이번에. 애쉬 못 박았어. 애쉬 포커싱 좀. 애쉬 포커싱 좀.
이거. 잘 뛰겠다.
탑으로 가자. 탑텔 타라 이거.
네.
탑텔 타라.
가자. 이게 나야.
여롱로.
여랑라.
그게 너야. 나이스.
그게 너야.
나 상우보다 어시가 많아 그냥. 아 재미없어. 나 끝낼래. 재미없어.
아비. 이 볼만했는데.
이제.
나이스.
저 그냥 캐틀 할게요.
캐틀 할게요.
나 캐틀도 괜찮다 생각해.
집중해서 깔끔하게 이병합시다.
와우.
나이스.
자 형 좀만 때려줘.
나이스.
일단 트레이드 잡고. 나르 노플.
나를 스턴.
아이고.
여기 키아나.
뒤에 키아나.
키아 높을. 잡았어.
나왔다.
나이스.
펜타.
봐줄게, 봐줄게.
펜타 먹어라.
펜타.
야 펜타.
제발.
됐다 이거.
잡았다고 해. 여기까지.
경우에 왜 안 넘어가?
아, 미안.
나 궁대거든? 누가라?
내가 한 봐줄게.
뭐야 때려 죽어.
W.
나이스.
누가라 고맙다. 아 경호 형은 진짜 나쁜 사람이네.
야, 거리가 안 됐어, 아람아.
아 플래시로 가서 시야 밝혀가지고 딱 잡았는데. 나 20킬 찍고 싶은데? 1킬만 더
타워
하게
깨고
줘.
1킬 더하게 해주던지.
1킬 더 하게 줘.
애쉬 4초. 타워 때려! 제발! 타워 때려! 지금 타워맨 있다, 이거. 난 타워만 깨. 나이스!
Gonna be stunned to flash, and there's your first blood. Good lord, man! The dream is alive and well. The crowd erupts.
My VLC is still off.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2020. Are you there, my friend? Is your VLC working? Are you okay?
I'm not sure. I don't think so, but we'll see. We can talk just naturally.
You can just go reload it. Let's do a bit of troubleshooting here before we get into game number 3, guys, between DRX and T1. If you just hop up to the top left there, you can see that there's a media tab. You go down to open network stream. What you can do is you can just press on that again, just press the play button again, and see whether that will work as far as the reload. For you guys at home, if you are utilizing a network stream, that is going to be your way of refreshing it. And there we go.
Now it's working.
Yep, now it's working. Perfect.
I can see the POG
Chovy
now.
is going to pick up player of the game. LS and LS fans everywhere rejoice as the Twisted Fate with his zoning destinies really did make this game very difficult for T1. 1-0-11, very binary, but very, very strong. In fact, the POG points as well. Binary also feels good.
The map control from Chovy was just so perfect. This is the way how you play TF. You don't need to get kills. You just need to have a right knowledge about the rotation, the map rotation. And all you need to do is just pick up the gold card in the late game and just stun the first target that you can see. I mean, if it's AD carry, it's even better.
Really beautiful. I actually loved how they used the Destiny for the chase here for this game-winning team fight. And it just felt like DRX were playing better as a team in this game compared to game number 1. As there you can see, BDD has been confirmed as our player of the game, of the season, of the series forever. In fact, he's our player of the year. He managed to pick up POG for both spring and summer. And this guy definitely very useful for Gen G. But we're not talking about Gen G today. We're going to be talking about them when whoever meets them in the playoffs on Friday. And of course, T1 versus Afrika will be on Wednesday. This match doesn't necessarily mean anything, but it will show us a lot of what to expect moving into the playoffs for T1 as Faker's coming out and Closer's going back in. Oh my god. And now if T1 wins this game, it's just gonna feel the worst, man.
Yeah, everyone is gonna blame Faker, but obviously, again, that was not only Faker. Like, no, that was just a team. Like, just randomly the team got changed for some reason. But now Closer is back and such an independent mid laner with aggressive picks. It's gonna help T1 in my opinion. And there is TF banned from T1. Such a respect.
Oh yeah, and they banned this in game number 1 as well, and I think that it probably should be banned, despite the fact that it got nerfed a bit on its picker card. The Destiny is just so valuable, right? Not only for being able to catch people out, but also for the vision. As Lilia going to be taken away from Cuz, we are going to see a very different game here in game number 3 compared to game number 1, despite the sides being the same. As Set is also going to be banned, and I think maybe that's a courtesy to Effort, who definitely had a rough game in game number 2.
Yeah, that set that reminded me the Iroh set when he was in Griffin.
Oh dear. Yes, well, he was replaced by a much better player, if you remember. Do you remember the guy that replaced him on Griffin?
We don't talk about him. He's dead.
I do. I like to talk about him. He's my friend, okay? We played Diablo together. As Senna's going to be banned here finally on T1's side, and DRX thinking about what they want to take away. Caitlyn's still available, Ashe still available, Volibear's still up as well. Certainly a lot of priority picks.
Yeah.
Could be picked up as the Caitlyn is where DRX are going to land, and Volibear considered for first pick and locked away here by T1.
And I have a strong feeling that both teams are having such a high prioritize on Akali right now. And I'm not gonna surprise if DRX is gonna pick up Akali in 1-2. But my question is, are they gonna prepare another team cup around Graves when TF is out?
I don't know whether Graves was all that necessary. Chovy's going to pick up his 100% win rate Bird in the mid lane. Currently 9 out of 9 on this pick in the LCK. The last time he played it, it was pretty forgettable, to be honest, but they still won. And so Chovy going to guarantee a fair bit of lane control in the early game, which is definitely going to work out for DRX's sinful ways. And now Deft back on the Callista as well and picking it blind into probably Ashe. That's going to come in here from Teddy.
Lane Kingdom is coming from DRX. Azir is going to have early game mid prior and also Callista. They're going to control the Drake. Really easy, and it feels like DRX, they really want to just control from the early game, and that's what happened at game 2. And T1, again, once again, Akali pick up 4 closer most likely, and I think it's just closers prior on the mid lane.
Also, it's a good matchup into Azir as well. You can Shuriken backflip the ulti and then dive back on top of him as there's the Ashe like we were predicting earlier on. So DRX sort of drafting themselves into a bit of a hole with 2 of their lanes now in more of a struggling scenario. Let's see what they do here on their 3rd pick to try and shore up this draft.
Yeah.
Might just be a focus on the jungle, as of course Kuz already has locked away the Volley Bear.
I think it's
get a priority
Pantheon
support
or jungler.
Okay, Lee Sin gonna come through. And Pyoshik gonna be on his most played champion, currently 80% win rate on the Lee Sin as it stands right now. So definitely not bad at all for the DRX jungler. They're gonna ban away the Tahm Kench like they did in game number 1.
Yeah. And
see how it all changes.
as you mentioned, the mid lane and bot lane matchup is fine for both champions, like Akali into Azir and Ashe into Kalista is really fine. But at game 1, you remember with the Kalista Pantheon, they pushed out Ashe on the bot lane 2v2, and that helped out Evelynn to have such a great early game. And also Azir Akali matchup is more about Azir having a mid prior until level 6, and there is some kill pressure for Akali after level 6. So I think it's still DRX's favor that they're gonna control the early game with this blind monk in the early game.
Yep.
I think the game plan should be like cycle the Drake earlier, and this Leona pick is gonna help it even more as well. So
and
I think
also
DRX,
Kerry is going to have so much control in team fights, being able to safely get out after Zenith blading in.
Yeah.
That's going to be Morgana Hovid. I love Morgana into the Leona, denying so much of that CC that she has in her kit, and also giving yourself double range in that matchup. No. The consideration on the Shen, we've seen overseas, Shen really jump into some priority. And T1 is going to jump on that bandwagon. I was expecting Lehens to be our first Shen player, but not going to be the case. It's going to be T1 that debuts it. As Effort now thinking about what they want to pick up as the final pick. And Renekton is still available and might just be locked in here for Canna as their blind option towards the top lane.
Yeah. I really think Renekton is such a great tool for your jungler, because it feels really safe when you trade side for your bot side and you have Renekton for your top side, because it feels like it's really hard to dive on the Renekton when this Renekton is having a 50-50 farm on the top side and having an ultimate on the turret. So I think it's such a great choice, but at the same time they have Shen with Ashe, so if they can manage to just have a fine in laning phase, then they're gonna have such a great side lane with Ninja combo on the side lane with Renekton plus Bear on the top side. It's such a just great build up for the side lanes T1. But DRX side, maybe we can say this is LCK standard ban picks, like just picking up the Gnar on the top side, having a early priors with Azir and Kalista in the mix. But it's DRX, so maybe it can be like so random in the early game again.
It's very true. I think this game is going to be all about what Chovy can get done, because if he can just sweep out all of the divers, then it's going to be so huge for T1. He's going to have to time it very nicely up against Kuz, who can't be stopped when he's in the sky with his ultimate. But Chovy's going to have a lot of agency in this game to stop Closer from being able to get through if he can be able to outplay him there, but also the Renekton and the Shen. So a lot of options here for Chovy. Let's see how he's going to be able to play it on his 100% win rate pick in that mid lane.
Yeah.
Definitely a more, I guess, even composition out from DRX. Often we see them with these very early game comps. But this one's certainly more mid and can still function in the late game as well with the extra power that Azir will bring to their team fights. Let's see how it goes as we hop on the Rift for our third game of the series. And Closer's back in. Let's see whether he makes the difference. As Chovy has the T1 Azir skin as well. What a beast.
It's not Faker's skin though.
No, it's Easy Hoon's skin. Everyone needs to know it's Easy Hoon's skin.
Yeah.
As I think Faker got he got the Rise that year.
Yeah.
I think
You're
so.
right. And the point is still same, you know. DRX is gonna try to control the early game from mid and bot lane priors, and maybe you are wondering about the Shen support. I mean, it can be really aggressive when you combo with the kill pressure AD carries, but if you cannot one-shot with the aggressive taunt in the lane, then you're gonna get focused on you because you have no escape tool, right? So
yeah.
I think he's more planning for a defensive Shen support in the bot lane with exhaust choice, and it's more for the Akali in the side lane and Renekton to snowball the side lane, it seems like. And if you just save the old skills, then it just goes same for Leona, right? Leona also has no escape tool, so you just need to kite it out with Shen, and his abilities with like barrier and blocking the autos with W is gonna help AD carries kite as well. So I think the defensive Shen support is working out here with actually without Hex Flash as well. So it's just way more defensive as well.
Yeah. The thing that I don't like about the Shen so much is in just the isolated 2v2. They were hovering the Morgana, which certainly would have worked out for the laning phase.
Yeah.
But with the fact that Keria has an auto attack stun, she just presses Q, and if Effort is ever going to taunt in, he's going to immediately be stunned. So I don't know how that one's going to work unless he's going to be able to get down the Spirit's Refuge immediately and try and mitigate everything. But still can be a little bit dicey in the lane.
So both the supports are gonna have like slowly just staring at them 24/7, and the AD carries trade is gonna like the change on the bot lane, and it's just Ashe and Kalista matchup. So if Kalista is looking for some aggressive trades, then Ashe cannot step up, and that is happening on the bot side as well.
Well, let's see how this one goes. We're checking in on it at the moment. Looks like Keria and Deft with a lot of control in this lane. Especially early, as you would expect.
Yeah.
2-0 here for Keria's Leona. Doesn't like playing things more than twice, generally. As Doran with his debut Gnar performance. And Kuz already up here, looking to try and dive onto the Gnar.
There's no backups. Maybe Azir's TP only.
Yeah. And the teleport is going to come through. Chovy in a comfortable position there as Pyosik moving towards the bottom side. There's the flash forward as Teddy going to get stunned up immediately. Tries to cleanse that one out of the way. And he survives for so damn long. Pyosik going to be taken down and gets dabbed on by Canna. As now Keria off to the side. He'll be destroyed by Closer. And that dive was a disaster for DRX.
Yeah, the defensive tools were just ready. The Shen had exhaust, and also the taunt on the Leona was perfect timing, and Teddy used cleanse and flash at the right timing, and that was just so aggressive from a DRX side because their mid laner was on the top side because of the defensive play on the top, right? So there's no more backups for DRX side, and they had not enough damage to kill out the Ashe. But yeah, that was really optimistic dive on the bot side, and yeah, it is just random again.
Immediate double teleport as well. The coordination out of T1 was brilliant for this moment as Closer and Canna come in at exactly the same time. And yeah, Closer being delivered that kill for the laning phase is just fantastic. For him also just in isolation because he was getting shoved in, as we saw over and over again, by Chovy. Is Canna up here still struggling, of course. The Gnar matchup not great for the Crocodile. As he's looking to try and hop away, but Canna should be able to get this slice, as he does have boots too in comparison to just Doran's blade. As there's the slice, the dice should come in, the flash comes down, and Canna had set this one up so beautifully. Double buffs at the ready, and that's a solo kill of Doran just overstepping his bounds.
Is it same T1 as game 2, by the way?
No, it's the same T1 as game 1.
What's the difference? I mean, I feel
I
really
don't want to
bad
talk about it.
for
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to get in trouble, okay? Don't ask me these difficult questions, we did.
Max, I'm not sure. What is the difference? I mean,
I'm not saying it.
Like,
I'm not saying it. You're trapping me.
I mean, what I'm trying to say is that maybe like when Faker is up in the game, DRX is playing more serious or something. Because the bot dive was so
이거는 위험할
the
건
bot
없겠다.
dive was so optimistic though.
Yeah, severely.
I mean, it's not about mid laners, right?
잡았어? 나이스. 장도가 뛸 수 있다.
Man, that was so perfectly played from Canna. I liked that he held on to the slice for as long as he possibly could, knowing that he'd catch up with his boots too, and extra movement speed anyway. Having a look at Chovy, we're looking at the LCK total. He's currently 11-2 for this season, of course. He is 9-0. Wasn't really an Azir player until this season rolled around. Has played most of his games on Azir in this season. His close is holding onto this minion wave for as long as he possibly can.
Yeah, I think Chovy is trying to prove himself again towards like so many people who is thinking that Chovy is the like only assassin player or something, or like he cannot play the control mage or something, you know? So he practiced so many Azir games, I remember, in solo queue, and it is working out for DRX side, and that made such a stable ban picks. But yeah, those like defensive play was really great on the top side though, but right after that, 3-man bot dive when they had double TP on the bot side was not great at all.
No, definitely not. I'm going to have a look to see what T1's going to do. Teddy just farming out his wave, but he's still very far behind, as you can see. And Closer in the mid lane, not able to quite get back when it comes to that CS, as you'd imagine. Up against not only Azir, but also Chovy just in general, who's very good at last hitting minions.
I mean, it is just normal, right? You have melee champion and enemy have range champion, you're gonna lose CS.
Yeah.
So it's not like, oh yeah, mid laner is different or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Having a look at the gold, you can see Deft is ahead, but he's the only one on his team that does have any sort of gold advantage, and you can see the Renekton in a great position up on the top side with a 670 gold lead.
Yeah. And I feel like Kanna, he's having such a great record as well with the solo kill stats, right?
Yeah, man.
He's good at defensive plays, but also aggressive at the same time when he has the advantage on the top lane. So it makes T1 stronger.
Coming into this series, he was sitting on 26 solo kills, trying to chase after Marin, who was at 31. I believe that was with playoffs included, so there's still a chance that Canna can get there. I mean, he's just got another one, so he's at 27 right now, but 31's a pretty big deal. Actually, no, I believe 31 was in the regular season. I think he got to like 36 after playoffs. Of course, in 2015.
He's
you guys
a
playing at home?
monster. The top chain gang.
Yeah, Cuz, he's going to come in. That's a great Gnar into the wall as Cuz is going to get slowed down, but he does use his own personal Ohm Wrecker to stop this turret from doing anything, and Canna spins around and picks up the kill for Cuz somehow. Thought that Koldemeek was the one that did it, but no, it was the volley bear that grabbed the kill, and that is going to be the 4th for T1.
Such a synchronized play, and yeah, this is the difference between Kanna and Doran, I think. When Kanna was on Doran's position, he didn't die at all when you're trading side, but this is the reason why everyone is not like high rating, overrating the Doran, because like he's not good at defensive plays, I feel like.
Not at all.
Yeah, he's always dying when the side trading is happening. So I think this is the issue for DRX, but at the same time, T1, they knew like what is happening around the map. They know that they need to give up the Drake, but the top side advantage is a lot huger than the Drake right now. So Yeah, I mean, even Damwon is not good at Drake in the early game, but they ended the game in 20 minutes last time, for example, even though you lost like 2 Drakes in the early game. That doesn't matter. It's all about the snowball. And I think T1 is following that step with Damwon, I guess.
Yeah, they're definitely doing well. And currently, 10 minutes in, over a 2,000 gold lead, definitely good news. DRX do have themselves a Mountain Drake, so that could help out as far as especially Leona and Nara concerned. But let's have a look at this dive once again as Jonas Strong has some pretty cool angles here for us. Wahey!
Yeah. There is so many animals on the top side, like crocodile, bear, and what is Nara?
Whatever Nara is.
Dinosaur?
I guess. I think it depends on which skin he's using.
I guess.
Actually, I'm not as familiar with this one. This is a more new skin.
Oh, it's
the
astronaut Nar, right?
Yeah. This is the TFT Nar. Or I guess, you know, the second TFT Nar. I think there were a couple of them. As closer here, he's just trying to clear out waves as best he can. But you can see after that first kill, he grabs himself an extra assist on top of it, and he's only behind almost 20 CS, which isn't too bad in a melee versus ranged matchup. Let's see what DRX is going to be able to do to try and salvage this one. Infernal Drake going to be up in 2.5 minutes. See whether it's going to be Earth, Wind, and Fire. Could be a Cloud Soul once again this game, or it could be the Ocean Soul, which would be absolutely fantastic for T1 if they can actually start picking up some dragons.
Yeah. And the bot lane matchup. Yeah, the bot lane matchup is also like still fine for DRX though. They're ahead in CS, but the reason why they cannot play like aggressive anymore is that the top side is already kind of demolished from T1 side. So I think the Renekton TP potential with Akali is like just so much for DRX. So that's why they cannot use this like lane matchup enough on the bot side. So I feel like they just need to available Azir in the mid lane because he's still pressuring Akali, right? So just make sure that Azir is always first on the side lane, and then maybe you can have some great opportunity on the bot lane skirmishes with 5-man when Azir and Kalista is still fine in the game. And I still think that DRX has such a great potential when it comes to the team fight. So I really think they just need to synchronize the plays.
Well,
and it should be start from the mid lane.
I want to see Chovy do something this game, absolutely. Sitting on 0-0-0 right now as Kanna's looking to try and steal away this red buff. Doran comes in as Cuz is over the side as well. 2v2 at the moment, but it looks like Akali has the inside track. The red buff is going to be stolen there by Cuz. Lee Sin falling behind at this stage is real bad news for DRX, as now Doran getting completely zoned away from every minion on the top side of the map. He at least will be able to tidy up this Krog camp.
Yeah, and you might missed it, but Keria, he moved to mid lane first, and after that you have the mid lane prior, so you can free to trade on the bot side. So that's the step when you cannot trade on the bot side. Just make sure your mid laner is able to come to the side lane first, and
no.
I mean, you cannot go to the top side. This Kanna is already monster, so you cannot stop it.
Yeah, Godzilla is starting to get out of control. 2-0-1 right now. And he has his Blade of the Ruin King completed, which is a fantastic item into Gnar, who very much likes his max health. You can see already built up a lot of it. Is now Pyoshik coming on over, but yeah, Cuz Storm Strike available. Puts that one down, and Pyoshik's not going to be able to do anything against him. You can see the health bar difference is just gigantic between the Volibear and the Lee Sin. But Infernal Drake is going to be started here by DRX, and they do have a lot of secure with execute damage coming out of the Lee Sin and the Rend, of course, for the Kalista. This Q connects onto Effort. Otherwise, not too much going to happen. Let's see whether T1 can get some priority around this area. Chovy shifting sands over is going to help Pyoshik take down this Gromp, as it looks like T1 should just be able to freely start this one off. Carrier over to the side. He has been seen, and now they're going to try and start the fight. The Dragon goes to T1, but can they win the team fight is the question. That's a great kick. As Canna's going to get knocked up, but he flashes on forward. Arrow is going to connect, and Chovy already decimated in this fight. Deft is going to limp away, but Closer says no. And it's now only Doran left remaining. This is the T1 we wanted to see, as they're now 8-0 in this game.
The team fight structure again was just so perfect. They just start off the Drake and finishes it. The decides, like, they just decide to hit it and take the fight.
Yeah, so clean. I love the decisiveness, like you were talking about. As Doran's trying his very best to hold on to this minion wave. Actually ults it out of the way. That's a good wallop onto effort, as he's going to flash away Teddy. Thankfully for T1, did pick up the turret aggro. Now Chovy is going to make his way in. Emperor's Divide used, but Teddy's going to survive for the moment. Max range Zenith Blade will be the end of Cuz, and it's going to be the Azir that grabs the first kill for DRX. Closer still in the fight, trying to get something done, but will just backflip his way out. And you can see now on the bottom side, it's Renekton versus Callista. Not great news, as he is going to teleport into the mid lane, try and keep that one alive. And that is a very startled Yuumi.
Yeah. I mean, there was some inting moments still from the T1, but the teamfight structure was just so perfect. The carrier's engage was not hitting it right on the Ashe, so Doran, he couldn't do anything. The rage control was not on point as well, and the Akali engage, the follow-up Ashe ultimate with Bolivar jumping in, was just so perfect. And again, it reminds me the game 1 again, when T1 had the control. And here we go, Effort. I think he's not having a great time today.
No, it's not his greatest series so far, as the Emperor's Divide was so close to killing Teddy. But ultimately they got the kill onto Cousin, so that's all that really matters.
Yeah. And you know what? Every single time when your support misplays, your AD carry dies. That's like science.
Yeah. The classic. As there was a flash that went on cooldown. I believe that might have been Chovy's.
Yeah, Chovy got forced because of Closer, I guess.
Something like that. Closer doesn't have his
like
teleport. His flash either, or his teleport. Talk about it, but no flashes available from either team. We'll see whether either of them are going to start fights with all of those cooldowns now unavailable. 33 CS lead here for Deft. He's doing very well on the Callista.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing okay, but is it okay for Callista? That's my question, you know? With Callista, you know, you want to snowball the early game, and I mean, they couldn't even make a fight with it. So, because of the pressure from jungle and Renekton, I mean, they just couldn't fight at all. So, the team fight potential is the only thing that they have right now. And that was not happening as well from the Drake side. So, I think they just need to have some cheeky plays right now. The item difference is on T1 side. They're gonna control the side lane as well. So, they need to have, like, they just need to trade something. They just need to give up some wave or turret to have a better tempo on the mid lane and try to get some mid team fight. Otherwise, they're gonna get behind every single time because you have no side lane prior, and also you cannot fight on the mid lane.
Well, they're going to have to give up this outer turret, I believe, because just going to walk up to them, Closer in flanking position, and DRX intelligently to just let that one go. Deft still here, trying to farm as best he can. That Pierce is pretty good, picking up a lot of those minions, as Cuz is eradicating the jungle of anything that Pyoshik wants. As Canna, he dives on forward. He's looking to try and kill the Lee Sin, who almost just gets one comboed. The kickback is going to keep Pyoshik alive for the moment, but that is a huge amount of damage coming out from Canna, who only invests his ultimate to try and make that one happen. 3-0-4 for the Renekton. Only missed out on one kill as far as kill contribution. This Renekton is massive.
Yeah, the issue for DRX right now is that they need to force a team fight on the mid lane. I think that's the only potential that they have, because look at the side laners. Renekton with Black Flavor already, and they have Shen, right? And the other side, there is Akali, which is just impossible to catch on the side lane. So they have literally no chance on the side lane right now. So they just need to some force pulling the trigger on the mid lane. Like those kind of things should happen on the mid lane. Otherwise, T1 is gonna slowly get every single thing, like every single objectives on the Rift right now, and it seems like that is happening.
Well, let's see whether they can continue to do so. DRX with their 1 kill, going to be happy about that one, as it is going to be the Cloud Soul. I apologize for the caster curse, but these things happen, guys. I'm just glad that it's Earth, Wind, and Fire, because I'm a fan. So that's okay. Closer an effort up here towards the top side, clearing out vision where they can. Baron has spawned 30 seconds ago. No team finds themselves in a position to actually do anything about it. And DRX might be down 5,000 gold, but it's not as bad as in game number 1, right? They do have a composition that can still team fight.
Yeah.
But it just feels like T1 are far more coordinated in comparison to DRX in this series, especially in this game.
That is true. The vision control is real, and actually, I mean, I already mentioned so many times, like how strong is T1's team comp is helping the vision control as well. You know, it's not easy to take the fight against T1's team composition. So I think that is kind of helping their rotation as well. So the vision control is already completed from T1 side. Just look at the DRX's red side jungle vision control.
Yeah.
It's not
it's
their
Christmas tree.
Yeah, it's not their jungle anymore. So
I don't think it's been their jungle for quite a while. I think Cuz has got the last 3 red buffs over on Pyoshik's side of the map.
Yeah.
It's definitely bad news. And he is 2-1-3, Dead Man's Plate completed. And he's ahead by quite a few camps at this stage as well. So definitely a very good game for the Volley Bear. Chovy has a couple of items, so his Nashor's Tooth is now complete. He will be doing a fair bit of damage, and you can see Deft still looking for that Runan's Hurricane to come in.
Yeah.
Not quite there just yet, though, as now he's looking to go back. We'll see whether he can complete the item, which will be huge moving into the next team fight.
I mean, if T1 takes just straight up 5v5 team fight, then I think DRX still has a chance, but I don't think T1 is gonna do that when you have Akali and Renekton and Shen in your team comp. So I think they're gonna dribble with them, play with them with the map position right now. So I think it's all about DRX. DRX is pulling the trigger or no. Otherwise, T1 is gonna control the side lane. So
definitely feels like they're already doing that as they're up towards the top lane, sort of having to stick underneath his turret. Doran super far behind when it comes to gold and items. We have Black Cleaver and the Blade of the Ruin King. In fact, I think Canna is ahead by 1 full Blade of the Ruin King.
Yeah.
It's just obscene. To be perfectly honest, Doran does have a lot of health in Meganar form, but Canna almost has the same amount. As Deft bounces his way towards this mid lane. And let's see whether DRX can salvage this 2.6k. Yeah, that almost is the value of a Blade of the Ruin King as far as Canna's lead.
I really feel like they need to force something.
There's the flash in. Okay, Teddy immediately has to cleanse. The exhaust goes down onto the Ash as teleport comes on forward. Fate's call to save Carrier. Is now Deft gonna bounce the polar bear around, and in goes Chovy, but he face plants into the arrow. Survives for a very long time as the volley not going to pick it up, but the flash forward from Teddy will finish off the Emperor of Shurima. And now Deft still trying to bounce away from this one. Kerry going to be the sacrificial lamb as ulti comes down, and Cuz trying to get some revenge here up against Deft, and he will be able to do so there. And T1 feels like they have opened the game as Closer looks for the 5-point strike onto Pyoshik. Doran getting angry as the Mega Gnar will come down, but he doesn't find the wallop, nor does he find the bowling ball, or whatever that is, the spaceship, Sputnik. And he throws at the Akali. Now the Baron is going to be started, and it looks like T1 will be able to grab this unless Pyoshik can do something absolutely heroic. Over goes Closer. He's trying to do what he can there as he just gets back, and there's the flash from Effort. Gets a big old taunt, and Teddy delivered a free kill and a free Baron as T1 have blown this game wide open.
Yeah. I mean, I mentioned that DRX really needed to engage, but why do you force like that? That was so optimistic. You could just use Leona ulti to force Ash's cleanse first, and then you can look for the next plays. But I think that was really optimistic engage by Keria, and after that there is no chance when Azir fails his combo.
Yeah, that was so sad from Chovy.
I mean, I think the engage at first place was not great at all. There was no chance of winning team fight. So I think that was really disappointing engage. But I mean, yeah.
Okay, that's a teleport. As
Okay.
Doran teleports into the bottom lane as Chovy was teleporting out. So that is called miscommunication, guys. As that's a very happy Pengu. And a very sad Nah, as T1 also going to be protecting around the Drake. Doran survives for quite a while, but he's still dead. Teddy going to be able to grab that one. As Closer's looking to try and escape from 4 members, and it looks like he's actually very happy to tango with all of these DRX players, standing on his own control ward. As DRX move towards the mid lane, they will be able to take this outer turret with a good rotation. No, not actually able to do so. As Closer gets chunked by a Pierce, but otherwise not too much else is going to happen.
Yeah, their mech control is real. It reminds me like how Damwon plays. They never give up the objectives, even though it can be like traded. They even defend the mid turret. That was such a great map rotation play, and it seems like they're looking for Azir on the top side.
Yeah, Cuz is going to find him, gets the stun down. The Sand Soldier's doing some work here, but the ulti comes down. Emperor's Divide, very well timed there from Chovy as Effort tries to come forward, gets himself a taunt as Chovy's trying to keep himself up, but he's not going to be able to. He is smoked, and Cuz will grab that kill. And DRX, I mean, they just wanted their Azir to help with wave clear, but he's not going to be able to do that as Deft is going to be the Lone Ranger in that regard.
Yeah. It feels like the game is already really one-sided. Every single play that T1 make is working out, and DRX, they're just falling down, dying 24/7 up and down. But yeah, I mean, I was wondering why Leona's ultimate was like on 24/7, because it has really low cooldown, so you can always just try to force enemies cleanse, especially when they have Ashe kind of champion. Is pretty easy to hit it, right? So I was expecting Keria to do something more, some active plays, but it feels like he's on pressure or something, that he need to engage like hard force, but always hard forcing is not working against such a like huge gold lead team. And that happened. That just happened on the mid lane, and after that, every single plays that T1 make is just working out because they are fed enough.
Mega fed. There's almost a Rabbidan's death cap on Closer. He will be able to insta-kill anyone. He has a Forbidden Book, which ain't great. Will, I guess, deny a bit of the health that Doran's going to get from turning into Mega now, but otherwise it's a worthless purchase. That's okay. He's still winning. And sometimes you just want to have it.
I mean, I already told you, if you're winning, item doesn't matter.
Yep, that's true. That's true. So we don't even need to really talk about it. It's still going to be doing some stuff as now Chovy trying to chase after him. But yeah, Closer's just going to be able to backflip away. And he's playing very safe as he shoves in this top wave. Steric's Gauge done for Canna. He's also got a BF sword there for fun. See what he turns that into. I assume it's going to be a GA. But he could have some fun with it because, like you say, kind of irrelevant as Sundisk comes through towards the top side to help Chovy farm against Closer. Baron going to be up again in about 1.5 minutes, and Cloud Drake going to be in 2 minutes' time as Teddy steals away yet another red buff. Kyoshik not allowed to get that one at all. During this game, Adaptive Helm completed for Cuz as Effort. Does have to get out of the way of the Solar Flare. It doesn't cost him too much. He's just going to taunt his way out. That'll be fine. DRX, I don't know how they're going to pick up the pieces here. They are 12,000 gold behind. Cloud Soul going to be coming in very, very soon. Teddy just going to be able to arrow and sprint around extraordinarily quickly. And he's going to be able to do it a lot as well.
Every single thing is falling down from DRX side. There is not many jungle camps that DRX can look for. And the snowball is coming in real. The gold difference is already over 10k gold, right?
Yeah, it's ludicrous.
Yeah. So we can see how clean T1 are when it comes to the rotation. And here we go.
Yeah, a bit of a flank opportunity here as there is a Kali on the top side. Arrow is going to fly into the nether. As now Carrier is just doing the best he can to keep the rest of his team alive. Good kick back there onto Canna, who has the dominance. But look at the amount of money that T1 has right now. Deft is flashed immediately out of the fight. Kyoshik is very, very dead. As in goes Kuz. Great engage from him as the flash out from Chovy. We'll see whether he can keep himself alive. Oh my god! The shifting sands was so beautiful. If they had any gold, it would have looked amazing. But didn't quite work as Deft is able to pick up at least one of these kills. But T1 are just so far ahead. Deft slowed down underneath the turret. They are still going to look for this one as, yeah, Teddy has his big friend Renekton to be there to help mitigate that one. And, okay, Doran flashing forward, misses it, but walking back into the turret is exactly not what Teddy wants to do, is cue the Clown Fiesta music, as Yakety Sax will be required, as they're not able to actually open the base. And Doran still, he lands it. Manages to tag the crocodile, and he's still running as fast as he can, and that's going to be the last boomerang that will connect. So Doran throws out a UFO, and DRX get 4 kills in that fight.
So DRX is gonna get the Nasher, it seems like. Azir is gonna TP into the Nasher pit. And
oh my god, they're gonna do it.
Yeah, DRX is Nasher. Again, T1 is limit testing.
Oh my god. Okay. Well, I mean, this game was a lot of control for T1, and yes, they are still ahead by a gigantic margin. Still over 10,000 gold. But they're going to protect this inhibitor top lane. They're going to get themselves a Baron buff. And it's Cloud Soul, so who cares? They're not going to be too worried about that one. So definitely a good turnaround for DRX as we have a look at it again.
Yeah, that Chovy's comeback was real. And at first, Ashe's ultimate was not hitting it right. So that was not that great for T1, but because of the money. This is the money power that they're flexing on them.
And look at how far Chovy goes with his shifting sands as well. It's actually so sick.
Yeah.
Whoop. Almost gets Teddy. It's almost a 4-man.
Yeah. I mean, his reaction is on point, so it's okay. But the chase, turret dive, was just too much, I guess.
Yeah, and Teddy actually almost died to Deft as well as Doran here forces Teddy under the turret. And then, yeah, Clown Fiesta continues. Doran looking for Canna here. Gets himself a hyper proc.
Yeah.
And he's going to proc the Sterix Gauge there as well. Definitely good news.
Obviously,
okay, he's got a Thorn Mail. Doran's massive.
I mean, he's okay now because he's tank. So the Clown Fiesta is real because DRX got Nasher, so they're gonna slow down the game again. There is open inhib on the top side, and I mean T1 is one of the team who really wants to like snowball slowly, and they think about the safety first. But this time around, it feels like they're just testing limits, right?
Well, sometimes you have to, as we also want to spend as much time here on the broadcast for the final series. So I think we're getting our money's worth when it comes to League of Legends for the last series of the Summer Split for 2020.
Yeah, we like it because I like to see more of like mechanical plays in team fights because it is actually happening. Those gold difference is not like if you
it's coming back. It's under 10,000 now.
Yeah, if you have
and
those
DRX,
kind
they
of
have a
gold
competent
difference.
team fight. Okay, Closer looking for a flank. Doran not going to get a ward down there or anything like that, so they don't quite see the Akali. As looks like the back is going to come through from the Volley Bear. And the siege will continue. Inner turret goes down. Yet more of that gold lead mitigated. Is this the dream comeback, is the question. Remember, Chovy has to protect his 100% win rate on the Azir, so it's very, very important. But Closer, he wants to shut it down. Looking for the flank, but DRX, they don't want it. They're playing very safely. As look at the mad pings on the red buff by T1. They're like, no! DRX must never get a red buff this game. Yeah, and they are booking it. They're heading all the way over there immediately. As
they're
Doran
looking for the
over
tempo play. Yeah, they're looking for the tempo play, but this time around, they're gonna get the red buff for the first time
Yeah, congratulations, DRX, on the red buff.
But that's not the point, you know. They are slowing down the game, and the point is they have late game potential. He's on vision, by the way.
Effort. He is going to be able to blast cone his way out. That was a very nice escape, actually. That's called not window shopping, guys. To all you guys at home, don't window shop. And Effort not going to get caught.
Good play. But anyways, the Cloud Soul is not helping T1 that much, right? And it's gonna like help DRX more at this point, and that is actually Shen support's dilemma. In the late game team fight, you are kind of useless compared to Leona, right? So I think DRX, they can for sure win the team fight at this point, because Chovy also got the Leandris in the mix. Already 4 items on Azir. So
yeah,
it's not anymore like it's not T1 stomping game anymore. So they just need to set up the right map control again. But this time around, it's gonna be harder because DRX got some items. Look at the item difference. It's not that huge anymore.
No, it's not crazy. And remember, Lee Sin in the late game, if he gets that one kick onto the priority target, like even kicking Closer out of his shroud, right, into some CC that Carrier can put together, can be dangerous times. As you can see, DRX moving towards the bottom lane. They're going to clear that one out. Outer turrets still available in both side lanes. It's 7 turrets to 2 right now, so a lot of standing gold on this map, but not a lot of opportunity for DRX to play around these side lanes, as we can see. Baron going to be up at about the same time as Elder Drake in about a minute's time. We'll see where the teams are going to prioritize as Pyoshik looking for cousin effort here towards the bottom side. Stormstrike comes in, but not going to be finding too many battles here at this stage. A back comes through from Closer. He's looking for a Void Staff. Definitely going to need one of those as Chovy comes down. He can clear out turrets very quickly, and yet more gold comes into the coffers of DRX.
Yeah, it's all about one team fight right now, and it's looking like DRX is going for the deep side on T1 side.
Yep, got a big Naba for Doran. He's ready to teleport. As you can see, T1 are closing in from all angles. Oh, this is super dangerous for DRX. They want to catch out Effort, who comes in through the side. He has Stand United available, of course, who can join his team whenever they want, as neither of these teams really ready to pull the trigger. Baron's live. Elder's up in 5 seconds. And whoever makes the decisive play is likely going to be the winner here. As we'll see, T1 in position to fight this one out. DRX have started the Elder Drake.
It's the last one.
Yep, Closer out of vision as he is spotted by a cheeky little ward there over the wall. Elder Drake being controlled right now by T1. Teddy tanking it up. As Kenner as well is down to half health. As there's the flash, they catch out the Akali. Solar Flare comes in, but it's mitigated by the Zhonya's. She's trying to keep herself up here as Effort as well. Just trying to keep them all CC'd. And the Azir is going to go down. It is a bloodbath, but all the blood on the ground is DRX's. And there we go. Closer says goodnight. And now T1 are going to finish off this series.
That super save from Effort was just fantastic at the last time. Closer, he kind of missed to dodge Azir's ulti with flash, but after that, Effort with 3-man taunt on the target saved the game, saved the day. T1 finally cleaning up DRX against DRX.
Yeah, really nicely done from T1. 23-6. As far as the scoreline, it does not look close. However, DRX were able to claw their way back in somewhat towards the end of that game, but that last team fight was not close. They tried to start a fight onto Closer, and it did not work out. I mean, Chovy, you got to go for those sort of plays, right? Especially when you're playing from behind, but Stand United comes in. The taunt was really good. In a corridor like that, it's almost too easy, but really, really well played there by T1 in the very last moments, but some shaky points of all of these games, to be honest, for both of these teams. I'm looking forward to seeing what they can actually do up against the likes of Gen G and Damwon, who do look far more consistent at this time.
Yeah, I think in LCK we should talk about the teams without Damwon Gaming, you know? Diamond Gaming
Yeah,
is on
true,
another
true.
level, so we shouldn't talk about them. And just T1, they improved so much with the new mid laner, because it feels like he was on team for a long time. The synchronized play was on point, and the macro was clean as well. So I mean, their draft was also so clean. It seems like if you do not ban Akali out of closer, it feels like the game is just harder. His teamfight is on point.
Yeah, he's very, very good at the Akali. And in fact, Akali coming back into meta scares me a little bit, because we all know what Showmaker can do with that champion as well. But he's going to be waiting there in the final. That is going to be in a while's time, as we will have a wildcard match first. That is, of course, between T1 and Afrika. We'll see exactly what the roster is going to be as we have a look at some of the highlights.
Oh yeah, and it's time to vote POG, and yeah, maybe I should just vote for Kana because of the early game. He got control.
You could do that.
He got solo kill. Yeah,
He was definitely a big boy.
But the mid late game was so sloppy from T1, so I'm so confused. But anyways, for
I don't
T1,
quite know who to give it to, actually. I think maybe Kana for the early game. I think you might be right. But it's up to you, my friend. I've lost my rights for voting for player of the game. So it's all on you.
I will vote for Kana because of the early game. And yeah, this kind of desperate play was not working out for DRX, but T1 definitely in the late game they were testing their limits. So
yes,
that
definitely
made
a lot
even
of limit
harder.
testing.
Yeah. And after that, DRX, they got some items. There was one chance for in the team fight. There was a one chance, but yeah. Anyways, T1 got cleaned up. And I remember the last team fight was all about the Akali Shen synergy in the team fight. So I mean, I like to see that. I mean, this team fight, Chobi's drift was on point though.
Yeah, it was super sick. The exhaust timing was very nice. I actually missed that.
Yeah.
Even in the replay last time, but effort being able to stop all of that damage from the Emperor's Divide was definitely important. And this was the last team fight as Closer felt like he got caught out. I mean, he flashed and it wasn't enough, but the Zhonya's really well timed, and then the taunt onto 3 members, absolutely exactly what you want.
Exactly. The 3-man taunt was on point, and even though you fail, your teammate always helps you. That's the point. League of Legends is all about team game.
Yep, it's a trust fall. As you can see, DRX did a lot of damage. I mean, even Azir being able to out-damage anyone on the side of T1. T1 did the damage where it mattered. 25.1k there from the Gnar. Nicely done. But as you can see, it was a bit of a rocky ride for T1. Not quite able to follow through on that 12,000 gold lead that they put together for themselves. So, yeah, some question marks for both of these teams. But I think a lot of people were expecting DRX to fall down in this series. I think that their consistency has certainly been off. But let's see whether they can shore it up moving into the playoffs. They will make their playoff debut in the semi-final against either Afrika, Gen G, or T1, depending on which one is going to be able to win their way up the gauntlet. But we'll be able to have a chat to T1, and I think this interview is actually going to be pretty eye-opening, as I hope we do get some questions about this mid lane and what it means switching Closer and Faker out, because I don't want to talk about it, and hopefully the T1 players can instead.
Is Korean broadcast gonna talk about that though?
Well, I don't know.
Question.
Maybe Cloud Templar is going to be able to take a, I don't know, figure it out. As 5-1 and 10, it will be Closer that grabs player of the game on his Akali. I don't know whether he was necessarily the most pivotal player, but he still looked good on the champion.
His team fight was on point though. Like every time when he plays Akali, like his positioning was on point. So I think he deserves it. Like every single time he was on enemy damage dealer, one-shotting. Maybe not one-shotting, but like zoning out the damage dealer is already enough in the game, right? So like he was doing so much job on Akali.
Yep. I like that he was bouncing over walls time and time again here around this Baron fight as well. Definitely a lot of fun. And he is just a great Akali player, right? So picking it up as we're going to have a listen to T1 now.
아니 물렸다.
I got cut. Look me. Look at Kali. Azir no flash. Azir no flash.
가져.
Azir no flash.
잡았고. 이긴 것 같아.
We got him. I think we won. Kalista.
탑텔 타면 된다.
TP top. Nice. Nice. Ooh.
Nice. 6 out of 9. Us and the Chinese broadcast also voting for Canna there as one of the Korean casters as well, throwing a vote his way. I think he definitely deserves at least a look in for how this one went. But Closer picking up 2 player of the games in the games that T1 won and getting subbed out for a game 2 that they lost.
You said it.
I mean, I said the facts.
Yeah,
that's what I
truth.
said. I'm not going to talk about the why. I'm just not going to do it. Not going to be caught.
I
It's
mean,
not happening.
the team style was also like changing so like differently. So
Yep. Let's listen to Ji-sun though, as Closer's here for the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's hear from the solo POG on the side of T1. Closer picking up 2-1 victory against DRX. Before going into this series, I was very nervous. I'm happy that we won. Yeah, I'm just glad. Is there any specific play that you remember in all 3 games? Some of the montage moments. In the last game, I survived in that team fight. And then I just like scratched everyone with my ultimate. Let's go back to game number 1 first. We saw Evelyn coming out from DRX. How did the players react to it? As a team, we were like, oh, it's Evelyn. And then, like, let's be cautious of Evelyn. That was it. We weren't too worried about it. Did the team expect that it's gonna be viable in this series? Yeah, we thought that this is gonna be quite viable, especially because Pyosik plays it a lot on solo queue. You were playing up against Chovy, one of the biggest match highlight of today's series. So how was the mid lane competition like? I mean, I've always wanted to play up against him, and I always thought that he's a good player, so I was nervous, and I'm happy that I was able to defeat him. And it was my honor to play up against Chovy. Faker subbed in game number 2. Even though you got the POG in game number 1, was that planned beforehand, before the series? What was the background about that substitution? It was all planned, and we decided to put me for game number 1 and put Faker for game number 2. Let's move on to game number 3. The answer to DRX bottom lane turret type was so on point. How did the players react to that so fast? Well, Azir took TP to the top lane, so we had higher proximity on the bottom lane, and Teddy made a call that we have to take TP instantly, so we were able to kind of be on the same page because we had 2 TPs available. We had another Azir versus Akali matchup on the mid lane, and it was 11-11, a very balanced matchup. So as an Akali player in game number 3, how do you think that matchup goes like? Akali, if she can hold on to a little bit, and then as she gets the revolver, actually she can kind of outplay Azir. So I think Akali is in a favorable situation. For Closer, you have been playing Zoe mostly, and you only played 4 different champions so far, so some people were questioning your champion pool. Is there any other champions that you would like to try? I mean, I have a lot in store. I want to play champions that I'm confident in, and also I just wanted to get good results, so that's why I ended up playing Zoe, Sylas, Akali. So moving on to playoffs, you have to face up against some of the premier players in the LCK. How do you feel? Are you nervous? Let's be honest. I mean, I've been feeling quite nervous, but at the same time, I got a lot of victories, so if I practice enough, I think I will be feeling more comfortable and perform well. You guys have to start from the wild cards series. Another miracle run to go for T1. How far can T1 go? What's your mindset for the playoffs run? We will keep up the hard work and prepare for the playoffs. I have a lot of champions that I want to show to my fans, so please keep supporting us. Thank you. Once again, congratulations on your win, and wish you the best of luck in the upcoming playoffs as well. This will be the end of the interview with Closer from T1.
Thank you very much, Ji-sun, for the interview translation. We almost got the question that we were looking for, as we at least found out that it was all planned as far as the substitutions were concerned, but we didn't exactly find out about Game 3 and why that one came in. But let's not talk about that. Let's have a chat about the standings, as both of these teams were locked into their positions, so it didn't necessarily mean too much. But I think we learned a lot about which teams are favorites moving into the playoffs. And Damwon waiting in first place are feeling like an absolute raid boss this season.
Yeah, and the point is DRX, it was their last match before the playoff, and they are already in semifinals, right? And this is not a great news for them. Their performance is not on point right before the playoffs, so it's all about their preparation before the playoffs, and we'll see what's gonna happen. But right now, we cannot expect like DRX like winning against Damwon Gaming when it comes to finals, for example. So it's really hard for right now. But T1,
that's absolutely correct.
So many positive things.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to really find much to say about anyone facing Damwon in the final, but we'll see whether T1 can make that miracle run like Closer was talking about. We still do have one more match this evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is Dynamics and Harmful Life's last match here for 2020. And we're looking forward to seeing what's going to happen there. As ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to about a 30-minute break, and we'll see you after for more LCK. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2020. I'm Atlas, joined by Wadid for the final series of the season, for the regular season at least. We still, of course, have playoffs and the regional gauntlet to go. But Team Dynamics and Humble Life still have one more match in them for the 2020 season. And it's the last we're going to see of them and until they potentially get into franchising for 2021. So it's a bit of a say goodbye style of match here today.
Long time. Yeah, it's gonna be a long time, and we need to like see them next year, right? So it's gonna be. I mean, it doesn't mean anything, but still, LCK fans are watching, global fans are watching. Everyone is looking at them. Maybe some teams really want to pick up them, or they want to develop around one player, so they need to prove themselves. Still, there is still a cast for them.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that they need to go out with a bang. You know, we've been talking about especially a lot of the Dynamics players throughout this year. Rich, especially towards the top side of the map, he has had some pop-off games, but unfortunately hasn't necessarily been able to get them towards the top of the standings, as we're going to go over the points of the match. The last match of 2020 LCK Summer. Like I was talking about before, Dynamics picked up 1 victory after 4 defeats. And Humble Life picked up 7 defeats after 1 victory. Not exactly the greatest of news here for either of these teams. But Dynamics were at least able to pick up their last match win. And that is definitely good news for them.
Yeah. And also for freshmen Dynamics, they had like such a dynamic journey, right? And then start of the split, they had such a great games and great performances. But after that, when they met strong teams, then they randomly fall out, right? So they just need to prove themselves that they are still deserve to be in LCK, even though it's not about like performance, right? Franchise, but still they need to like give some impact towards the fans, and that will make a lot of fans happier.
And we were also talking about it being Tarzan's birthday today. 2 of his former teammates in Viper and Lahenz are going to be playing, and we'll see whether they can pick up a victory on behalf of their friend's birthday. Of course, I think all of us miss Tarzan, which is why I keep bringing it up, because we're going to check out the team stats. None of these are going to be too fantastic, but first Dragon percentage, not too bad for either of these teams. Both of them equal 4th place on 52.6%.
Yeah.
It's very strange. Exactly the same amount of first Dragons.
Yeah, HLE, their performance got improved, right? When they were losing every single game, everyone was not expecting them to do something. But actually, after some games, when they were already like fixed for 9th and 10th, they randomly got changed, maybe because of the player change. Like Dudu and Mir, those players, they played so much better than before. And also there is new jungler, Youngjae. Like there is so many changes, but for Dynamic, there's not many choices that you can do with the players. But yeah, I mean, their performance got improved as well. And especially, I want to focus on Kuzan. And maybe many people can just focus on Rich, but I think this player was one of the reasons why Dynamics was strong enough in the earlier split.
And also definitely a reason as to why they were strong in Challenger as well. I mean, Kuzan basically won MVP of the split before they were promoted into the LCK. So I think you're exactly right. I think Kuzan gets overlooked a little bit more than he maybe should. As over the side of Humble Life, we've got Cad making his way in yet again. The Canadian dollar, seeing whether it's going to be up to snuff in this particular game, as Dudu, Miru, Viper, and Lahenz, of course, are not going to be changed. But Youngjae, look, he was okay, but he didn't do a lot of winning. So maybe bringing Cad back in is going to be the right move here, as Dokdam versus Viper is going to be our matchup. As look, not the greatest of stats, but CS percent between 15 and 30 minutes is an interesting one, because Viper definitely gets funneled in the mid to late game.
So he's getting everything for his team, and his teammates are just funneling Viper, as you mentioned, but it's not working out. The damage percentage is not like 100% for his team, and when Hana Life was doing great, it was about top side. Like Mir was smurfing with the Silas, for example, and like even though you have great bot laners, top side should do something in the early game and at least try to like fight those objectives for the bot lane, you know? Like they need some farm. if you want to do something. So yeah, the draft will matter a lot in this game.
Well, let's see what happens as we are into said draft. Dynamics immediately going to ban away Miru's favorite champion in the Galio. And let's see what Harmful Life are going to focus on as Zoe is going to hit the bench. Kuzan not going to be on that one this time around.
Yeah, and
we'll see whether it's going to be the Lucian ban coming in next.
Normally when you play against Live Esports, you ban Galio, and there is one more, Silas.
Yeah,
so,
true.
I'm wondering if there is going to be another mid ban.
Well, there's the Lucian ban that I was talking about up
Okay.
against Rich and Kuzan, as Set is going to leave also. Harmful Life, we'll see whether they have a look towards the bottom side. Theoretically, only the Lucian has been banned from there, although he's more of a solo lane pick. But no, the TF taken away from Kuzan here as now Dynamics have the opportunity of heading towards a Caitlyn if they would like to.
Yeah.
Seen her banned all day, actually.
And also, so many good picks are available. For example, like Volibear, Ashe, Caitlyn. Most of the picks that the strong team, Western teams are banning is actually opened. So we might see like OP wars right here. For example, Caitlyn insta-lock from Hana Live Esports.
Yep, and Azir there as well for a lot of mid to late game power. In these two picks alone, Dynamics now with their ability to counterpick either mid lane or bot lane if they would like to, as Ashe off in the consideration. It looks like that is where Doc Dom's going to be going.
Yeah.
They did like the Ashe Pantheon, but they didn't do a lot of winning with it, so we'll see whether that is something that they are going to consider.
Yeah, I think for Dynamics, Ashe is enough. Maybe Pantheon is too much for Cougar. And when he was doing some engage supports, playmaking supports, they were doing great. So I think they shouldn't look for winning lane. I think they should look for 50-50 and just look for the roam fights with Lee Hans in the mid lane. So and Kuzan, such aggressive.
That's an old favorite.
Yeah. I mean,
It was definitely a great LeBlanc player in the past.
True.
Wow, this would be an interesting pickup as we're going ultra late game if the Ornn is going to be locked in. Harmful Life wanting to settle in. But no, we're taking a completely different tack as the Olaf is locked in for Cat.
yeah. I mean, if you pick Ornn, the team color is just completely getting changed, right? Normally, when you think about the Caitlyn and Azir, it's all about the early game prior. But if you pick up Ornn, it feels like you need to do something a lot in the early game. Otherwise, the top side is going to be crashed. So I think Olaf choice is still fine. One of the favorite matchup for both sides, like Volibear Olaf. So I think it depends on mid lane matchup, which is LeBlanc versus Azir. And I think Kuzan choose to play this matchup, so I'm wondering if it's like working out, if it's gonna work out for Dynamics. And
It's always been an interesting matchup, the
Yeah.
LeBlanc versus Azir. Theoretically, Azir is going to have shove potential in the early game, but Kuzan being able to get a few points into his distortion so he can clear out minion waves that are shoved into him and then roam should be a way that Dynamics can use the pick power that their comp already has. As Jace is going to be taken away, Rich, a couple of his favorites are going to be removed. His Aatrox is still up, guys, but he hasn't played it in a very long time.
yeah,
And of course, Aatrox has fallen out of favor.
maybe
Dynamics might just ban Lux here.
yeah, or maybe look for ban for top side, which is Dudu's favorite champion, Wukong.
Ooh, true. You could get rid of that one if they would like to. See where they do go, as Wukong, like you say, is going to be taken off the board. So I like it, just targeting some of the good options here.
Yeah, comfort picks.
Yep. Renekton. Of course.
Safety. But I think
he's up.
Yeah, Renekton is actually really good because if you want to counter Renekton, you need to pick something like really aggressive, like Queen or something its range, right? But those champions are they are actually
They're all
difficult to
banned.
play. Yeah,
They're all banned. Lucian, Kennen, and Jace all banned away.
yeah, and it's really hard to play Queen into Renekton still, you know.
Yeah, we've seen it not work, even in the hands of some of our better top laners. So I actually don't like the Quinn. I feel like it screws up your team comp a little bit too much for it to be worth it, having a winning lane that doesn't necessarily always always win anyway.
Yeah.
As Gangplank is an age-old counter pick into the Renekton. And I love it. We've actually seen it not work a lot, actually. But it should. As Aatrox comes down, oh my god, he did it. Okay, Rich, let's see what you can do.
Yes, they are hungry for the win, I guess. And I think it's still fine against Renekton. And here we go. Shen for Lee Hans. One of the
classic.
Classic, yeah. And
he loved this pick.
But I'm not sure about the Caitlyn Shen synergy on the bot side though.
Yeah, I mean, is there Caitlyn Shen synergy? I don't know.
I mean, if you time perfectly, then you can combo with the trap. But I think they're just mainly picking it for the top side. Caitlyn is gonna most likely have the lane prior, right? And it's gonna active Lee Hans to roam to mid lane or top lane. It's gonna help the top side. So, which means the main part of the game is still top side, right? Even though you have great AD carry. So I think it's still great approach, but yeah, as you mentioned, questionable the synergy between Caitlyn Shen. But for dynamics, they're all mixed, balanced, and classic comfort. So I think, yeah, all those words are fitting in to that team comp. So I think it really depends on how they use their early game power with LeBlanc, Volibear, Ashe, and Nautilus. They should be able to snowball from the early game, and it depends how you play against Azir in the mid lane, especially. It's up to Kuzan.
We'll see whether Kuzan can do it. Azir is going to have the shove. Renekton should be able to shove out the Aatrox, but it's Rich's Aatrox, so I don't know necessarily what that's going to mean.
Yeah.
I think the junglers are going to have a lot of part to play. And I think that, you know, once Shen has hit level 6, things like that, it's going to get better for Hanwha Life. Let's see how it goes as we hop onto the Rift for Game 1 of our final series of the season.
Yeah. I mean, the problem for Hanwha Life Esports is that they have no proper engage tool, right? They have like Olaf, Shen, Azir, Renekton, which is like such a great fighters, but they're not engage masters, right? So if they when they wanna fight in a great position, maybe it cannot be happening and just getting poked down by LeBlanc. So they just need to play smarter than any other normal games.
Let's see how they go as Guga he's taking a bit of damage already. But Hanwha Life just move on over, get some vision. And some pings go out there from Hanwha Life just to ask Dudu whether he's seen anyone.
Yeah.
And he hasn't, as they do have vision in the area. So red buff is going to remain without any wards on it. The early game, pretty calm. Having a look at the Azir runes, he's taken the Electrocute this time. We have seen a bit of the Hail of Blades Azir recently. But Electrocute just to make sure that he has the burst damage up against Kuzan, who's gone with Ignite Electrocute himself. So 100% trying to kill his opponent.
Yeah, such aggressive rune settings from both mid laners, I can say. It's actually same, completely same, right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Just with a little bit of switch around as far as order, but otherwise it's exactly the same. Let's see who's going to be able to use them the most effectively. As Biscuit, Delivery, and Time Warp Tonic just to make sure that they've got as much sustain in this lane as possible.
Yeah. Purely focused on laning phase, and because of that, their bot laners can be like effective. So mid lane is really, really important, and also for the junglers, Volibear Olaf matchup, they're actually fine for both, right? So that means mid lane affects a lot in this jungle matchup.
Oh yeah.
So
the jungle could also affect the lanes a lot as well, especially when we're looking at top lane, things like that, both of these players wanting to get ahead. So let's see if this early game is going to work out as Cad not going to see the bear walking past. And Dudu is shoved very far forward. This could be an opportunity for Beyond as Dudu goes aggressive at probably the wrong time. Dice is away. Beyond still looking for it. There's the Storm Strike as Dudu takes a whole bunch of his health bar, and Beyond is just going to walk away saying, "You're welcome." As at least Dudu does hold on to his flash.
It's Cat's timing right now because he's ahead in jungle lane. So he's gonna pressure Beyond in the jungle right now. And
Rift Scuttler should theoretically go over to Cad, but he's just going to move away. And you can see Kuzan, he had the inside track, so that's why Cad had to move out of the way, as he is going to steal away the Rift Scuttler. Beyond taking a lot of damage, has to flash as Kuzan moves over. But the chains will land there onto Miru. That's a very interesting shifting sands. Not sure what the idea was there as Undertow comes down. Passive comes out, second Undertow lands, and Cad, he's got his eye in here today.
Yeah, and Hana Life Esports, they're pressuring top and bot at the same time, so the Scuttle Crab on the bot side just got controlled by Hana Life. It's just so clean. And you remember when Hana Life Esports just stomped one of the team with the perfect rotation? It reminds me one of the game, actually.
Yeah, well, I still think that Hanwha Life do have a lot of potential, but they just haven't been able to find it here in this season. It's been a bit of a depressing time for this squad. Let's see whether this game can be some redemption for them. As they are getting a decent shove towards the bottom side. Peacemaker doing a bunch of work there onto Dokdam. And Viper does walk away with a few CS in the lead. Rich with the lane in a good position, but Dudu's still trading quite nicely, slicing out of the way of those infernal chains. I love it. It's Rich, so of course the Aatrox comes back, back from the dead.
Yeah, I mean, it's an okay matchup against Renekton if you are good at Aatrox, and Rich is obviously good at Aatrox, so it should be fine. The vision control from Hana Life Esports, that means Caitlyn can push whenever he wants, wherever he wants. Great vision control by them.
Yep. And Dredgeline going to land there from Guga. Aftershock keeps him alive as well, so he's going to be absolutely fine. And in goes Cad once again. Rich trying to get out of there with the Umbral Dash, and he's going to be caught by the stun. I have a feeling this is a very dead Aatrox, and yes, he's not even going to flash. First blood goes to Renekton, and this could be the beginning of the end of the top lane.
Yeah, this is the reason why it's still hard matchup for Aatrox. You need to be good at like lane control, otherwise you're going to get ganked, and you cannot do anything unless you are like level 6 having a Death Dance on you, but it's level 5 with Ninja Tabis. So, clean gank by Cad. He was controlling both sides, and after that, he's controlling top side as well. So, he's everywhere, actually.
Doing a great job on this Olaf so far. He's actually back towards the top side. Remember, they didn't get the flash, but they didn't have to use flash either. As pings go out from Rich, he's like, why they be camping my lane? Those jerks.
Can they actually react to this?
On in.
Beyond this level 4, actually.
Well, there's the dice out. I believe Dudu just took a turret shot, so not really wanting the dive is now going to change their mind. Okay, that's some good knockups onto Rich, who's level 6 now, does have the World Ender, but they're not able to tank up the turret for too much longer. Guga turns up, like you were talking about. Exhaust goes down. Max range Dredgeline will connect as Kuzan's coming in, looking to see whether he can tidy this one up. And he should be able to do so as they want to deliver the kill over to Rich, but Kuzan does get it in the end.
Such a smart move from bot lane, but how about your AD carry? That's the point.
Well, that's the flash forward, but it's a good cleanse out of Dokdam to get himself to safety. And it looks like they should be able to zone him out of the way of a large amount of these minions and get themselves some turret plates. So Hanwha Life answering back as best as they could.
Yep. Some trade. I mean, because of the matchup, they needed to help a lot, and here we go.
Yeah, Mirror trying to get out of here now. His flash available. Kuzan's not so much, as he's only on 150 health. Beyond just here to try and help the LeBlanc, as he does get that siege minion. Thank goodness.
Such a great escape way by Mir. And also because of that, he got enemy jungle's tempo. Cat is really free to hit the Drake. And using a bot pressure as well. So just in general, Hana Life Esports, they are just snowballing the game slowly and cleanly.
I like it. 1,000 gold in the lead at the moment, like you were talking about. Picked up the first Drake, and they will be rewarded with an Infernal coming in next. Mountain or Ocean Soul to come down after that. And Dudu play this very nicely. being able to get there with the slice, the dice, stunning up the Aatrox, and then there was no way that he was ever going to escape, humble dash or no. This was a valiant effort by Rich actually being able to chunk out Dudu so early, and avoiding that undertow as well was definitely good news.
Yeah.
As Guga played like a hero. This dredge line, man. Hitbox or no hitbox. Absolutely
and
fantastic.
The top side again.
Yeah, we're going for another fight as Dudu going down very low. Beyond gets himself a decent shield. But Lahenzi has Stand United, so he's going to be able to save his top laner quite comfortably. As HLE was started, but not actually completed there, as we saw in the picture-in-picture.
Yeah. The thing is, when you use your Shen support's ultimate in a defensive way, it's not effectable. So I think that was great play by Dynamics. But at the same time, he didn't die, so it is okay, I guess. So, I mean, Shen is kind of forced to be around here, and still Nautilus is level 5, so I guess they want to take the fight here.
Yep, they're going to leave Caitlyn towards the bottom side of the map. As you can see, he's just going to try and shove in, take some more of these turret plates. As Humble Life are also going to be starting this one. Arrow is going to connect onto Dudu there quite nicely. As Rich trying to turn it, grabs the kill onto the Crocodile and walks into the brush. Will actually escape as Kuzan also able to pick up Cad. And now Dynamics turning this game all the way on its head, and also Shelly turning around and going back home. Which is not necessarily the greatest of news, but this is what happens. I mean, Humble Life a little bit too greedy, wanting to take both bot lane priority and the Rift Herald.
Yeah, for sure, because they should have known that Ashe was just moving towards top side with just giving up some creeps, but they were just still looking for the fight. And even starting up the header was kind of greedy play, and it was not that like huge pressure that they had. It was like a small pressure that they have because of the rotation. So they were greedy about it, so they got punished.
Well, Lahen's moving into the enemy jungle will start off this red buff. But I think they want to dive more than that, as Guga is going to wander on over. Good volley. Will at least stop them from dying at this stage, but the turret not going to be so lucky, as, yeah, you don't want to be here, Guga. And Viper is very, very big right now.
He's really fat already because of the turret plates. He was just farming 24/7 on the turret. So
yeah. Well, having a look at this one again, that's a great arrow onto Dudu. No way that he could get out of it, as he didn't have time to throw out the slice. And just like we say, it was a bit greedy.
Yep. I mean, the call shoot came out from Viper. Or maybe they were not even thinking about it. Maybe they thought they could take the 4v5, but it seems like they were not ready to react to Ashe's ulti. I mean, if they were thinking about 4v5, they should call about Ashe's ultimate potential. And they should actually dodge it, because they have so many dashes and ultimates. It could actually soak Ashe's ultimate, right? But it was not ready at all, so we can see that it was not prepared, it was not planned. But it's still okay, I guess, because Viper is fed.
Yeah, and we'll see whether Viper can hard carry. We know that he does like to take as many resources as possible as the game goes on. As Dudu is setting up shop here towards the bottom side of the map. Docdom doing his best to grab as many plates as he possibly can with the help of Guga and Beyond. See whether they can actually make this dive work as the ulti comes down. Arrow, the chain CC is pretty good, and the slows from the Ashe certainly working out. As Lahenz is going to turn up, but the Crocodile's still going to die. As this turret is getting pretty mad. Still not really going to work out, as there's the flash out from Beyond. And they are going to be safe. So good dive there from Dynamics, who are currently 4-1 as far as kill score, and still behind.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting kills, but the outcome is not actually that great. They are annoying Renekton on the top side, but it is not enough to have a great snowball in. And I felt like Dudu misplayed under the turret. He didn't need to flash at that timing because Shen could save him from the auto attacks, but I think that was kind of unsafe. But at the same time, Dynamics, it is true that they are getting some advantages, right? With kills, but objective controls are on Hana Life Esports, and the point is they need to stop Caitlyn.
Yeah. And she's 30 CS in the lead still. And now shoving alongside her mid laner, which is suboptimal. But let's have a look at this one once again. Speaking of suboptimal.
Yeah.
I mean, Dudu does get the stand united, but it doesn't keep him alive.
I mean, I think maybe the second dash with the Renekton's slice was not necessary. The flash was enough, and then he could save it till the last because of the Shen. But I think it was a little bit of misplay.
Yeah. As Beyond actually gets all of those turret plates. Unfortunately for Doctor, I'm not able to get in range to get that. The Ashe would have very much liked to have some of that money. Slightly unfortunate, but at least someone gets the money.
Yeah.
Beyond is really far behind though.
Yeah.
In the jungle, Cat is just power farming.
I mean, also in the early game, when Cat was level 6, Beyond was level 4, so which means that Volibear is just losing so hard in the jungling. And that's why Volibear really wants to make a lot of situations, a lot of plays. But yeah, I mean, even though Beyond is actually doing it, the goal difference, objective control, mech control is still on HanaLive Esports side. So that's the dilemma. You know, you cannot jungle in. You need to make a lot of plays, but you're still behind. So they should make some play as a team. I don't think it's all up to Beyond. I think it's up to all the members from Dynamics, which is like Ashe and Nautilus. They are not mobile, but still having a great engage tool, right? And then LeBlanc can always jump into the fight. So I think they should help their jungler to make him back in the game.
And they're going to need to, because Cad's gone full damage as well on this Olaf. It's going to be the warrior variety. And so not going to be as useless in this mid-game as a lot of our Olafs have been, especially once that Black Cleaver does come in. All of that CDR certainly going to be helping him out. And yeah, it's going to be very scary, especially for someone like Ashe, who doesn't have any answer to the Olaf almost whatsoever.
Yeah, it's a little bit sad that this Ashe is not having a Essence River, because you can just spam ultimate and just look for the opportunities, and which is actually really needed for a Dynamics. That's a little bit sad, but it's okay. You are still Ashe. So just pull the trigger, make some situations, just get some of the spells are actually enough to release the pressure from them. So I think it is really needed from Dynamics right now.
Well, okay, Rich is going to get caught out of position here. Flashes out of the way as the Olaf did pop the Ragnarok, so certainly good news for Dynamics, not having to worry about that one. However, the flash being down on Rich means that he's not going to be able to keep pushing this wave so far up. It's a very, very long bottom lane at the moment as Kuzan takes the turret shot, but otherwise, he is controlling this lane quite well.
Yeah. That's the positive thing for Dynamics right now, because as I mentioned, there is not many of CCs from HanaLive Esports, right? Which means LeBlanc can freely poke them down and look for some cut-out plays. So I think it really depends on Kuzan's performance right now, and he is actually doing it, so they can actually take it slow. Slowly, they're getting some objectives, mech controls because of the Kuzan's trade. He's forcing enemy jungler to show up into the mid lane. So everything is going great, but the problem is when it comes to 1-3-1 situation like right now.
Yeah. As Dudu turns up top lane, he's going to clear that one out. And there's a lot of vision now for Dynamics. We actually were complimenting HanaLive for their vision. But top side of the map, definitely a lot of control now available for Dynamics. That was to set up their play around the Rift Herald that has now been taken as Beyond clears out this ward in the mid lane as well. Ocean Drake in 30 seconds time, and this is going to be one that Dynamics will have to fight for. Otherwise, the Dragon Snowball is going to be a little bit too out of control. And Dynamics also being able to pick up 4 Ocean Drakes, I mean, that's the dream.
I mean, they have Heathered right now, and they have the tempo from Aatrox from the top side right now. So I think they have better position Dynamics, so they can just take it slow, even though it's kind of forced. They need to fight for sure, but they can just take it slow, the fight. Kuzan is on the great position as well.
Yep. Oh, Vision is going to come up there. They threw down the ward in the brush, but Beyond, speaking of being in position, he certainly is. 2,000 health on him as well. It's pretty comfy, but that headshot's still going to hurt. As, oh my god! What is this? Caitlyn's already done 1200 damage with like 2 abilities. Or 2 auto attacks. It's pretty ridiculous. As Kuzan, he's going to get caught out of position. As he connects the chains. Good snare onto Miru as in goes the fight as Cad picks up that first kill. The Crocodile also able to take down the Nautilus. Rich trying to fight this one out. As you can see, Doptom, he's pretty big. Kuzan trying to get in there, but he's not able to get anything done. And now it's Rich versus the world. Kuzan, I don't know whether he's even going to be able to get there as that Undertow somehow catching out the Aatrox. The flashboard from Miru, and he puts down Kuzan. Oh no, Rich into the brush, ace in the hole, and that is a dead Aatrox. And that's an ace already at 18.5 minutes.
Yeah, they got forced to fight because of the pressure about the soul point, but actually they had the great advantage. They could push mid lane with header, and Kuzan was on point, but I think the pulling the trigger timing was a little bit late because Kuzan got spotted and Hana Live Esports, they could just poke them down with the Caitlyn as well. So I think if they just pulled the trigger 10 seconds earlier when Kuzan was already there in a good position, everything could be different, but they were too late.
And Beyond was like already out of this fight before it even started. As he flashes in and then dies before he can even get any damage down with his ultimate.
Yeah, and even though Gugur got the 4-man ultimate, because of the redemption from Lee Hans, like everyone got saved. That was just insane.
Yep, Miru here pretty nicely able to lock down Kuzan as well. Not able to flash out of the Emperor's Divide. And yes, sniped in the face. And Aatrox actually tries to jump out of Summoner's Rift, which was interesting as he fell down. But now he's back on the Rift and moving down the bottom lane, as Viper is just tanking up every single jungle creep that he can find in his quest for the red buff. And now Hama Life getting control around the Baron that spawned about 7 seconds ago. And this is exactly the right game for Cad to be damage Olaf, by the way, because they're starting to snowball at exactly this time.
Yeah.
Certainly feels good. As Kuzan trying to trap the members of Hanwha here. There's no Renekton and he has no teleport available either. So some possibilities here as Kuzan gets himself the hell out of there. Great knockups from Guga, who has to go golden. They just don't quite have the items. The redemption that you were talking about before is going to be fantastic. As in goes Kuzan, manages to lock down the kill onto Cat. Is now Rich trying to do it. Here in the backline, Viper going to get caught out. Lahen's going to follow suit, and Dynamics, they answer very nicely on the top side. As there's the ulti slam dunk there from Beyond, and they are also able to take down the turret.
Yeah, this is power of the outer mid turret, and because of that, their rotation was not clean at all. Hana Live Esports, their position. Okay, they're trying Nashor now, and it is actually possible because there is no TP. And there is only Dudu without flash. Can he actually stop it? I don't
know
think
whether
so.
he was actually going to check, but then he saw the hawk shot, so he is going to be able to check this. Scryer's Bloom comes down, and they back away. Oh, man.
They do not, like, they don't have damage right now, I guess, because Ashe has no IE. Such a Nashor saver.
Yeah, that's why we get the big zoom. As we'll check out the fight one more time. Kuzan almost dies at the beginning of this one, and I wasn't expecting Dynamics to be able to make this work, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know the reason why they put 4-man on the top side when there is still outer mid turret. Like, still... There is a mid first turret. You shouldn't look for put many people on the side lane. Then you're gonna get collapsed or having a bad rotation. So, that happened exactly. And that should just come out from Hana Live Esports. Just look for the mid turret first. Mid outer turret is the main problem when it comes to snowball in the mid game. So I guess the header play that they made at the third Drake by Dynamics was impactful.
Yeah, seemed to work out. We do have rapid fire cannon now completed for Viper, so he is a bit of a big boy. Looks like he's going double Zeal items for the classic crit Caitlyn. Oh no, that's just a cheeky dagger, so it could still be the Storm Rays that had come in as the very, very standard build. Especially here in Korea, we see a lot of IE into rapid fire cannons still. even though it's not necessarily the most popular elsewhere.
I mean, if you want an earlier game, a snowball, then you just go for Storm Razor first. But just remember, do you remember when Viper in the early game, like he got so much gold from the
he's still fed, right?
Yeah, so I think he should go for the IE first when you got so much gold like that. And it was actually popping off when Volibear just got hit by one trap. So they still have great damage, but it's all about teamfight positioning. If Caitlyn gets flanked by LeBlanc or Aatrox, the teamfight is gonna be just donezo. So the support from Azir is needed. Their engage is really bad. So that's the problem, but they should kite it out or need some insane engage by Lehans with flash on.
Well, let's see what they're going to be able to do here as the Ocean Drake is spawning. Life, they really want to try and fight for this one. Ocean Soul is so valuable, but Kuzan off to the side. Stuns up the Shen, he's already at half health. As the volley's actually doing a bunch of work. Depth charge, still held on to here by Guga. Finally throws it out. It is going to be the Ashe that locks down the Dragon somehow, as the Crocodile's also going to die. Kuzan being a bit of a hero in the backline as Miru tries to get out of there. Lehans trying to be the hero, but he's just gonna die. Not gonna be too many of an option there, as the Emperor's Divide is at least gonna keep Viper alive. And he has a big old shield as well just before Lehans falls. And yeah, Viper, last man standing, not gonna be able to get anything this time around.
Yeah.
Oh no, I think he might also just die here as the trap comes in. He wants to take Guga with him, but he's not gonna be able to. That's the ace. And this might just be the Baron for Dynamics, as this game is all over the place.
Yeah. The top play was just so critical, so that's why Dynamics could have better positioning, and this is the problem of the team composition. They have no engage tool. Their team fight is just way worse than Dynamics, and they were just way too tunneled on the for Drake as well. So there's one last chance with the Olaf Nash still, I guess, on live.
Well, we'll see whether he's going to be able to get in there. No flash, so, and also there's no blast cone. So this is going to be very, very hard for Cat as Guga in the front line, just trying to make sure no one can get in here as Baron. They might just turn and try and burst it out as Rich throws down the World Ender. Cat goes golden. They might be able to just grab the Baron, and they do so. Kuzan also eliminates the jungler. Dudu flashing, slicing, dicing, but tagged by the volley and knocked up by the Qs from the Aatrox. And Docdom is going to get yet another kill. 16-9 is the kill score here at 25.5 minutes. It's a bloody game, and it's working out well for Dynamics.
Yeah, Dynamics in the early game, they were kind of behind because of the objective, but when you remember Damon Gaming, they were not caring about the Drake that much. They were caring about the fight, they were caring about the kills and map control, and that worked out again. Dynamics, they are following the meta.
Yeah, I like it. And also, look at Docdom. 5-1 and 9. The 3 best items for an Ashe outside of maybe an Essence Reaver, which would have been really cool at this stage as well. But he is a very, very happy guy as the arrow's going to connect. The Observers didn't think that was going to land as Emperor's Divide. He's going to buy him some space, and he shifts some sands to get himself out of there. As Miro at least is going to survive, but doesn't have his ultimate anymore as Rich. Nope, I tell a lie. As he's not going to be taken down just yet. Oh my god, Rich, that was beautiful. Red buff is going to do it. Guga here might just fall as he's going to flash. As Rich is going to block the ulti. Redemption is going to kill him. As nice work from Lehans is going to get himself at least one back there. But you can see this game is really fallen apart for Hanwha Live.
Yeah. Every single skirmishes are just on Dynamics because of the item difference and team comp. How can you catch LeBlanc with this team comp? Answer me. And they are not able to answer this right now.
Nope. He's also got his flash. There are no flashes available on the side of Hanwha Life. This is the best time to be a LeBlanc ever. As Cad's going to run back to his fountain. In the meantime, Rich is just destroying the top inhibitor turret with absolutely no response from Hanwha Life at all. Maybe. Double buffs on the Aatrox.
And blue buff.
I don't know why, but like, Rich makes this champion relevant no matter what the meta is. It doesn't really matter. He's just an Aatrox god.
I mean, how can you stop this LeBlanc, by the way? So I think maybe they need to predict the LeBlanc's dash and look for CC chain, but it is not happening.
Oh, speaking of chains, the Infernal Chains pull back the Shen. Rich, World Ender's there, almost gets chunked down, and the Azir's going to be able to grab that kill. Emperor's Divide to throw them all back. A double kill there for Miro as Doctorm also going to go down. Triple now for the Azir as Guga's trying to run away. Dudu wants to catch up. Miro looking to try and tag him with that red buff. But Hanwha Life not able to get the rest of the kills. Kuzan pops on over. It is a 3-for-2 trade, but it's in favor of Hanwha Life. That is going to buy them a lot of time.
I guess my game knowledge is not that great. How can they manage to lose this team fight, by the way?
I think they're just skilled, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I think the point is Azir was really free as well. I mean, LeBlanc was slowly poking them down, so I think Dynamics, they could just play slow. And Google was not even here. I mean, they're just way too hasty. They really want to end the game fast, I guess. But they just need to take it slow. Kuzan is gonna carry the game alone. Just let him do his job.
And now, with 14 seconds to go, Hanwha Life do have some control over the Dragon Pit. Getting towards this Ocean Soul is going to be huge news for them if they can do it. They're missing a few inhibitor turrets, but it's not the end of the world. And they're only 4,000 gold behind.
It's Ocean Drake.
Yep, they're looking to try and burst it down. In goes Dynamics. World Ender comes down from Rich as they do secure the Ocean Soul, but can they win the fight afterwards? Lahens in the back of the pit as the red health bars are going very low. Emperor's Divide is going to clean up Dynamics. And you can see Viper still at full health, able to free hit. Guga's going to die. Double kill for the Caitlyn. And now in goes Miro trying to find more. Triple for Viper in the end. And it's only Kuzan that still stands.
I cannot believe what is happening right now. The game is so random, but on top of that, Mirror's focus is actually on point. Like, his teamfight potential is such a great with this Azir. Last time when he played Azir, like, he got some kills, but he didn't make some impact plays that Azir needed to do. But this time around, his shuffle is on point, I guess.
Yeah, that was sick. I think it was a 3-man ulti there, as we're going to have a look and double check as we check out the Desperation engage. But Ocean Soul's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, you can be desperate.
Oh, 3-man ulti, beautiful stuff. Oh no, 2. I think he killed someone with it.
Yeah, so 3-man. It's correct.
2-man and a corpse. As we're going to have a look at exactly what he did.
Front lane, front lane. Aatrox? No. Look here. Nice. LeBlanc behind. Aatrox? LeBlanc. Thank you so much.
I heard that one. Saying thank you for critting him in the face before he fell down and put out the pigeon. So appreciation there to Viper as the Baron's up in 25 seconds. Elder Drake in 4 minutes time. And Hanwha Life now having control once again. However, they are still missing some inhibitor turrets. So if they lose a fight, I mean, the game's over.
Yeah.
Especially now that it's past 30 minutes.
Yeah, basically it is, and Azir has no flash this time. There is some pressure on Mir right now. He has no Zhonya's as well, so maybe another miracle shuffle is not happening in the game. And right now they have the Ocean Drake. That is just the thing that it makes Hanwha Life esports stronger. So
much stronger. Yeah, it's very, very scary. Ocean Soul is a big deal.
This is weird positioning though. They're putting 5 men on the top side again, and they're gonna lose mid Priya for some reason when they're ahead. That is weird.
I guess they don't want to be pincered. They want to try and opt into only team fights, as everyone is just sticking to Viper. They're saying, please carry us in these team fights. You can do it.
I guess they don't want to make any kind of mistakes, I guess. It is true that if they are grouped as 5, they cannot lose at this point.
Well, in goes Kuzan. They're going to turn onto him immediately. The flash out. There's the ace in the hole, but it's not enough to kill the LeBlanc. And now Emperor's Divide is on cooldown. Dynamics
is 4v5.
Wanting to wait for the Baron to do as much damage as possible. As Hanwha Life, they're sticking on it. Kuzan's still here, remember. It's a 5 versus 5. Lahens out of the pit, and it's the steal from beyond. The Shen does take down the bear, but the crocodile's also going to be dead. It is an even trade so far, but Doctom is going to fall. It's a double kill for Viper. Kuzan has to get the hell out of there. Rich can't be the hero they're looking for. And now it's a triple. Viper just happy to carry in these team fights. 21-21 is the kill score. Life don't even have a gold lead yet, but they may just win the game right now.
Yeah, he could be the hero if there was no Ocean Drake. The last hit was not able to finish out the Caitlyn, and that's it. That's the game.
See whether Kuzan can be an absolute hero, but I have a feeling you're absolutely correct. I don't know what Dynamics are going to be able to do. Guga's going to be up in 5 seconds time, so it looks like Hanwha aren't actually going to go all the way. But they do get themselves the first inhibitor of the game. And, Kuzan. Yeah. Oh, he's going to find Cat there. Ragnarok immediately procced. As he's just going to run away. This game is crazy, dude.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's really useless to talk about, yeah, that's the game, you know? Because one team fight is going to change every single thing. And I mean, basically, Hanwha Esports is building up the better structure because of the Ocean Drake. That's the strong point. Like, even though your positioning is not that great, because of the Ocean Drake, you are fully healed up. And great E flash by Viper right there to finish up the Ashe. And if you didn't have Ocean Drake right there, actually he could finish the... There is no look.
There's a lot of traps in here.
Take the measure. Just look for the fight. We want the fight. We want the fight. Look, Ashe. Nice. LeBlanc.
He was basically attack moving.
Yeah.
Let's be real. And now he's got 6 items. This Caitlyn is just gigantic. 50 CS in the lead as well. 7-2 and 10. 7, 4, and 11 for the Ashe, but she's an item behind. I still feel like anyone can win this game at this point. The gold is... There's 300 gold between them.
Yeah.
And it's just this Ocean Soul that's changing it. But I feel like these fights are so bursty that it's barely even relevant. Especially with, you know, an Executioner's Calling and a Morello now on Dynamics. It's not as much of a problem. As Kuzan looks for Dudu, finds some chains here. As Blade of the Ruin King comes down, there's the Mimic chains, and the flash has to come out. Could actually be a big deal, especially now with Ragnarok off cooldown. Cad gonna get chained up. Ragnarok comes out again. More flashes, and Dynamics might just be able to turn this into an Elder.
Okay, they can actually look for the end, by the way. The mid wave is there, but they are looking for the fight right here. 5v5.
Yep, oh, there's the flash torn out from Lehans. Is this going to do it for them as Emperor's Divide lands onto 3? Beyond trying to get into that backline as Kuzan's already got rid of the Shen. But look at the health bars. Cad trying to find the undertows, but it's still a 1 fight for Dynamics despite the fact that their health bars are so damn low. Honeyfruit, I don't know whether it's quite going to be enough here. As can Beyond do it again. He can! Spites it away, and the Ashe grabs a double kill off the back end. Dynamics, I think they're just going to walk it down and see whether they can win the game from here.
50-50 happened just right away from Hanwha Esports.
And the dredge line. Good night, Mr. Viper.
What was that, by the way? Hanwha Esports, they had the control even though it was 3 versus 4. But they decided to have 50-50 right at the point. And the game
I don't know whether that was the right move we did. And I think that they're going to agree because now they're most likely going to lose the game. 7 seconds on Dudu. I mean, Cad's going to be up in 10 as well. It's only Viper that's not going to be here, and he is the most important member. And they have super creeps coming down the mid lane. Lehens is also going to try and pick up this minion wave, draw it away. And as you can see, there's a minion wave all the way up the other end of Summoner's Rift. I mean, Lehens does fall down there, but he did his job. He's just trying to get rid of minions, and this game's not over yet.
This game is crazy. I just want to stop thinking.
Oh my, well, I mean, I think both of these teams have. This game is just insane, dude.
Yeah, so
I don't
many
know what's going on. Baron's up in a minute.
Yeah, so many 50-50 is happening. I was thinking that maybe Hanwha Esports are gonna just look for the end with the TP on the mid lane, but it didn't happen. Dogdam was doing such a great job in this team fight, by the way. He was melting the front lane with a great positioning. But yeah, but it's Caitlyn, right? So they had great situation, but randomly they decide to have a 50-50 right here, and they lost.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
일단 빼야 돼. 일단 빼야 돼.
Let's have a look at what happened here as Beyond.
빨리 먹어라
Gonna check out his point of view.
집 갔다가 해볼 수 있거든.
Take the honey first.
얘네 배속치거든.
They're keep
오케이
getting.
연락 뒤에 계속 받겠다.
Oh, we got that. We got the elder.
천천히.
Slowly. They were surprised as well.
Well, so will we. 10 seconds on the Baron. We'll see whether Dynamics go back to it. See whether they can pick that one up. I'd probably be okay with a 50-50 because it feels like Beyond's got his eye in when it comes to these smites. And Kuzan, yeah, he's going to play goalie. They have started this up. And this is late game, right? This Baron does not last very long at all as Dudu is going to get chunked. He's going to go golden as well, but still going to be a dead Baron, and Dudu has to go back. So no team fights for you, Mr. Crocodile.
TP on the bot side by Reach as well. They are going to look for 3 inhibitors at the same time with the Nasher buff on.
Yeah, Kuzan's clearing out vision where he can. Trap line in, as Viper can actually kill these creeps pretty fast. Especially with the Zia here. But with 3 lanes of super creeps, it's going to be very, very hard, especially with the Baron buff on top of it.
Can they finally end this game with these 3 inhibitors advantage right now? They have Nasher as well. They just need to wait for minions. And just
remember, this is Ocean Soul as well on Hanwha Live. But still, this Nexus turret is not going to last very long at all. Cad going to get chunked. Kuzan's LeBlanc is so annoying.
Yeah.
First Nexus turret goes down. Hanwha, it's almost time up for them, because if this next Nexus turret falls down, I just feel like a rush of the base will just end the game. It's okay, Hanwha still just staying together, trying to get Viper into the best position possible. Okay, arrow flies out. Immediately, Ragnarok comes through from Cad as Kuzan goes in and executes him. Dudu now with his Ragnarok, but oh my god, the collapse, the destruction! And Dynamics have done it. The Nexus lasts about a couple of seconds. And congratulations, game 1, going over to Dynamics, 53 kills. That was a fiesta, but it was fun. Give you that much.
Yeah. I'm not sure what to say. But one thing is sure. Kuzan, POG, or Riot.
Yeah,
that is true.
I mean, Kuzan should get it, but I wouldn't mind if Beyond got it as well for the amount of smites that he was able to get. I don't know.
Oh my god.
That game was very weird.
I mean, I guess...
Poor Viper, though. That's all I'm saying. Poor Viper.
Yeah, poor Viper. And at the same time, I guess this is the way how LCK enjoys the meaningless game, I guess. Not random picks, but random plays.
Oh my god. Well, I hope we get a game 2 exactly like that. Because that was a very, very long game, but at least it was entertaining. You know, kept us on our toes until the very end. I never knew who was going to win. It's one of the first times I've ever seen an Ocean Soul lose, especially with only 1 measly Ocean Drake on the opposing side. Theoretically, they should have been able to get that one done, but unfortunately for them, they weren't able to. Dynamics just being able to come up clutch in the end, and the defense for Viper just was not there. Looking forward to seeing the damage graph, where Viper did 80% of his team's damage or something like that. Because it did... I mean, Miru had some hero plays as well, but in the end, it didn't matter.
I mean, my game knowledge in this kind of game is not working out, you know? I was like talking about how like esports was leading the game when Dynamics got the miracle team fight, and when I said Dynamics is gonna win the game because of the team comp, Live Esports just randomly gets the four Drakes in a row, and like so random, so random. But the outcome is that super weird. Yeah, the outcome is that Kuzan is such a great mid laner.
Yeah, and actually, you know, on one of his more famous picks as well in the LeBlanc, so good to see him sort of resurrecting a pick that we haven't really seen too much here in the LCK recently. Feels like she has sort of fallen out of favor. And Rich as well on his signature pick also. Felt like Dynamics utilizing their comfort very, very well despite what happened throughout a lot of this game, right? Like, I feel like Hanwha were winning until they lost, as this was an infernal chain.
And this was also a great comeback from Hanwha Live Esports, you know? But so many things are happening.
Yeah. Oh, it was so silly. As at least, you know, there was the Ocean Soul, and I thought from this point on, how do Hanwha Live lose? Especially when Viper's able to free hit here. I mean, 2 people get thrown on top of him, but they were so low health that it didn't actually matter. And like, you look at this fight and you're like, all right, well, Hanwha Live win. No. That's not how that one works.
So let's look up. I mean, this team fight also Hanwha Live Esports won, I guess. But they lost the Nasher, that's the point. I guess Beyond is the POG. Because he stole Nasher and also stole Elder. Still got.
Oh man, these highlights go forever.
Stream and taunt, but oh yeah, Uber actually hooked a Viper and used the ultimate. That actually made a lot of time. Yeah. But actually, I mean, they won the team fight. Still. But yeah, I guess Aatrox was looking for the TP, so that's why they were kind of forced to take the 50-50, because at the end it was 3 versus 5, right? They couldn't finish any targets, so that's why they kind of did the 50-50. But yeah, anyways, 50-50 is not the way you take.
And the sad Zoe goodbye as well. This was the last team fight. I didn't know whether it was going to be the last team fight. It felt like there were a million last team fights in this particular game. But this was the actual one.
Yeah. Good to see it. And actually, Dogtown played so much better than any other series, right? One team fight, his positioning was so great, and that's why they could win the team fight as well. So I think he should get some more spotlight as well.
Yeah, having a look at that gold graph was definitely a little bit crazy, as 32k damage for the Aatrox ain't bad either. But I think Azir did a little bit more than I was expecting him to, but that was crazy. I think we're going to expect even more of that coming up. We're going to have a short break, guys, to gather ourselves after that brutal game. We'll be back for our potentially final game of the season very, very shortly. See you soon.
Bullet time comes down. Everyone's not going to find it. Oh no, it's a disaster for DRX, and now Canner is on the chase. That's a fantastic interruption there as the Gap with gigantic damage. Double kill out of nowhere, and now DRX find themselves.
Don't even probably think he can go for the steal, but he might.
Affiliate!
How many years? As he just lights up everyone and gets the balance.
Elder will go the way of SP, but that's 2 members already down. But again, it's not Hyper down. So I think,
Okay. Not sure how many years.
Oh man. Fly in there as Spirit with his ultimate running keeps himself alive, but that Emperor's Divide was absolutely fantastic. It's nothing in comparison to Mystic with his quadra kill though. Is it going to be back-to-back pentas against Sandbox in the first game? It is! Mystic does it. Welcome back for 2020 Summer Africa Freaks.
Yep.
What about your wasn't one eye worse than the other?
My right eye is blind.
I mean, for the light. No? Same? Okay.
Yeah.
That's good. So how you doing?
Making it awkward.
Just, you know, asking about your eyes. So just
Thank you. Yeah, lost sight.
It's the arrival. I came in the league, went straight for the title. No time to idle. I'm finna get it, put that on the Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move like the final. 1 by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial.
This guy didn't teleport in Goron and then trap with Chovy.
Now he's going to have to flash, but look at that, that three-man root, but they're getting in there, trying to get him with the exhaust, but they don't have the damage. He's still alive! He's still alive, and that is going to be the end of these three members.
Oh, go next. Oh, go next.
Yep.
It's the key bust that we're looking for. Stretch line lands.
Death Charge comes in, and there's the final chapter. Shot Barrage is going to come over the top. Moonlight Vigil to answer as Carrier hops out. Crescendum is on here for Mystic as now Doran looks for the ult. He doesn't actually have it available, and Mystic over in the alcove is able to win out the fight. And Koshik, can you just kill Mystic, please? As Death gets caught up, it's a double kill, and Mystic's just running around. The Undertow's not going to land. It's a disaster for DRX. The Severum gets all of his health back, and this is what Afrika were looking for in game one. They're back in this one.
Impressive.
Every single player on the side of Soto and Prince, they have ape on their shirt. They're not, you know.
Oh no!
It stands for Absolute Power Esports, guys. So just keep that in mind.
Oh.
I couldn't not mention it. I mean, it's right there in big letters on their jerseys.
I'm not entirely sure what the plan was.
Oh,
Felio says, yeah,
okay.
Is.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, that seems fair. I don't know.
Yeah.
Back with a vengeance.
Oh, now the Temper Bait gonna land onto Teddy here. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down. My God, he was almost the one shot again. As now what?
Wait, what?
That's so much damage. Did he die to his own death dance? I think he might have. Wow. Oh my God.
Come on, does this look dangerous to you?
That artillery strike for as long as possible. Oh, goodbye. That was blind. He just put the ward down.
As Aphelios, he might have 200 years, but Kassadin is definitely BC, along with Zoe.
He's been around since the Stone Ages, I think.
1.5 minutes until that Ocean Dragon's coming. Oh, yeah. Dove, just press R. Yeah. And
he got
Claw
slowed.
and Pillar, auto, and the Blast Cone is there.
Oh!
What is he doing, man?
He's staying around. He's like, maybe I can bait him. Maybe On Fleek can help me out. Showmaker's going in again. And he's just going to flash that one. I'm just watching the bottom fight. Top fight is going to be easy wins. The Showmaker says, does he even say anything?
I'm going.
Let it go. Gimme.
Just remember, they're the ones that outscale except for Camille. So Camille is wow.
She's starting to hurt.
She's a nice. That's a nice champ. Before 200 years, there was this.
I gotta get it on my set.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2020. This might be the last time I get to say this, because of course this could be our final game of the season, for at least the regular season before the playoffs. Dynamics in the lead, 1-0, but were they in the game? Not entirely sure. They managed to beat an Ocean Soul, that's definitely good.
Yeah.
And Beyond stole away a whole bunch of big dragons and purple worms and things like that, and then the game was over.
I mean,
very, very weird.
Yeah, Hana Live Esports, I think they had not great knowledge about the setting up the Renekton on the top side. And on top of that, Kuzan with the LeBlanc was just popping off. Just he was on point, like from the laning phase as well.
11-2 and 11, gigantic scoreline. Also, as this game was absolute chaos. I was half expecting Beyond to pick up the player of the game, but I'm glad Kuzan got it, because I think that his play was definitely very, very strong.
Yeah, for sure. Every team fight that he really needed to poke was actually all from the LeBlanc. Like, look at the backline. Because of the LeBlanc, Azir and Caitlyn couldn't do anything when your front lane was just melting because of the Ashe. So Kuzan, I'm really happy that he got the POG, but actually every single members in Dynamics were deserving this POG as well, especially Beyond, like stalling those two main objectives, you know.
He definitely had a good game, as this was just crazy. I mean, it's largely like Ocean Rift things as well, because they took control of the river, but Guga comes through with a fantastic hook, Mirror nothing that he can do, and from that point on, it was just all over, as it is going to be 6 out of 9 of the votes going over Kuzan's way, as 3 of them go over to Beyond. And that's understandable.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Looking forward to seeing what Dynamics can do as we move to game number 2. All sorts of craziness could ensue. We just don't know.
Yeah, the objective control was not that great from Dynamics' side, even though they were getting some kills. So if they can manage to have like mixed of like map control, then maybe they can have a clean game against Hana Live Esports.
I'm just looking forward to more kills. I just want to see more fighting all the time. That's what we got in game number 1, and I want it again in game number 2. I feel like, you know, today I'm already getting a little bit tired. I know without makeup on and things like that, I already look really tired. The wonders of makeup are a beautiful thing.
Same.
However, this has been a marathon of a day thus far. And I think that Hanwha might be able to turn it, because honestly, that could have gone either way in game number 1. And we could be definitely settling in for the night.
Yeah.
As it's already 9:36 here in Korea. Yesterday, our games were over 36 minutes ago.
That is true. And I just arrived at home at this time. But I guess because of the COVID-19 issue, I'm casting in my home. I'm happy.
Yep, that's what we do here for the global broadcast. We definitely we'd like to get back to the bedroom casting. It's where our roots are from, and I like it. I'm a big fan. We're going to be banning away Zoe and Lucian as we hop into the draft for game number 2. As there's the Galio ban, understandably, and they're going to get rid of the Volley Bear as well over Dynamics side.
Yeah. I mean, I have strong feeling that Dynamics is not going to change that much from the last game draft, but I think Hana Live Esports, they must change it, because I know that the mastery about the champion is really important, but at the same time, the team comp-wise, if they had one engage tool, if they had one playmaking champion, I think they had easier games. So I think I want to see more of like Caitlyn Lux, Caitlyn Bard, Caitlyn Thrasher even. I think playmaking champion is needed from Lee Hans, not like Shen from him.
This is interesting. The Nidalee is locked in, and then Ashe, when there was already Caitlyn on the Rift. So that Ashe didn't necessarily need to come in at that pick. They could have locked down the Renekton for themselves.
Yeah.
But I think Rich might have a different idea as to what he wants to play in this game. Is Cad thinking about Lee Sin? Lee Sin into Nidalee doesn't seem like the greatest of times.
Yeah, you need to
as you don't necessarily farm very quickly.
Yeah, you need to make a lot of situations like solo queue. But actually last game was similar to solo queue, so it might be a great choice here.
Well, let's see how it is going to work out, as Miru has the opportunity of picking up his Azir again, but no, it's going to be Brad for Lehens. Big Bad Brad hits the rift. Nerfs or no nerfs, he's still coming in. How did you feel about the nerfs? I know that you are a bit of a Brad OTP.
I mean, it doesn't matter. Bard itself is just existing because of the ultimate. So if you can understand the map correctly and try to make play at the right place, then Bard is always fine. I mean, his laning phase is not like that we are talking about, you know. So, and you fill up the laning phase with the Caitlyn, so it's okay.
Well, let's see how it goes here as Azir is locked in for Kuzan this time. He's trying to be a pigeon. And we'll see how successful he is going to be at that. As first ban will be the Akali, so Kuzan can shore up his laning phase as well as he can. And Humble Life, where are they going to focus? They have their bottom lane and jungle already sorted. And I think Rich's champion pool is probably going to be attacked here. Renekton ban is necessary. I don't know why they're taking so long to ban Renekton, but that is going to be their first. No! They're leaving it up. Are they baiting? Does Dudu have, like, the ultimate answer to Renekton?
Maybe Bakong, but it is gonna get banned. Or maybe he is gonna look for Jace or something. I mean, Nautilus, even
I was expecting Jace Renekton to be banned 100%.
Yeah, same, but I think the last game Google's Nautilus was kind of annoying when it comes to Hana Life Esports team fight. So I think that's the main reason why they banned it. And I mean, support pool is actually pinched. I mean, he loves to play Galio support, but they banned it because of Mir. And also, he likes to play Bard, but they banned Nautilus and just picked up the Bard themselves. So I'm wondering what he's gonna play right now. I mean, if it's normal, Pantheon support is looking great here.
I mean, they could also just pick the Karma for lane as well.
Yeah.
Certainly would work out alongside the Ashe, especially into the Bard, because you don't really want to be picking a melee support into Bard. But it is still going to be the Pantheon like you were talking about.
Yeah, it's still Ashe and Pantheon, which is such a great pickup when it comes to laning phase. Always kill pressure is there, and here we go! Mir's signature pick is right there. And we remember how many times he soaked Azir's ultimate with his chain. So I like it. And as I mentioned, he's picking up the Jace. And yeah, I guess I'm reading the script here.
Yep, you are. The Wukong looks to be the option here for Rich. A lot of teamfight power here from Dynamics. Not a lot of gank setup, as this would be definitely better for that. On the top side of the map, as the Aurelia is currently being hovered, and Rich is going to lock that one away. Certainly feels like a lot more of a Rich champion. Whenever I see him play, I want him to be on something with some skill expression, and Aurelia is certainly that. So excited to see what he's going to be able to do in this lane up against the Jace, but he will need jungler support to help him out based on the melee versus range matchup and things like that.
Yeah, and it feels like Hana Life, they picked up some comfort champions more than meta champions. I mean, they are still fine in this meta, so I think it really depends on how they play out these champions. And for Dynamics, I think it's the standard. Ashe for Docta is something like that. I really like to see it from Dynamics, even though his snowball potential is not great. Still, like, he's doing great in teamfight and skirmishes with Ashe ultimates. So I think this is looking great. Meta picks in the jungle as well. My question is Lee Sin good into Nidalee? Is Lee Sin is gonna helping enough Jace when Aurelia is gonna jump on him 24/7?
I'm not sure about that, Widid. I'm a little bit frightened about how this one is going to go, but Dynamics now on the cusp of being able to pick up their second victory in a row and move themselves towards 2021, feeling a lot better. As, of course, our newest promoted team into the LCK before we hit franchising. I do feel okay about how their draft looks. I don't think the Lee Sin into the Nidalee is the greatest of ideas, but I think it's Cad just wanting to have a good send-off. As here we are onto the Rift for game number 2, Humble Life versus Dynamics. And I'm just excited to watch the top lane. I think this is we're about due for a Rich pop off. I want to see a Rich pop off this game.
And this Jace is starting with sweeping lanes. Maybe they are looking for invading at level 1.
Interesting.
This is not normal choice by top laner, right? You just pick up the ward and just prevent level 3 gank. That is just a classic way from the top laner. But starting with sweeping lanes is something like that. When you want to look for cheeky play at level 1. Otherwise, you're not gonna have ward for level 3 or level 4 and level 5. So, you should do something with it, I think.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused about what they're planning on doing. But, we shall see. Maybe looking to try and sweep things out so that Lee Sin can come through for an easier level 3 gank. Or, he's going to start topside of the map to deny beyond any sort of level 3 gank.
Yeah, so they are casually trading side, as I mentioned.
Yeah, and he doesn't actually sweep out the ward that's right there, as Cad will be starting on the red buff, and it looks like vertical jungling will ensue from this point onward. And that's great. I mean, that means that Beyond is going to be on the bot side of the map, and therefore is not going to be able to help Rich in the first few levels.
Yeah.
Which is able to help the Jace have a bit more power.
Great trade. But my question is it fine to play against Ashe Pantheon when you trade side? Can you actually disrespect like that when they have Ashe Pantheon? The answer is, we're not sure. We'll see.
Yeah. Rich already taking a lot of harassment up here, but as you can see, the wave is going to push in towards him. The Ashe Pantheon are going to get chunked out a little bit here at the beginning as Guga misses the spear. And Dr. I'm now looking for exactly where the Lee Sin is. He's over on his blue buff, but I believe that was actually spotted. As, yeah, some question mark pings and things of that nature.
So basically with the invading at level 1, Cat got advantage, right? I don't see any counter jungling from Beyond. So I think he is having a great advantage with the triple buff control.
Oh no. Okay, I thought he was going to go aggressive there. Dudu might have actually wanted to get hit by that stun to give Cad an opportunity. He was being very patient. Now I'm going to channel the back, but we'll see. Oh, was that a missed cannon? It's very sad as there's the to the skies and the hammer goes back. Rich immediately out of there with the blade surge and avoids the Q as Beyond is going to pounce on forward. Cad pretty squishy right now, but he picks up the kill. He is going to die for it as Rich grabs double buffs. And so theoretically, it's a money advantage for Hanwha Life, but a top lane advantage for Rich.
Yeah, trading some kills, and the outcome for the top lane is benefit onto Rich position. And Guga with the bot lane prior, maybe looking for the flash play.
Yep, there it is. The flash stun comes in. The Ignite's already down, and Guga puts him in the grave. That was really cute, as now Rich might be in trouble. He does Blade Surge back. And Dudu with a big minion wave to deal with now. He's not going to chase. 10 CS in the lead for the Aurelia. And still probably good news for Dynamics.
Yeah, such a good usage of bot lane prior by Guga. Maybe they think that Pantheon just reset it, but it was not happening.
Oh no, Kuzan could be in trouble here. He's going to flash. The Shifting Sands just straight up did not work. That was very weird. Maybe some mechanical misplay out of Kuzan. Might have been a while since he played the Azir.
Oh, he got blocked, so I mean, I guess
Right.
it was just greedy TP. Oh, missing cannon as well.
Oh, no, he got it. All right, so Dudu didn't get it, but Rich did.
Yeah. So yeah, great gang setup by Dudu, but I think the stun, the two-man stun by Rich was that huge, and then they reacted pretty well. But I think both sides just played well, and the outcome is that Rich is smiling.
Yep, bit of an outplay from everyone. Everyone's sort of outplaying each other as Guga comes through, and it's just all too easy for the flash stun. As now Cad's going to come back yet again. Conqueror is there, as now Rich trying to dance around this minion wave. Don't know whether he's going to be able to, and no. Dudu just put some bullets in the back of his head. And yeah, you can skip around the lane if you want to, but it's still not going to be all that great, as Beyond is here at least to pick up the minion wave.
Yeah. And thumbs up as well. I mean, Aurelia versus Jace is like better jungler wins. So
yeah, a little bit. As Gugu gonna block the Peacemaker potentially, but wasn't going to land anyway. As Magical Journey in from Lehens, we'll find the slow with the Meep Slap, as that's a big headshot. Dr. Arm a bit chunked, but otherwise is going to be okay. As, okay, Emperor's Divide comes down, flashes everywhere. It was, of course, the hijacked variety. Skuzan moves back underneath his lane, and he's going to be okay.
Every single lane is kind of a little bit behind Dynamics, but I think their bot lane is doing a great job in this game, so I think they can just rely on them a little bit. But this time around, because of the tempo, because of the lane matchup, Ash is getting pushed, and this is not a great news for Gura, and I really think that he should just reset ASAP, because he cannot do anything with 300 HP Pantheon.
Well, Rich moves towards the mid lane. Wants to be able to get this kill onto Miro, but you can see he's playing very defensively.
Yeah.
Question mark pings out from the top lane, so not going to be going aggressive onto the Azir at this moment in time. And Kuzan is able to use that to deny some creep, so that's definitely good news here for Dynamics.
Yeah, and I think Hanalive, they will be really proactive when Lehens can move around. And this is the timing that actually Lehens can just move first and having a better tempo because he reset it first. I mean, I guess Gugur matched it with the cheeky reset, but I think Bard right now is more impactful when it comes to skirmishes because of the exhaust. It's gonna be on in like 10 seconds. So it really depends on like the way how they decide to snowball. Are you gonna focus on lane, or are you gonna focus on the mid lane and look for the header? And that should be on choice right now. And on top of that,
a huge
topside matchup.
Yeah, Rich. Vanguard's Edge goes out. That's max range as he's looking for the stun and will land it. A huge minion wave's in there, but Blade Surge will tidy it up. And Rich now 2-1-0. The Aurelia starting to get scary.
Yeah. And I told you, this matchup is all about the jungler. If you have jungler, just jump in and you're gonna get killed.
Well, it's not about Lee Sin at the moment. Hasn't necessarily been able to show his worth just yet, despite being able to get first blood. He's still behind a whole bunch of camps. It's like 4-5 camps in the lead for Beyond. And he's going to be able to clear out that control ward as well. We'll see whether the Rift Herald is just going to be taken by the Nidalee.
Yeah. Great lane control by Dynamics on the bot side. When Pantheon support gets that rush control, then that's just way too scary. But they're just backing out because of the header position. Beyond is doing it, so they just need to back out, spot it out. Lee Sin right there.
Shot, pretty good ability.
Yeah. So they're doing their job correctly. Great positioning.
Yeah.
But can they actually react to this? They're bringing bot laners. Unalive? Oh,
we'll
never
see
mind.
the health bar of the Herald pretty soon. I think Beyond's been on it for a while, so it is just going to go down. Unalive, unable to actually get there in time to take it.
So they failed. They failed to defend the header, and they failed to trade it as well. They could actually try the Drake, but I don't know why they try to like stop the header when they already know that Nidalee was missing for a long time. So I think Dynamics this time around, objective control is way more better.
Yeah, let's have a look at this fight once again. Max range on the Vanguard's Edge was absolutely fantastic there from Rich. And yeah, he gets all of those resets and surges his way towards a 2-1-0. Nice little countdown there. Like it when a scoreline comes together. And now look at this minion wave positioning. Oh my God, it's just awful for Dudu.
Yeah, it's just disaster. So that he needs some help. He needs some help. Otherwise, he's gonna get all in. And he needs to use the flash just for no reason because of the wave control. And I think Rich is doing such a great job on this, you know. Whenever he gets the advantage on the lane, he's doing such a great job in the wave control. So that makes like that accelerates the snowball from the top side. So I think that's why it makes Reach good player in LCK.
Yeah, Rich is a great player. Looking forward to seeing where he's going to end up next year. Whether it's just going to be on Dynamics in the LCK with franchising upon us, or what's going to happen is he has stacked up this wave now, looking for a bit of a reset timing, and does have teleport available. As you can see, Dynamics were able to grab the Drake as well. There's a stun. Magical Journey coming down there as well as Guga sets up the shield. Arrow is soaked, and it is going to be that first kill coming through as Lehens should be going down as Kuzan tries to slide out of the way, but he is going to be taken down. Rich has found his way into the fight though. Already grabs himself one kill as he flashes out of the way to the skies, and Dudu is going to flash on top of him and grab that kill. Doctarm wants to take one with him, but he's not going to be able to, as now Miru's looking for Beyond an Ace, and the hole picks up the kill. Harmwell, they come back from the dead and destroy Dynamics.
The problem is that Reach was resetting, and we already checked it in matches that just happened before the bot side. I mean, just wait for 2 seconds more and your Irelia is gonna reset with the item set. But this fight was so random from the Dynamics bot lane Guga, and that went in a worse way that they could have.
Oh no, Kuzan also face planting once again. Was a bit unfortunate. Oh, this is very messy. Very messy.
Very messy, and I think if Dynamics just waited for like 3 seconds more, then Irelia could just finish off all the targets that he had on the bot side, but unlucky. But still header this up from Beyond, so...
Oh, Beyond possibly caught out of position here as Cad does not have kick available. Flash goes out. Is now Rich underneath his turret, trying to stay alive, but Kingslayer is going to kill him. Beyond going to be chased down by a kitty cat version of himself and chain lashed to death as Miru now 3-1-3, the hero for Harmwell Life. And it's happening again, Wadid, as this game has gone from fully in Dynamics' favor to now Harmwell Life really taking control.
Okay.
And it's only going to continue here as Lehens from underneath the turret going to slow down Doctarm with a Meep slap as the minion wave does come in. Peacemaker comes down, and Viper will just kill Doctarm in the end. Minion wave or no minion wave.
I don't know what is happening after that.
This game is insane.
Yeah, after them getting a lot of advantages, a lot of benefits, a lot of objectives, randomly they decide to have random fights. Oh yeah, we're winning, so let's take the fight. I mean, that is not working in LCK.
Oh no, Shelly's also taken a walk of shame towards the bottom lane. She's going to miss out on taking any plates as well. And it's just all bad news. It's what happens when Beyond dies, right? Like, they wanted to set up a Herald play, but this is actually so much more valuable than we even knew, as this is some really cool angles.
Yeah. Oh, Nidalee chases Nidalee.
Yeah, right? It's almost cheating when you turn into Jace or Nidalee. As we're going to have a look at it once again.
I saw Nidalee.
Check out the hijacks.
I'm gonna 1v1. I'm first here. Keep fight. Chase them, chase them. Maybe there is Azir. Pantheon can go. But live!
Doctarm's gonna kill Dudu as, oh no. Yep, Guga finishes it off in the end. I liked that juggling. Very nice dive there from the bottom lane of Dynamics. Meanwhile, another fight towards the bottom side as Rich is going to get kicked back. Viper putting down some traps so that he doesn't get surged onto, and the Magical Journey not going to get him out of the way. It will be the Lee Sin grabbing the kill. So 1-for-1 on both sides of the map. 2 top laners dead.
Oh yeah, they are truly top laners. It feels like I'm watching one of the solo queue games that I have in my team from 2 top laners, you know.
Yep,
it
is feeling exactly like that. Oh dear. Okay, Harmwell Life will be able to grab themselves this turret on the bottom side of the map. And they are just casually 3,000 gold in the lead as well, as we're going to have a look at how this one happened. We'll be in replays for a little while now, guys.
Oh yeah. Maybe in live there is something happening again. But anyways, this time around, Dynamics' bot lane, they were kind of looking for the small details, so they spotted out the Jace, but at the same time, Reach, he was not able to on this position because there is no jungle backup or there is no support backup, so I think he should just back out. But yeah, he's top laner, so he's looking for it.
Oh yeah, just got to go for them kills, And in the end, it's Viper that's reaping all the rewards. 2-0-4 now on the Caitlyn. He's got himself a kill bounty, 10 CS advantage, having a good day. As Rich will land the stun. Mirror not so lucky, as now Cad's going to come in. And now Rich knows that he has to try and go for the 1v2. I don't know whether he's going to be able to do so, and absolutely not, says Miru. As, yeah, just top lane of things once again. Remember, Rich was, I think, on a decent scoreline at the beginning. Now he's 4-5.
Yeah. I mean, he was just 2-1 5 minutes ago, I remember.
Yep.
And just right now, he died 5 times already.
And he thinks League of Legends is in black and white, I think, at this stage. As Cad will be able to take down the Mountain Drake. Didn't actually see what the soul is going to be, as we're straight into another replay yet again.
Yeah. I can see the Mac Delivery logo right there.
I know, right? What are you feeling like for dinner?
I'm actually ordering from McDonald's.
Oh, yeah? All right. There we go.
Yeah.
Advertising doing its work. Perfection.
Just seeing Irelia dying under the McDonald's banner seems great.
Yeah, seeing all this feeding's making me jealous, man. As Mirror steals away a Grand Skyfall, he has access to a lot of different areas on the map now, as Cad looking to try and get a kill onto Kuzan. 3-2-5 for the Lee Sin. He's playing well, as we're going to check him out right there. The kickback, the Emperor's Divide as well, and it is just going to be a trade of a flash and an ultimate for just the kick, so definitely very valuable there for Cad.
So, side trade.
Yeah, Miru gonna dive in on top of Rich as Guga puts up the shield, and that's a very dead Bard. But Rich dodging out of the way, does get the reset on the Blade Surge. Blade of the Ruin King comes down, but there's the chain from the Abduct. Over goes Cad. Is he actually going to be able to win the fight against Rich here as the Blade Surge comes in? Not enough. Rich seems to be fighting 3 people at a time over and over again now, as he's now 4-6-0.
Yeah, and obviously, Live Esports top side is just keep fighting because, yeah, that's just how it is. They just take the fight. There's no back out.
No, that's not what we're about. Not here in the LCK. We're fight.
Good. But at the end, I think Cat is doing so much better job than Beyond right now. And it's looking like they're just having some free golds from Rich, and it is working out.
I feel like it's, we're having... Oh, okay, Viper actually picked up that kill as well somehow with the max range Peacemaker. We're going to watch Rich's attempted escape.
That's great.
It was actually pretty good.
Yeah. But Mirror used Flash, so that was clean. But yeah, I mean, this is the reason why you cannot play a top lane Irelia. Right? If you win lane really hard, then maybe you can win 1v2. But this time around, he was not like stomping lane or something, right? So I think the side lane is going to be harder.
And Tempered Fate goes down. Guga looking pretty good in gold and puts up the shield as well, so he will be alright. Double trapped actually as the headshots come down. Rich teleports in, immediately dies. Seems to be his job here today. As Dr. wants to try and save his turret, but I don't know whether he's going to be so lucky as Shirley pops down and she'll cram her head into this turret and attempt to take that one down. As Humble Lifer in so much control. I don't know what happened to Rich. He's disengaged something. And things aren't necessarily working out as Shirley double charge.
Yeah.
The absolute dream. Super Soaker comes down. Time will move themselves out, and they are going to be able to steal away a red buff as well. Viper should be delivered. That one is beyond Spear, and he is able to lock it down. Nice work from the jungler on Dynamic's side. As the dust settles, it's only 2,500 gold. So to be perfectly honest, this game's still pretty close.
Yeah. And Irelia, I think he shouldn't care about just dying on the side lane anymore because it doesn't matter anymore. And I still think that this Irelia is gonna win 1v1 on the side lane, so it doesn't matter. But the team play by Live Esports was so clean. Nice Bard ultimate into the trap combination. And also Viper, he just looked at the TP and clean Ashe ulti pickup by Viper. I mean Mirror, so such a great pickup. It looks random, but I think Live Esports is more structured. and synchronized as a team. So that's why they are getting some more kills.
Yep, I think it's working out for them. As Rich down here on the bottom side, clearing out minion after minion. He's still ahead in farm somehow. I feel like he's been dead most of this game. Still very surprised that he's ahead in CS.
He pushes and dies, so...
Yeah, right. So clears out the minion wave and then looks for the creative way to die next.
Yeah.
Is collecting Darwin Awards, I think, is our friend Rich. There's more minion waves getting shoved further forward. It used to be a Dynamics game, and now Harmful Life have taken control. 2 items completed already by Viper. He's 305. Might be yet another game of Viper versus the world as we get further into this one, as the Infernal Drake has just spawned and will immediately die to Harmful Life.
Yeah. I think Dynamics, they decide to farm it up a little bit more because of the item difference. And I do believe that this Irelia is still impactful on the side lane. So I think if they can use those advantage, those team cup, then I think this is still fine. Like for example, when Irelia is doing 1 versus 3, 1 versus 2 on the bot lane, just try Nashor because you have Azir. But is it happening?
Well, there's the stun onto Dudu. Teleport comes down as Rich is just getting bullied. The arrow is going to connect. Rich survives for quite some time as Emperor's Divide comes down, and that is going to be the trade of top laners. Cad also trying to fight this one out, but Kuzan will survive, and they use their Aurelia as bait this time, and Harmful Lives couldn't help themselves.
Yeah, Rich can definitely all chat XD this time around.
Yep. Hashtag worth.
Yeah.
4-8-2. Do you know what the problem is? I think because of those assists, Rich is going to be worth some money now.
Oh no.
Yeah, right. Unfortunate for Dynamics.
But anyway,
he's, almost reverse legendary, but I feel like the deaths came in not all in a row, so he's not able to get there. I think he's like 5 deaths in a row.
Yeah. I mean, this
without
is
a kill.
still okay for Irelia. I mean, it's Destiny, you know. But this was actually too much though. Like, Caitlyn was in base, and Silas was on the top side without TP. So basically they were just like, nah, this Irelia is just here, let's just bully him. But it's not working out like that, you know? This play was random.
Yes, absolutely felt like that. This whole series has felt pretty random, to be honest. It's been a lot of fun. As Rich now up towards the top side, he's now hanging out with his top laner. Kuzan has had immunity from any sort of ganks this game. He has died once, but otherwise he's been absolutely fine. Still, just under 2,000 gold, the lead here for Hanwha. As Doctom does have a couple of his items built up, actually pretty even on items with Viper, but Vipers are a little bit more expensive. As we'll see whether Doctom's going to be able to continue his good performance as we move further into this game. Dudu will take down the Grump. And Rich is bouncing around this lane. Looking for a bit more arrow. Will it connect there? And it does onto Dudu. And that is just going to be all of the chains, everything landing. But the stun comes down, and Guga is going to be able to help lock down the Jace. Miru's teleported in. He's picked up a Vanguard's Edge, and that one's going to get flashed.
They're pushing
so they're not
mid.
going to be able to get it, as Viper and Lahans are just going to take down an inhibitor turret, because why not? Okay, maybe a slight mispositioning there from Dynamics.
So, they're punishing it.
Okay, oh, that trap was so nice. It's Rich gonna try and take down Lahans first. The exhaust comes in. Doctom's gonna be able to grab that kill. He's now beyond, goes into cat form, pounces on top of Viper. And not gonna get kicked back there as Cad dives on forward. Oh, that's a good knock up there onto Doctom as well to avoid some of that damage. The traps well avoided there by Guga. And I thought there was going to be more action, but it didn't actually come down, as Miru is still very fed, and Dynamics have to be careful.
Yeah. I think I really like that Dynamics is still looking for the proactive plays, because they're behind, right? So they're looking for the windows from the side, and that was great startup, and then great follow-up with the Pantheon ultimate. But at the end, I think Dynamics is still slowly chasing them. And it was really great Ash Arrow by Doctom as well.
Yep, having a look, it goes straight through the rocks there.
Yes.
Very nicely done.
Straight through to the McDonald's banner as well.
Yeah, exactly. There we go.
I think that's actually really impressive. I think sponsor is gonna be really happy.
Yeah, getting some high value. Absolutely. As this was just craziness everywhere.
Yeah.
And it just felt like no kills came in.
Some crazy
a lot of
ping
damage.
pongs. Yeah, and then there is Mikkels from Bard behind right now. So Ash's ultimate is gonna be a lot weaker than before. So the team fight is still on Hanwha Life's favor, right? So it's all about the positioning. It's all about the positioning again. And this time around, Viper has all summoners up, so it should be on Hanwha Life's favor. Better position as well.
Yeah, Shock Blast is going to land onto Beyond. Doesn't do too much damage. Is Rich looking for a flank. As this Infernal Drake going to be important. Infernal Soul Point for Hanwha Life. As it's not looking like they're really going for too much here, as it's going to be bursted. Secured by Beyond, as Guga is going to find Cat there in the backline. Vanguard's Edge connects, as there's the kickback onto Rich. Immediately he's taken out of the fight, as Miru finds the abduct, but he's going to fall. Doctum's still at full health, but Hanwha Life have dealt with the rest of Dynamics. Dynamics do manage to take down the Drake, though, and they only lose 3 members. But it's a 3-for-1 trade, and Hanwha Life have their eyes on the Baron.
Yeah, Cat's Lee Sin's position was just way too perfect, so they could actually just look for the backline first and reach again. I mean, he's playing Irelia, and you're playing against the exhaust support, which is impossible, almost impossible to do a great job in the team fight. And that's why you are not like able to pick up the top Irelia many times. And
yeah,
look at Lee Sin's position, like it was so great. Even though he couldn't steal the Drake here, he was still keep focusing on the Irelia here. And just kick back.
Yeah, Rich he's not very strong right now. As Doctum flashed the abduct, and it made sure that Kuzan died to it. It's not too good.
Yeah. I mean, I think he was not in range, Doctum, because he moved upward.
Yeah, it looked a bit weird.
Yeah, but after that, Kuzan is like walking forward. Oh, wow.
Whoops.
Oopsie.
Well, this is a very big doo-doo. Up towards the top side now. He's got a couple of lethality items, as well as his Black Cleaver. And a casual Executioner's Calling also. Rich is behind by a long way, as you'd expect from someone who's died 9 times. There's Hanwha Life. They don't have a minion wave here towards the bottom lane. And there's no inhibitor turret, remember, in mid. So that could be their opportunity to get something done. But this inner turret is going to be their first priority, and that's going to be taken down. As Rich is in the mid lane trying to get that one shoved. The inhibitor not down just yet, so of course no super creeps to deal with. But Hanwha Life, they should be able to grab this, as Dudu does take a lot of damage. That might make things a little bit more difficult, but Redemption comes through, and that's going to keep them healthy here in this siege. Kuzan might need to spend some time on the fountain, get that health bar back, and this siege minion is being quite frustrating, as Miru has himself an Ash Arrow. And Dynamics just watch as their turret falls down. This is the siege power of a Caitlyn. She is going to be able to now get to work on this inhibitor. Shock Blast goes wide, but Dynamics doesn't want to just be bleeding objectives like this.
Oh yeah. I mean, they know that they're going to lose the team fight straight off 5v5. So that's why they're not doing anything against that. And one inhibitor is allowed, but next one is not allowed, so they should look for some plays. And I think it shouldn't be like they're looking for a straight up 5v5 team fight. I think it should be Irelia dragging some players on the bot side or even top side, and look for some cheeky engages from Pantheon and Ashe Ultimate. Otherwise, I don't think they're gonna win a team fight ever.
Well, see what they can get done here as blue buff goes over to Kuzan. I don't know whether it's going to be enough to actually secure them any sort of victory. It's still only 4,000 gold the lead, guys. Like, this game is still not completely over. but the amount of control that Hammerlife has is pretty ridiculous. Dynamics unable to hold on to their inner turret in the top lane.
So yeah,
Inhibitor still up mid. Arrow is going to just cruise through McDonald's right there. That's a drive-through, by the way, guys. Definitely offered by your local McDonald's establishment. There's Dynamics now with 5 members underneath this top inhibitor turret. Tempered Fate comes down, lands onto Kuzan. Is now Cat trying to get into position. The kickback lands onto Kuzan there, but he's going to stay alive, and Cat not going to be so lucky. So far, Dynamics has come out on top in this fight as Miru has to flash to get himself out of the way in the turret. Not going to be enough to follow him there. Viper not in range for the headshot. That would have done a lot of damage. It's an even 2 for 2 in the end, but anything that goes evenly is good news for Dynamics.
Yeah, more farm, and yeah, they just need to wait until like they have almost similar items, and the big objectives are not here yet. And it looked like one-sided teamfight because of the chain CC from Bard and Caitlyn, but the reaction was really great by Kuzan and Cougar, so they could actually get some kills under the turret, and it was great reaction by Dynamics.
All right, now Soul Point is upon us. Life looking for that Infernal Soul, and I feel like that's going to be a better one than the Ocean Soul they had last game, so maybe that's going to help them actually win this time around. Although Dynamics can still fight them in 4.5 minutes for that next one. Baron, of course, has expired. It'll be up again in 1 minute and 15 seconds. 4 items on Caitlyn. Viper is massive. There's also 4 items on Docdarm. And we've spoken about 80 carry positioning a lot today, and that is going to continue as we have a look at the total damage, and Dudu has certainly done a lot. Somehow, Rich has done the most damage on his team, but I think that's just because he's been trying to fight at every single opportunity. Whether it's a good idea or not.
Yeah. But still, you know, one team fight is gonna change everything, so because we saw it last games. We're still not sure about it. And there is still Nasher. And just one team fight is gonna change every single thing. And if Rich can have one great team fight with his Irelia, then everyone is gonna be happy.
I want to see an Aurelia with 10 deaths win a game. That's what I want. As Tempered Fate has to be flashed by Guga. Definitely high value. That was one of their engage tools that they no longer have. As Rich here on the bottom side is trying to farm his way back into this game. Death Stance is on his mind. That's going to be the next choice for him. Must be pretty close to collecting that one by now. As the spears are starting to connect from Beyond, who's had a good series so far. I feel like Beyond has been up and down so far this season, but today, not going to be one of his down games. As the Baron has been started, Hawkshot is going to spot it. As they do have the man drop. And Rich is looking for a teleport. It is going to be secured. As Hammerlife picked that one up, but now can they win the ensuing team fight is going to be the question. Spear goes wide, or at least picks the gap. 3 items have been complete now for Rich.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there's 4 items on actually like everyone else, apart from junglers, but I mean, at least the Death Stance is now there.
Yeah. They just need to fight right now, otherwise there is no chance.
Yeah, they don't want to lose everything as the Vanguard's Edge comes through. Arrow is going to connect onto Dudu. Gets out of the way of it. Emperor's Divide comes down. A 4-man Tempered Fate that actually mitigated all the damage of that Emperor's Divide, and everyone just explodes. There's the man drop from Guga, and he is going to die. I think we're going to 3 games, ladies and gentlemen, as Rich desperately tries to stay alive underneath this Nexus. But Lehens with a very, very nice Cosmic Binding is going to secure it as he lifts up his top hat, goes golden, and the Nexus will die. Here we go. We are going the distance here today. 6 games as Hammerlife even out the series.
I'm not sure who should I give POG to. I have no idea right now.
Probably Miru.
Miru or their bot lane, for example. But
or, yeah, you could also give it to Lehens. I think Lehens landed some pretty good Tempered Fates.
Yeah, I mean, their bot lane was always like proactive and making a lot of good plays, so probably one of the bot lane can get some POG stat as well. Yeah, I think in general, Hammerlife, they had better game. such a great game by them. But
It was interesting because
Interesting game for
there
sure,
felt like
yeah.
there were a lot of moments where Dynamics did have advantages, and then they threw them away. The early game worked out pretty well for them, as we're going to have a look at some of the highlights here of this very fun, dramatic, definitely a dramatic game.
yeah, definitely. So many kill trades were happening in the early game. And because of this, I was thinking that maybe Dynamics is gonna control the game again. And all these plays were made by Dynamics as well, right? But at some point, Reach was just dying 24/7. And this play was so critical that they just made when Irelia was just facing with the advantage, you know. He got forced to TP even before his reset. So I think this was really huge. And Hana Live, they got the advantage. They snowballed, and that was the game.
Yeah, I actually really liked Viper's positioning in this team fight as well. You would have thought normally most people would walk back to the Tri-Brush, but he decided he'd walk up towards the Dragon Pit, and that allowed him to basically free hit for the majority. But this was just weird. This is an example of why Miru probably is in with a shot as far as the player of the game is concerned.
Yeah. And you know what?
But I still don't really know who deserves it.
I voted for Viper.
All right, nice.
Yeah, I mean, he put it such a great threat, and he didn't die at all, so he deserved it, I think. He was not doing random things, I think. That's the point.
Yes. As here's the cool arrow that lands onto Dudu. Oh, comes out of the trees right there. Look at that backwards McDonald's sign. Everything working out.
Everything working out. And it's actually really great strat from this sponsor because it's actually late time when LCK is on, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a great strat and it was really impressive. Oh man.
Yeah, I felt like Doc Dumb was like, oh, after you. And then in goes the Silas. It's just too many highlights. So many.
Yeah.
Do you remember yesterday we had a game where there were like 2 highlights and then it was over?
Oh yeah, the Diamond Gaming game?
Yeah, where they just won at 20 minutes.
I missed those games.
Because of like nothing.
Yeah. I missed those games, man.
Yeah, where did they go? They're going to be waiting for us in the final, don't worry.
True. But I don't want to be finals like that though. Like, finals should be like this kind of game. Some calm fiesta, looking for the technical plays.
Well, I got a big shout out to Rich for dying over 10 times and still doing the most damage on his team.
I mean, that's
nice work, dude.
That's how top laner works, by the way. You always go for the trades, and if you die, it's not your fault. It's your jungler's fault.
That's true. Or it's your bottom lane or your mid lane. It's just anyone's fault bar your own. That's how that one works. And he did the most damage, so obviously everybody else were the ones with the problem. It was top difference in favor of Rich. The rest of the team with the problem. That's not true. That's entirely a joke. But in game number 3, let's see whether Rich can keep the deaths down to like, I'll give him 5. 5 deaths. Over that, I'll be disappointed. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the deciding match in our final series of LCK Summer for the regular season. We'll see you then.
초대. 아 진짜.
네, 잘하는 사람이 이겨.
내가 이기겠네. 야 피오라로 따였대요.
아 거짓말 좀 하지마. 피오라가 어떻게 이렐리아한테 줘. 말이 되는 소리를 해줘.
내 할머니가 해도 너보단 잘하겠다.
딴 거 해. 재미없다.
뭐 할 거야?
너 하고 싶다. 세트 할래.
오케이. 봐준다.
너무 시시하다.
아 다시 해.
뭐 할 거야?
뭐 할 거냐고? 비밀. 아
릴리아 카운터 찾았다.
릴리아 카운터 홍창현.
밥 먹어야지 쓰기야. 당신의 패배를 인정하시죠?
저 개빨라 그냥 미친 챔프야 이거.
5킬 내기다 5킬 내기. 이러지 마요. 6킬 내기야 6킬 내기.
벌써 뭐야 이게?
이제 퇴장하겠습니다.
형 마지막. 잘 가.
잘 가.
세트대 몰벤 참고로 좀 천천히 가야 된다. 정글이 1대1이 별로라. 우리 탑갱 볼게.
다할수 있고.
얼마다?
잡은 것 같아.
나이스. 천천히 하면 이거 정글 캐리가. 오케이.
나이스.
나 한번 가볼게.
탑 마테리아. 나이스.
잘만한데?
됐고. 잡았다. 아주 잘했다.
정하다 봐.
베개.
용 쪽으로 보는 거야. 1분 40초. 그 전에 미리 정비하는 거 잊지 말고. 이번에 걸게.
밀렸다 이거.
야 왼쪽 다개피.
나게피.
나이스. 왼쪽 좋아. 왼쪽 좋아.
높여. 좋아.
아래 좋아. 쓰레쉬 높여.
상대 볼배 성장 밀리고 있고 나보다. 캐리 가능. 내가 걸각 볼게.
상노이 포지션 거기 잡아.
내가 걸각 볼게. 기다려.
이거 거는 거야.
이번에 걸게.
걸자 이번에. 애쉬 공 박았어. 애쉬 포커싱 좀. 애쉬 포커싱 좀.
이거. 나이스 겠다.
탑으로 가자. 탑텔 타라 이거. 탑텔 타라.
가자. 이게 나야.
여롱러.
여랑라. 그게 너야.
나이스.
그게 너야.
나 상우보다 어시가 많아 그냥. 아 재미없어. 나 끝낼래. 재미없어.
까비. 이 볼만했는데.
이제
나이스.
저 그냥 캐틀 할게요. 캐틀 할게요.
나 캐틀도 괜찮다 생각해. 집중해서 깔끔하게 이동합시다.
와우.
나이스.
자 형 좀만 때려줘.
나이스.
일단 트레이드 잡고. 나르 노플.
나르 스턴.
아이고.
여기 키아나.
뒤에 키아나.
키아 높을.
잡았어.
나왔다. 나이스. 펜타.
봐줄게.
펜타 먹어라.
펜타.
야 펜타.
제발.
됐다 이거.
잡았다고 해. 여기까지.
경우에 왜 안 넘어가?
아 미안.
나 붕대거든? 누가라?
내가 한번 봐줄게.
뭐야 때려 죽어.
W.
나이스.
누가라 고맙다. 아 경호 형은 진짜 나쁜 사람이네.
야 거리가 안 됐어 사람아.
아 플래시로 가서 시야 밝혀가지고 딱 잡았는데. 나 20킬 찍고 싶은데? 1킬만 더
타워
하게
깨고
줘.
1킬 더하게 해주던지.
1킬 더 하게 줘.
애쉬 4초. 타워 때려. 제발. 타워 때려. 지금 타워맨 있다 이거. 난 타워만 깨. 나이스.
And there's your first blood. Good lord, man! The dream is alive and well. The crowd erupts.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2020 for our final game of the season. It is Hanwha Life currently even with Team Dynamics as we move into the decider. This game doesn't mean too much, and both teams have certainly been having some fun with it, but let's see whether double-digit deaths is going to happen once again, or whether it isn't. That's my big question.
Oh yeah, and I mean there is no random picks again, but so many random plays were happening. But actually, second game was a little bit coordinated, I guess. Right?
Yeah. And it is going to be Miro that picks up the player of the game. We didn't manage to get this one right. I would have. I'm just going to petition to get my POG vote back. He had a very good game.
Oh yeah. I mean, the reason why I didn't vote for him is like he already showed up so many great plays, but this time around there was not many like special moments by him. And yeah, I mean that's the reason why. And especially he got ganked at level 3 by support. So
yeah.
I mean it's always really hard to put POG vote when this kind of game happened, you know? So
yeah, this was definitely not one where it was going to be easy by any means for anyone to vote. So I don't mind it at all. 6 out of 9 of the votes do go over to him, whereas 3 of them do go to Viper. So you were not alone. You and the Chinese broadcast, as well as one of the Korean casters, also voted for Viper. So not too bad at all. And let's see whether Viper is actually going to be able to pick one up as we move into our final game, or whether Dynamics are going to be able to end the season on 2 match wins in a row.
Oh yeah, and I'm wondering if there is gonna be player changes as well, because it's actually officially last game for both teams in 2020, right? So
yeah,
maybe there is some changes on the rosters as well. So we're gonna see what's gonna happen at the last of the last game of the day.
I'd be looking forward to seeing whether we are going to have some random additions, sort of like a last hurrah for some of our teams, but it's not going to happen. We're just straight into ban and pick for our final game. Dynamics back on the blue side, matching their own team colors. Hanwha Life on the red.
So the question
and the first
is,
ban going to be the Galio.
Yeah, the question is, are they going to ban Silas as well?
Ooh, maybe.
Or just look for the similar draft as game 1, because they won.
Well, it's going to be Bard banned away. There's the Lucian as well.
It's actually similar, it seems like.
Yeah, I think this is the same bans as game number 1, at least so far. As Caitlyn finally taken off the board. That is going to be the one deviation. And Hanwha just going to give away the Volibear. They could theoretically do that, but it's going to be the Twist of Fate ban. So Volibear is available if Beyond wants it again. But Ashe is going to be more of that priority. Set is also still available.
Oh, Volibear first pick.
Yep, okay. Ashe is going to go over to Viper this time. Let's see what Doc Dum has planned to try and counteract the Ashe.
I mean, he was only playing Ashe for a long time. And maybe some of Aphelios games, but Aphelios is not in a meta right now on the bot side. So I'm wondering what he is gonna play this time around.
Ezreal.
Heimerdinger.
Oh, there we go. That's the dream. I want Heimerdinger Zyra lane. That's what I want. As Senna's going to come in, another champion that can somewhat match the range, at least eventually, of the Ashe.
Yeah. A lot of AD carry players rated Senna as a good champion to play against Ashe, so it's reasonable.
Yep. I'd like to see a set here from Dynamics, but Kuzan is going to prioritize the Azir instead. Hanwha Life will follow that up with a Silas pick, and then we'll go into the ban phase.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds really scary when they have Ashe and Azir plus Olaf, so it does make sense, but it's again Mir's favorite matchup. You already saw 2 times or 3 times when Mir has this matchup, he always gets some spotlight or POG. So
yep.
I think it's favorite matchup for Hanwha Life. And I'm wondering if Dynamics is looking for Senna plus Nautilus, something like supporting Senna more with the CC on the support side, because Now I think just farming Senna with Leona plus Nautilus sounds actually fine. Like you cannot like one-shot them, but you can CC them for a long time as well. So I think it's one of the great tools right now. When it was fasting Senna, I really didn't like Senna plus Nautilus, but I think it is actually okay combo. I mean, I still like Leona more, but yeah.
I think my favorite is Set. Set Senna does work very, very well. We saw it yesterday. Really start taking some names. That might have been to do with the matchup rather than the champion, as Pantheon is going to be taken away, so no Ashe Pantheon for Viper and Lehens. And let's see where Lehens is going to go. I assume Dudu is going to have counter pick towards the top side, unless he just wants to lock in Renekton, which is still available.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay, no.
Is it supportive support from Lehens? Yes, it is happening.
Yeah. I mean, he does still have the Glitter Lance, you know, and throw out a bit of damage.
True, and Polymorph as well, but yeah, I'm not sure about this though. Like when Hana Life, they didn't have like playmaking support on Lehens, they were always struggling. So that is still question mark, but we'll see. And Cannon for Reach.
I don't know about this. Cannon's going to be locked in, but that gives Miru so many good ultimates. In fact, every ultimate that they've picked right now is amazing.
True.
For the Sylas to steal away. It's one of Rich's sort of original picks, but I would have liked something else. As Guga, let's see what he's going to be playing. I think, you know, sets up. You can pick that one if he wants to. There's Tom Kench as well if they want to go the OG. But I think this is the right call, as Set is going to be locked away.
Yeah. And now Mira is having a greatest game for Sylas mid lane.
Oh yeah. It's just the best possible experience, as that's Camille locked in for Dudu. It's going to be a difficult early game, but should be able to control the side lane as things continue. And 1-3-1 now a big possibility for Hanwha. Dynamics, though, they've got a lot of teamfight power, and they might be able to utilize that to come out ahead.
Yeah, maybe a little bit slow tempo from Senna, but I think it's well balanced team comp wise. So I think it depends on the jungle pathing in the early game, especially when you're playing against Olaf. Last time when he played Volibear, he was 2 levels behind in the early game, right? So I think it shouldn't be happening in this game as well. So he should able to find some plays, look for the plays while your bot lane is having a CC chain comp like Senna plus Set. We saw yesterday like how strong it is. So they should look for some proactive plays. But on the other hand, Hana Life, I think they could just play slow and just look for the Ashe late game, or just Sylas mirrors the super play, and you have side lane potential with the Camille and Sylas. So you can just play safe and just be smarter about the skirmishes.
I also think that Olaf is actually a lot better in the late game if he has a Lulu there. I think Wild Growth really does help out Olaf as far as like holding on to relevance as the game goes on. So I don't mind how this comp has been put together, but I don't think they ever want a team fight. They need to try and play those smoke and mirrors games, get out of any team fight opportunities, because their composition probably not going to be able to wombo quite as well as what Dynamics can. Let's see how it goes, as we've got Senna cantering out onto the Rift. There we go. I like that it's Senna doing it on a team with Rich, who used to play a game where you could actually use mounts.
That's true.
Yeah, there we go. Shout out to Dead Esport, unfortunately. As Rich is going to ping himself, or someone's going to ping him, asking him what's going on, as we're just checking out this particular chroma. It's a pretty cool one. It's a gigantic gun.
Yeah, greeny green.
Yeah.
Do you like greens?
Green is my favorite color, actually.
Yeah. I love to eat greens, yeah.
Oh yeah, as in like veggies? Yeah. I'm a fan.
You
I in
must
fact
eat
just
it.
like food in general. Yeah. What I really liked was that when I was a kid, I was allowed to like just be as greedy as I wanted to, as long as I was eating salad or vegetables of any kind.
Yeah, so they are looking for some vegetables in the jungle.
Mm-hmm. There's Guga. Oh, he sees a lot of vegetables there, but it's too many. He can't actually go to the banquet hall, as it's just not going to be allowed to. That's going to be a steal on the red buff. As Beyond, he's going to take his blue, probably just enter the enemy jungle, and take that one away. As you can see, Docdam already set up in lane, but isn't actually going to be able to get any sort of advantage. And in fact, Guga is in trouble. The exhaust immediately down onto Docdam, as Hummerlife are angry this game. What the heck? Guga's like almost dead already.
I mean, I think Guga, he skilled E level 1, but if you're playing his range, I think you should just start off with W and look for the trade back. But I think he kind of failed in a range and skill set. That made,
I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah, that made a horrible trade. And I mean, because I know this because of life. He was doing that.
Yep. Well, Miru down here on the bottom side, fighting against Kuzan, but won't win out in these early trades. Sand Soldier's pretty powerful. And still not doing too badly. See how Rich goes. Is Doran's blade towards the top side. Cad going to turn up and take down his Krug camp. But it looks like the 3 buff is going to ensue. It's okay. Let's see how well this bottom lane actually stabilizes after this, as Docdam does manage to actually pick up that last little creep there.
Yeah, I mean, it's still okay. Seth has one of the greatest health region, and you have Senna as your AD carry, so they can heal up, but the problem of this is that Senna is really hard to pick up some CS on the turret, so I think they're gonna miss some creeps. Plus,
doing a pretty good job.
Yeah. Oh, pretty good job.
Yeah, Guga needed to help him for that last one, but is able to get it regardless. Good Glitter Lance there from Lehens, as this lane... I mean, Harmalife are always going to win this lane, right? They should, and they are.
Yeah.
So let's just see how well Dynamics hold on bottom side of the map, because so far, I mean, they're not too far behind. Oh, I was a bit scared there for a second, but thankfully, Cat is able to grab that one. Jungle item OP. It's Beyond. Looking into the enemy jungle here, Miru. He's very, very low, but Beyond's only level 3, so tower dives are difficult. Oh god. This could just be a flash. Flash stun. As Miru is actually getting out of the way of his tower. Storm Strike comes down. Miru's slowed, but it looks like he is going to be okay here. Snare comes in. Lehens in a little bit of trouble. Facebreaker comes down. Haymaker for a fair bit of damage. Lehens, you could see, he was trying to bait, but of course, that ward in the brush is going to give away all of that information. As Dynamics, they have lost a turret plate. So they haven't lost their lives yet.
But the lane is getting harder because of the trade.
Oh, yeah.
But the jungle control is going really hard from Cad, actually.
Beyond has to flash. Immediate flash after him there from Cad. Not sure what he was doing that for, as he's just going to die. First blood goes to Kuzan, and that was 100% an unforced error out of the Olaf.
I think he had no mana, but he was looking for finishing off the Olaf. I mean, the Vladimir, but...
Oh, Viper, immediate cleanse as Docdam has to go underwater, but will survive.
Okay, so because of that, I think Olaf lost his all advantage that he got from invade and jungle speed or whatever. Like, everything is gone. And that's really critical in the early game right now.
And you can see Docdam and Guga still struggling. They had their backs interrupted. Docdam using every last ounce of his mana to try and keep everyone alive here in this lane, but it's getting harder and harder. The Ocean Drake should just be taken for free by this Olaf. As you can see, a bit of a roam down from the Silas, but Beyond is already here. We're going to try and protect his bottom lane, and the Sweeper spots everything out. There goes the Ocean Drake. Infernal going to be the second one, and we've got either Mountain or Cloud, and therefore it's going to be a Cloud Drake as our soul.
Oh yeah. Obviously, they are having a hard time with the bot lane because of the matchup, also because of what happened at level 1. That was really clever trade with Exhaust at level 1 that happened by Hana Life. And great vision control as well. If you have the pressure, just get the vision control, not just randomly hitting the turret when you didn't put the ward, like doo-doo. Such a great top lane vision control as well. So Hana Life, I think they have better structure when it comes to the team game. Feels like they want to control more than having a random plays like the game 1 and game 2. It's already improved.
Well, Empress Divide's absolutely everywhere as Cad comes in. Flash out from Kuzan. See whether he survives, and he's not going to. Muru tanks up the turret a couple of times, and that is going to be a kill onto the mid laner. And he just teleported back to lane as well. Absolute disaster for Dynamics.
That was such a clever play by Mirror. He just flashed on Azir to block his dash. So that's why Kuzan was hard stuck right there. And oh well, that was the way how you just kill on Azir. First of all, landing an ultimate on Azir was just perfect timing. And second, just block Azir's dash with your flash. And
oh, there it is.
Perfect timing.
Really nicely done. And undertow landing as well from Cad. Nice work. Unfortunate there for Kuzan, who's got his lost chapter. Has a dagger as well. He's going to go Nash's Tooth immediately after this. And he's still ahead in farm, so not exactly the worst possible situation, as there's Hextech Ultimatum towards the top side. Cad coming on over as well, but that's a good stun out from Rich, and he holds onto his flash and his ulti, and everything's going to be fine.
Yeah, they're just pushing out Kennen because he was having a great time on the top side against Camille. So he just needed to reset the wave and just go for the base. That was just refreshing play by Cad. Because of this, maybe Dynamics' bot lane can play a lot more aggressive on the bot side, but nothing is gonna change. They're behind the CS, they lost 2 plates already, and the Drake control is on Hana Life esports side. So I'm wondering how they're gonna deal with the header play, because it seems like when they want to, Hana Life esports, they can have bot lane control, which means that their bot lane can always move first, and this is maybe the last time that Dynamics' bot lane can move towards the header, so they're using this window.
Yep, right now you've got Beyond on the Rift Herald. Teleport in, actually, as Rich will use it in order to get over and help out his jungler. He was going to use it to get back to top lane anyway, so he may as well just go down and guarantee. But now Viper and Lands get spare time with the outer turret on the bottom side of the map. And it should be that Dynamics can collect themselves the Rift Herald, and they do.
Yeah.
Dr. Let's see whether he can actually avoid a dive, and he does so. Of course, no one in this area. Cad on his Raptor camp right now, as we can see.
Yeah, this was the last window that they could have with their bot lane, and they used it perfectly. So great timing and great setup by Dynamics.
Oh dear. 4-man dive possibility heading down towards the bottom side. Piercing Darkness over Lehens. Full health bars for the Dynamics bottom lane this time, so they're not doing too badly. As Dudu loses out on a couple of trades, but as far as farm is concerned, he's absolutely even. No worries whatsoever.
Oh yeah. And maybe their bot lane is having a hard time, but Dynamics' top side vision control is on point, and they have full control on top side river. So I think Rich has to pressure in lane a little bit more, especially with this electrocute.
Yeah, he's trying, as you can see, but not really working out here as tries to use the lightning rush, but not able to land the shuriken. Dudu is slowly getting pressured, eating through his refillable potions as often as he possibly can. Okay. Lens pushes forward. Let's see whether Hanwha can actually get a bit of a siege here. Cad in the area. As there are pings all over the place. 5 seconds on this Infernal Drake before that one is going to come back up again. 600 gold, the lead for Hanwha. Still remember, Dynamics do like a team fight with this composition. And they have hit level 6 on everyone, as Over goes Miru. Beyond gets himself the shield from his Storm Strike, and the ulti comes out. The stolen one. Miru wants back-to-back POGs. This Silas looks so damn good. The Ignite comes forward. Kingslayer's going to keep Miru alive, and he gets himself a shield. Arrow is going to pierce the heavens, and there's not enough hay to be made here for the set. Oh no, you don't fade away in range of a Kingslayer against a set, my friend. That was just not okay.
Yeah, again, Mir, his knowledge about this champion is just way too good, man. Soaking the Azir's ultimate with the Volibear, hijack Volibear ultimate, and just having a tons of damage on double target. And at the same time, Cat helping him on the mid lane with the Viper's Ashe ultimate as well. Everything is synchronized, well structured. Life is doing a lot of great things as a team, and especially on the top there is Mir. Like his Silas is just different level.
Yeah, he's super good. He is behind in farm and in turret plates. Kuzan's been able to grab a couple of extra ones in comparison to him. Let's just see whether the Emperor's Divides are going to be better from the Azir or whether they'll be better from the Silas. Beyond, up towards the top side at the moment. Wanting to see what the Camille is up to. Right now she's just farming things out and does have Cad in her back pocket as well. And Cad has changed up his item build just a little bit. He's gone back for the Cinder Hulkers. Let's have a look at Miru's perspective here at this moment.
Look here. Look at the Volibear. Think about the Senna ulti. Go here. I'm alive. Set has flash. Come here. I got the ultimate of the target. Nice. How was it, man? Get the Drake. Great.
How did it taste? Yeah.
Yeah, it's all 5-man comps, so it's kind of confusing, but it's okay. Like, Cat was really happy about his play, and he was asking how was it to all the teammates, but no one was answering, and the last sentence was, get Drake, jungler.
Oh no. The Canadian dollar just really not given enough. So sad, poor guy.
It's the jungler's life, you know?
Yep, that's exactly right. Well, let's see whether he can make any more super plays and maybe get the recognition of his team. As Dynamics will be able to clear out this wave quite easily. This turret will stay alive and not give up any more plates. And they weren't actually able to get any throughout this game either. They're 20 CS behind, so the bottom lane hasn't been having the greatest time here for Dynamics, as we were expecting. Let's see whether they can transition into a mid to late game feeling a little bit better. Because, of course, Senna does scale pretty damn well as this game goes on. As Dr. and Gugo just throw a bunch of spells there. Dudu in a little bit of trouble here, as he will get stunned up, and Rich is starting to be frustrating with his proto belt now completed. But Miru's going to come up. His wall just dissipated. And now Rich is going to say, yeah, no. He's a doctor, so he knows exactly what to do.
And Mir is just controlling this game with his jungler, so he doesn't need to make some random plays. It's all about him, and he should make right play at the right place, and he can get another POG, I guess. But the bot lane is the point.
Yeah, that arrow is just going to go wide, as Beyond is looking for Dudu. Does get a good stun there onto the bear, but it's not going to have too much of an issue with the turret, as Dudu eventually going to go down. The Slicing Maelstrom's going to do it. As now a Ragnaroking Olaf is just hanging out underneath the turret, as Beyond looking very big and menacing, now walking towards him. It's Rich that picks up the turret aggro. They're seeing whether they can get another kill, and Kuzan's going to be able to collect it there. Very nicely done from Dynamics. 2 kills on the top side of the map, and they'll take the turret.
And?
Ooh. Yeah, Miru not really going to be able to answer too much, as he doesn't even throw a chain into the brush there. Didn't quite know where the bear was. That's alright, there's a Hex Flash. Guga looking for the ulti, finds it, as Lahen's now going to get ignited. Doc Dum immediately cleanses, but straight away is going to be slowed down by the Glitter Lance. And Hanwha Life will get out, but double flash and exhaust is going to be the price.
Yeah. The reason why Dudu was going in again is because of TP, but on the mid lane, Azir cancelled the TP, so that's why he couldn't actually come to the top side to save this Camille at the right timing. And after that, Olaf is alone without Ragnarok, so just easy to dive. And yeah, Azir has TP as well. Looking for the kill. Clean play overall by Dynamics.
Yeah, very nicely done. As Cad now once again on the run as Beyond now finds himself alone 1 versus 3, but the volley does connect. There's another redemption that comes forward. The Lahen's special as the arrow's not going to connect, but the bear is still dead. 4 kills to 3 now in favor of Hanwha Life.
And Drake is in 10 seconds, by the way, and it's soul point for Hanwha Life Esports. And it's Cloud soul point as well when you have Sylas. It's one of the greatest game again for the mid lane Sylas, I assume.
Yeah, definitely the dream. You just want to be hijacking as many ultimates in the team fight as possible. Certainly a way to do it, as Dynamics will just give this one up without a fight. And Guga, yeah, no way that he's going to be able to do anything as he just wanders away. So, Cloud Drake, the first one of the game, going to be picked up here 5 minutes, 22 minutes into the game. And Cloud Soul will be available here for Hanwha Life.
Oh yeah, and Dynamics stopped most of the members from Hanwha Life, but not yet. Mir is still strong enough to take the fight as a hero. So I think it's all about right.
Empress Divide goes down as he picks up the Volley Bear ultimate right as he turns up. That was actually really sexy out of Miru. Escapes and wanders on back. Is this just a Miru highlight reel? Like, what's going on today?
Yeah, I think he's one of the best Sylas player in Korea, in my opinion. Like, his mechanics are just on point.
Absolutely. Surprised that Dynamics didn't ban that one away, as we're going to check out this very old replay.
Yeah, great pickup by Hanwha Life. When the Volibear has no ultimate, he's kind of nothing. It seems like Alista walking around without any combos.
Yeah. Pretty odd. Cad going to be able to take down his red buff. And Miru looking to try and answer Rich here towards the top side of the map. I mean, despite the fact that Miru's made some super plays, he's still 1,000 gold behind somehow. And the same can be said for Dudu there up towards the top side. Also, might explain the fact that the gold is so incredibly close. In fact, Dynamics with a slight advantage. But the Dragons are really what separates these two squads right now. As well as late game split push potential being well and truly in favor of Hanwha. As Slicing Maelstrom comes down from Rich, Miru throws out one of his own. Rich goes golden, and another redemption comes in. Rich is not going to survive for long enough as Beyond turns up at 4 versus 2. You probably take those odds if you are Team Dynamics, as now Cad trying to run away. Miru just running around through the alcoves, and looks like he is going to be ignored and may just escape. Yeah, that's an arrow to the face, and Miru just going to wander down the river, and it looks like he's going to be safe.
It's definitely a highlight game for Amir. I think you can just put every single plays that he made in this game, and we're gonna have this game highlight.
Nailed it. It's all too easy. Player of the game, comfortably given, assuming that they're going to win. But that was a trade of, you know, 1 for 1 as far as kills. But Hanwha Life got themselves 2 turrets and stole away a red buff. Have complete control of the bottom side of the map. And yeah, definitely not good news for Dynamics.
Yeah, better rotation, better macro, better understanding about the game. And I really think they should just focus on Mir though. Like, Cat is not having a bounty or anything. And Mir is just one of the important targets that you should focus on. Because he's the main part of the Hanwha Life right now. But yeah, that's a little bit sad. Focus on that top side situation, but I guess that's what Dynamics did. So they're pretty behind right now. So they need to come over this situation with such a great team fight with Kennen and Azir. Otherwise, I think Hanwha Life is gonna control the side lanes comfortably and having a great side lane pariah into mid lane pariah. So the game will be really one-sided if nothing is gonna happen until Hanwha Life is gonna get silent pariah.
Yep. 2,000 gold is their lead at the moment, and it just feels like Dynamics don't really have much of a plan. It's like they want to take fights, but they don't really know why, and they're sort of just throwing themselves at their opposition.
Yeah, so Kennen is giving up silent pariah, walking towards mid, but nothing is happening. So those kind of small details are gonna make so many huge goal difference when it comes to CS.
Yeah, Arrow is going to connect there. As you can see, Hextech Ultimatum. And Guga throws out the Haymaker, but he's still going to be dead. Lasts quite a long time as the Blast Cone causes a ruckus. Now Viper might be in trouble. There's the Emperor's Divide, but hits no one. And it's a double kill for the Camille. Doctorm trying to run away, and he should escape. But it still looks like it will be the Baron for Hanwha Life.
This time around, Mir actually got the revenge on Kuzan. Reach, I guess. Reach tried to TP from the bottom side, but he got cancelled by Mir, and he solo killed and casually TP'd on the top side, on the Nash.
Well, all too clean. Easy Baron comes over for Hanwha Life, and this might be the beginning of the end for Dynamics.
Yeah.
It's definitely been a fun series, though, as still there was a corpse on the bottom side.
Yeah, I think they are better when it comes to the macro. Like, they know how to... Okay.
나 가둘게. 나 캐넨 잡았어.
I cancelled it. I got the cannon.
원래 노플?
We got the
I waited till for the last second as well. That was actually so smart out of me.
Azir no flash. Oh yeah, everyone is like focusing on the target. Such a great play. And our LCK production improved as well.
Oh yeah. Always beautiful. Doctorm a little bit late on the ulti as well, which is a little bit of a shame, as the Emperor's Divide did nothing. Did a bit of damage to Cad, but he had Ragnarok, so no issues there.
But yeah, it's time to just push the turret. Everything is going great for Hanwha Life Esports. Just get some vision control.
Oh, Arrow onto Doctorm. He is mega dead. Epically dead. Miru is going to come in through the backside, and the ulti is going to be followed bear upon bear action as Rich is trying to fight against Dudu, but this is a 23-minute battle against a Camille, and Rich is... No, oh, okay. He escapes at least. Doesn't win the fight, but he is at least going to... Oh, for now. Oh, the sad B comes out as he dies to a Tiamat. Oh, that feels so bad. As Cloud Soul was collected as well. Baron, Cloud Soul, Dead Inhibitor. Dead Cannon and Volibear also. How are they supposed to fight without their Teddy Ursa and their Volibear? And their Pikachu. Very, very difficult. That's like all of the Pokemon on the team. Actually, no, this is a triple Pokemon comp. They've got Pidgeotto, as well as Teddy Ursa and Pikachu. The dream.
That is true. But yeah, the structure from Hanwha Life is just way more better than Dynamics right now. And yeah, on the top side, 1v1 situation when Camille is having so many items more than Kennen right now. It's just easy 1v1 for him. And
yeah, I thought that he might escape here, but yeah, wasn't enough. Blast Cone too strong. As we're going to have a look at a fight here towards the bottom side. There are ultimates just flying everywhere as the Azir going to be taken down first. Guga gets into the backside trying to remove Mirror from the fight, but it's just not really going to be enough as Hanwha Life are obliterating Team Dynamics. And Mirror is just going to wander after him. And yeah, eventually taken down, but he was playing with his food for a moment. I think, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the end of the game, as Doctorm is going to chill out for a few moments on his fountain just before this one is over. Might be able to kill Viper, but he has cleanse, so he's going to be absolutely fine. One more Nexus turret between Hanwha Life and their first victory in a very, very long time. This must feel very cathartic as Hanwha Life kill the Nexus for the final time here in the LCK for Summer 2020.
True. Truly true. Not sure about the quality about the game, but they still showed up. They have better experience in LCK and better macro as well. And I mean, especially it showed up that the Viper and Lehans is still great players and do not give Mir Silas.
Yeah, Mirror also showing that he's a fantastic player just in general. I felt like, I mean, yes, he's fantastic at Silas, but playing Silas means you need to know the ultimates of every champion in the game, right? Or at least every champion in the meta. And he was utilizing them just so beautifully. in that game, always picking the exact right one for the situation. Just a joy to watch, and I hope that he gets back-to-back POGs as Harmor Life come back from a Game 1 loss and get the reverse sweep in this best of 3. On the eve of the playoffs, they're not going to be a part of them, but it must feel good to go out with a bit of a bang. Dynamics managed to win one in the last week, and Harmor Life have now done the same thing.
Oh yeah, and I think for Dynamics, even though they lost last match, I think they showed up the great performance, at least in LCK, and they proved that they deserve it in LCK though. They showed up some great macros in the earlier season. Maybe there was some disappointing towards the bot lane, but at the game 2, Dogdom was having a great time with the kiting, and Gugar, he's known as playmaking support as well. So I think everyone in Dynamics had such a great time in LCK, and I really want to see them next year as well. And
yeah, I'd like to. As we're going to check out some of these highlights, some questions about franchising certainly going to be on a lot of people's minds as the season draws to a close. As this was just such a whoopsie out of CAD.
I guess he had the mana. I mean, I thought like he had no mana and like he failed his combination, but I guess that was just hiccup. But this super play, mega play, was so cleaned by Mir right there.
Yeah.
So this is just Mir's highlight,
look
right?
Look at this. Oh
yeah.
My god, the timing.
This is just Mir's highlight.
Yep, this will be basically the same as our POG highlights. As Gugar, that was so dumb. That was really dumb, actually.
Yeah. We're gonna watch this highlight again when the POG rebuilds, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It's basically gonna be what it looks like.
Maybe this one is not gonna be on that highlight, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, this one was more of a Dynamics highlight.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, Hana Life, they had so many roster changes, and like you might forgot, but there is Vista as well, who tried support and AD carry.
Yep.
And also he tried mid lane in solo queue to fill up the mid lane as well. So like Hana, they tried so many different trainees and ended up not a great result, I guess, but at the end we found out there is great rookie player on the top side, which is Dudu, and also jungler Cat and Youngjae. And at the end, instead of Lava, Mir showed up such a great performance with his champion. So I think I'm really excited to.
You're right.
Yeah, I'm excited to see their future plays like in 2021. I think they can be a lot stronger than this year.
Yep, Dudu as well. Shout out to him. I mean, that last Hextech Ultimatum was absolutely fantastic, avoiding the Emperor's Divide very beautifully. Some sick mechanics out of these teams. The macro was basically non-existent throughout this entire series, but it did lead to some very fun team fights. As we do have a look at the damage, Cannon did a hell of a lot, but it ultimately didn't matter. And Miro topping the damage for his team. Pretty impressive. This wasn't necessarily the Viper carry game, but in the end, as you can see by the gold graph, it was, you know, pretty comfortable for Harmor Life.
Comfortable game, clean macro, and yeah, everything was just so great. Draft as well, like because of the draft, Ash Lulu had the great laning phase as well. So yeah, everything worked out, but sadly, it's just end of the split, you know.
Yeah, that's the last we're going to see of these teams, and we're going to get a solo POG interview, I believe, with Miru this time around. Assuming he does pick up the player of the game, we're going to have that one revealed very, very shortly. If it isn't 9 out of 9, I'll eat my hat, because he was absolutely fantastic this game. And there he is, 4-0-6 on the Silas.
Yeah, just bring me highlight again. Just
turn it on.
Just turn it on. Replay. Okay. Yeah. Just look how he blocks the Azir's dash with the flash. Once again. We saw it 5 times, but such a great play. It's worth to rewatch it.
Yeah, I'm definitely okay with it. There are some of these replays that I get a little bit upset about, but this one definitely not one of those. Oh, Emperor's Divide timing pretty unfortunate there for Kuzan, as it turns out, but they were too far behind at this stage of the game anyway.
This didn't matter that much anyways.
Yeah, I don't
thumbs
think this
up.
was a Miru highlight. Him just waiting for a few moments to kill Guga. He let Guga kill a ward, and then died. As oh no, I'm gonna have to eat a hat. Viper got 2 votes for some reason. Why?
For some reason, yeah.
What?
I mean, he did a great job, but you know, haha. Everything
Okay.
is fine.
Well, I'm gonna have to make a hat out of cake, I think, because I don't really feel like eating a hat. Let's throw it over to Jisun for some interview translation with Miru.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's hear from Miru, another solo mid laner POG coming out from Hana Life Esports this time around. How do you feel, Miru? It's so sweet, this victory. I'm happy that we're able to make it happen after a long while. Your Silas was popping off. How was your performance today? I hope you can watch the VOD again because the casters were also so hyped. I was confident and even more confident than I usually was, so I think I was able to perform even better. I'm pretty much satisfied with my performance. Hana Life Esports looked quite powerless up against Sandbox Gaming, so the result for today was a little bit unsure, but today you guys stepped up a lot. So what kind of feedback did you guys have after that match? Well, this was our last series, so we wanted to have fun and enjoy the game. That was the advice from our coaching staff, so we were able to play this game without any pressure. We're seeing a lot more Silas versus Azir matchup on mid lane, so what's your thought on that? I think Azir is a scaling champion, so Silas does not have an easy time up before the 5 level mark, but as soon as he hits level 6, it all depends on the skill level of the Silas player. So your signature picks are Galio and Silas. And well, they did ban out Galio, but they allowed you to play Silas. Which one do you prefer, Galio or Silas? I think I play Silas better. Well, you are popping off on Silas in game number 2, but they once again opened Silas for you in game 3. Well, I guess they didn't really think that my Silas was not spicy enough for them. The bottom duos are also performing on point. What has changed overall in Hana Life Esports? Our bottom duos have always been performing great. And now the fans are so hyped up about your performance. You saw your highest ceiling in your Silas game, so like people are calling you Miruki, and also Dudu the Dushai, and the Tiger of the East. You've got all the best nicknames after that game. How do you feel, Miru, about all those compliments? Well, I mean, I'm just happy. Hana Life Esports was able to wrap up the split with a win. So what's your goal for next year? I want to make a bigger champion pool. So I want to have more favorite picks and I want to improve my performance. Any specific goal in terms of playoffs or standings? Maybe it's too soon. I just want to reach the highest ceiling. And fans are so amazed by Hana Life Esports' performance today. So, any last message for the fans? Any message from your head coach? Any message over to your family? This was our last match of the splits. I'm happy that we were able to get the dub. And we all all we can do is improving. So I think our fans can keep supporting us and keep looking forward to seeing more of us. I guess this performance was a very promising move coming out from Hana Life Esports. And once again, congratulations on your win. And once again, congratulations on the win for the entire Hana Life Esports members. And this will be the end of the
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the interview translation as per usual. And great to hear from Miru, and also great that Hanwha Life were able to grab a victory before the end of the season, hoping that we'll be able to have a look at what Hanwha Life are doing next year, as we do hope that they manage to get into franchised LCK. Still have no idea which teams we're going to have. Very excited to find out what 2021 is going to look like. But first, we have playoffs, as these are the final standings before we head towards said playoffs. Damwon in first, DRX in second, Gen.G and T1 in third and fourth, and then Afrika in the last playoff position in fifth. KT will also be playing again in the World's Gauntlet. They will be in the very first match of that one, given the fact that they were able to pick up 10 championship points. And this is going to be your playoffs draft. T1 versus Afrika is going to be happening only in a few days' time, guys. It's going to be on Wednesday. And this one's going to be interesting. I think it's likely that T1 are going to be able to pick up that victory, but the manner of which they do so is going to be very important, because Gen.G look dominant towards the end of this season.
Oh yeah, especially Gen.G's bot lane was just stomping everyone in dual lane. So I think it's really fun to see how it's gonna work out at the playoffs round 1. And yeah, I mean, also Damwon Gaming, they're gonna wait at the finals, so I'm scary about them as well.
It's not often the greatest thing that waiting in the finals. We've seen a lot of teams get screwed over by that one. Griffin and, of course, Gen.G being two examples of it. Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't had enough Wadid, he is going to be on the LEC broadcast, as my cat just wanders across the screen.
True.
Yes, Wadid, you're going to be hanging out on the LEC broadcast. It's coming up in, like, what, 20 minutes?
Yeah.
All right, well, you might need to get changed, something like that, maybe get a bite to eat. I'm personally going to go to bed because today has been really, really long. That's going to do it for the regular season of the LCK for 2020. We'll see you in playoffs in a few days' time. Good night.